One university in the United States conducted a study in Africa, and they said that we have over 100 years to catch up with the rest of the world.
We realized that our public school teachers needed huge upskilling. The main question is, could it be done by just starting from the basics?
The birth of this program was to support the teachers in their journey to embrace these new technologies that are coming into the classroom. The HPID program runs for a full academic year. We actually asked them to take on a project which they would like to prototype and solve a community problem.
This program seeks to help teachers build new concepts, have different skills in teaching their students. Let your innovation be something very simple that seeks to address a problem in your school. That will help every student you have.
We are teachers, we have our own intellect. So what they did for the whole of 1 year is they opened our minds to the possibilities.
Teachers recognize that they can be change makers in their classroom. When you have the framework, you can do anything.
Every time we read a book, we change. We feel more deeply and think more boldly. Scholastic believes every act of reading has the power to spark positive change and progress. It makes us think more, be more, and do more.
Hi, I'm Amira. Let's go find stories that are just right for you.
Meet Amira, an award-winning intelligent reading coach that provides just right reading practice for every student. Developed at Carnegie Mellon with the science of reading at its core, hailed by Time magazine as one of the best inventions of 2021, and receiving widespread recognition as the future of EdTech.
We have fallen in love with Amira at Brubaker. Our kids love her. Our parents love her. At Brubaker, we're all about doing what's best and right for kids, and Amira helps us to satisfy that.
Every child can be a motivated, masterful reader with Amira.
Do you still remember buying diskettes? Spending a lot of money on textbooks and workbooks that took a long time to be updated? Chloe was born to handle this connected and challenging world. Designed to be an active, intuitive, and interactive platform in a complete learning environment. Because the world has changed and will continue to change, Chloe is here to support education. Shall we do it together? Chloe, put the learning in place.
Camilo José Cela University aims to prepare professionals for an increasingly technological and, above all, more human and sustainable future. Our model is based, in addition to the transmission of knowledge, on the development of student skills and competencies which enhance their personal learning and their active role in society, science, and culture. To achieve this objective, we work on 4 strategic pillars: entrepreneurship, digitalization, social commitment, and well-being. This model charts the course of our university. At Camilo José Cela University, we are committed to educating the best students for the world. That is why we have started a pioneering movement towards a higher education that impacts in what you know, in what you do, and who you are.
And good morning, everyone. My name is Vikas Pota. I am the founder and CEO of T4 Education. We've already had one jam-packed day yesterday for the Teacher Tech Summit, which was pretty incredible given just the huge amount of effort that's gone into it, and it's finally here. You know, we had some incredible speakers from around the world, and a lot of you have commented on just the diversity of knowledge, the diversity of learning perspectives that have been presented during the first day. And what I'm promising you is that today, which is our second day, but our main day because it's a Saturday and all teachers are at home or should be on their weekends, is a fantastic lineup of the most inspiring speakers. But the crux of it actually is that we have our teacher masterclasses today. You know, on Flipgrid, we did a competition where we asked teachers from around the world to pitch. And we said to them that if you get selected, then you will be selected to come onto the Teacher Tech Summit and actually share your best practices, how you incorporate technology in your practice. And that is the bedrock of the Teacher Tech Summit. It is about teachers for teachers, because we know that teachers trust teachers and schools trust schools. And so that is our basic method with the Teacher Tech Summit. It's about surfacing this most incredible experience and expertise, passion from the workforce, from the coalface, from classrooms all over the world, and seeing how we can inspire new ideas in teachers that are represented from over 153 countries that have registered for this event. Yesterday, my friends, we had just over 36,000 registrations for this event, which is incredible when you think about it. 36,000 teachers. And today, the distance between yesterday and today is not so far. We've had almost 37,500 registrations for this event. I want to thank each and every single one of you for logging on, for sitting there, and I hope that we are able to make sure that you actually take something from this which is practical and something that is useful to you in your own daily lives. And so that is the purpose of the Teacher Tech Summit. Now, no event would really be complete in today's age, especially as we're using digital media, without a hashtag. And so I want to make sure that we all understand that the hashtag for this event, unsurprisingly, is the Teacher Tech Summit. Don't call it anything else. Don't put a number after it. Don't put TTS. It is the Teacher Tech Summit. So we've got to make sure that we do that. And again, because we're online and we're digital, what we have through StreamYard is this ability to pull out comments that you make. And yes, of course, and I'll ask that very important question in a second, where you're from. But, when you're going to be sharing your comments, we want to be able to pick them out. Now, but we also want to be able to identify you. So, for example, if you're on Facebook, you need to give, we use a tool called StreamYard to stream into Facebook and to LinkedIn and to Twitter and to YouTube and all these places. And so on Facebook in particular, you need to go to streamyard.com/Facebook and give permission to show your photo and your name. And so that's why it's important to we want to be able to celebrate you. We want to be able to call upon you. And so I'm going to give some examples. So example is this. I don't know who you are, my friend. You've put Teacher Tech Summit. I don't know who you are. But I'd rather be someone like this person, Fatima Paradonda from the Philippines, who's watching, who I can see the photo, I can see the name. That's what we want. So please, friends, go to streamyard.com/Facebook and give permission so we can see that. Now, no event, especially like this, is down to just one person. So I'm delighted that today I have a co-pilot who is going to be joining me. The co-pilot's job is quite simply to make sure that they host. And given their experience and knowledge, I'm really pleased that my friend Camila Pereira, the Director of Education for the Lehman Foundation in Brazil, is today's co-host. So please welcome Camila to the Teacher Tech Summit. Hi, Camila.
Hi, Vikas. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Such an honor to be here.
And you're joining us from where? Tell everyone.
I'm joining you from Brazil, from São Paulo, Brazil.
Well, fantastic. So here we are. This is a very global conversation. We have Sao Paulo and Brazil represented. I live in London, and we have 153 countries where our teachers and our registrations come from, and a lot from Brazil, actually. I'm actually excited that we have quite a few Brazilian speakers today. We have 2 teachers that have been selected for the teacher masterclasses. We have a moderator who's interviewing Andrea Schleicher from Brazil. Yesterday, we had a tech entrepreneur from Brazil actually speak about stuff. So thank you for all your advocacy in Brazil for quality education. The Lehman Foundation are one of our partners, and I'm really proud that you back us. So thank you for that.
Thank you for inviting me to be here with you.
So Camila, tell me, in terms of what do you most look forward to in the Teacher Tech Summit?
Well, I think that an event that has so many teachers speaking, I love that, bringing teachers to the stage. So I'm so happy that I'm here today, because I know that today is the teacher masterclasses. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, fantastic. This event would not be possible without our sponsors, which I actually want to go out and thank them from the get-go, including the Lehman Foundation, actually. And so they are Surasa, the Lehman Foundation, Chloe, D2L, Spiffio, the SEK Education Group, HP, Amira Learning, the EdTech Hub, Cambridge Partnership for Education, and Scholastic. Thank you all for your support. This event and none of our endeavors would be possible without your financial support. So thank you so much for that. I also want to thank a series of other partners that have actually made the Teacher Tech Summit possible. And these are innovation partners, as we call them. There are 18, and they range from all over the world, whether it's Korea, whether it's Brazil, whether it's the the UAE, whether it's Mexico, whether it's South Africa, whether it's the Philippines or Thailand. We have a huge range of partners, all of them displayed over here. And I want to say thanks to every single one of them, because you have contributed in a significant way to this event. Please know that on behalf of all teachers, we thank you. And also, that we have our co-hosts who will be joining us at the end of the event, and they are the World Bank and OWL Ventures. But in addition to them, we also have some governments who are our partners, some ministries of education, and they include the Mendoza province in Argentina, the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria, the Ministry of Education in Chile, the Western Cape government in South Africa, Department of Education in the Philippines, the state of Sao Paulo in Brazil, but they also include Palestine, and they also include Jordan. And I thank them for all of their support, and they've been actively promoting the event. So thank you so much. And before I go any further, as I've mentioned, the hashtag is Teacher Tech Summit. Please do follow all of our accounts. We're on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on Facebook. We have accounts. So thank you for that. Now, Camilla, without further ado, I want to take the opportunity to get going for today's summit, because I know everyone is waiting for it. But it would be remiss of me not actually doing the traditional thing, which is asking all of the people that are watching, all of the teachers, all of our friends, where they're watching from. And so please, friends, go into the comments and comment away. Tell us where you're from. So here we have Ray Mahubai, watching from Medina in the Philippines. Thank you so much for joining us, Ray. I think this is pronounced Zie Chu. I assume you're in China. Hassan is watching on YouTube. Hi, Hassan. Hello from Morocco. I've always wanted to go Morocco, Camilla. And look at this. I'm unfortunately, I can't read the Arabic script, but from Syria. Thank you so much for joining us. We know that these are challenging times for everyone, and we really appreciate you joining us. We then have. We should also talk about Jordan. Hi, Hala. Lovely seeing you. Chigozi, I assume you're in Nigeria. Thank you so much. Well done, the T4 family. It is a family. We're all family. There's that song, right? We are family. This is what comes to my head. Ria, again, from the Philippines, where we always have a strong turnout. Thank you so much for joining us here. And on we go. I mean, we have so many. Here you go. This Fasanya Olowale from Lagos representing. Yesterday we had Falawe, who was the co-pilot, co-host. And of course, my friend Bunli Kun from Cambodia. Welcome, Bunli. You're a member of our T4 Social Impact Alliance. Thank you for joining us. Mikkel, thank you so much, from Denmark. Former teacher, but teacher at heart. Once it's in your blood, it doesn't leave you, my friend. And so you can run, but you can't hide. I think that's a famous phrase as well. Carl is a country ambassador for us. Again, thank you so much for joining today and supporting this event. And on we go. Thank you so much, everyone, for putting your comments. Here's one from Armenia, which is fantastic. Now, look, this is an example, Camilla. What do you have to say to this person?
Oh, hello, Brazil. Olá, bom dia. It's early morning here in Brazil. It's fantastic that you're joining us.
What time is it?
You have to put your name, as Vikas told you.
That's right. StreamYard.com/Facebook. Camilla wants to come back and say hello to you by name.
Yes, exactly.
You, yeah. And now this is fantastic, isn't it? I've always wanted to go to Jamaica.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Angela, thank you for joining. Hopefully send us your sunshine. We could do with it in London. Anuradha, hi from Kolkata. Thank you so much for joining us. Navida, walaikum salam from Pakistan. I'm just, here you go. Nermeen from Egypt. Thank you so much for joining. Very grateful. And so Camilla, what we wanted to do in this event is actually start off as we mean to go. And because it is so teacher-centric and school-centric, what I've been thinking about for some time is actually having like a lifetime achievement, not an award, but actually to hear from someone who has achieved so much in their lifetime as a school leader and as a teacher. And so I'm pleased that we have instituted a new slot called the Teacher Tech Summit Laureates Address. And we select one incredible teacher from around the world to actually join us and talk to us about their experience and actually lay out the challenge, the gauntlet to whoever it is. But I think there's nothing more important than listening to teachers and school leaders when it comes to education. Yesterday, I talked about all these panels exist around the world. You and I have gone to education conferences where experts and people like us actually speak. But when a teacher speaks, everything changes there and then.
Yeah.
Right. The perspective changes. It's much enriched. So today, I'm really pleased that this year's Teacher Tech Summit Laureate's address is going to be delivered by Karen Giles. And by way of introduction, I want to introduce Karen in a proper way because I think she deserves it. Karen is embedding excellence in her 19th year of headship at Barham Primary School, which is a titan 930 pupils, 150 staff, multilingual, multicultural, multi-faith primary school in London in the UK. She has been teaching and leading learning in urban primary schools for over 3 decades. And she's also a fellow of the Chartered College of Teaching in the UK. She has served on many boards, done many things. And what we're really excited about is her experience of also conducting study visits to schools locally, nationally, and internationally. She has been to the US, to China, to Ukraine, to Norway, to Brazil, to Ghana, the UAE, in addition to her day job over here, which is running some incredible schools. Please welcome my friend, Karen Giles, for this year's Teacher Tech Summit Laureate's Address.
Good morning, Vikas.
Good morning, Karen. Thank you so much. And we're really pleased and thrilled that you could be here with us today. Over to you.
Thank you. I know that you were expecting the Amanda Gorman of education. But also thank you for the honor of delivering this Laureate's address to open the largest summit for teachers, ambassadors, catalyst partners, and social impact alliances, where last year over 43,000 of our community and in more than 100 countries networked and disseminated and collaborated to extend our global impact. Our ambition and mission is to build a community of schools. And I want to start by thanking each and every one of you for your work, the work that you do in schools worldwide, your tireless dedication, the late nights, the early starts, the resources you create and buy from your own resources, going above and beyond, your patience and love for our children, respecting their rights and our responsibilities to provide a good education. And so we celebrate the participation and interest of governments, ministers, EdTech innovators and sponsors. And we're grateful to your interest and work in education. And thank you for stepping up during the pandemic to try to meet our needs in delivering education remotely in the most innovative and resourceful ways. However, this is now our opportunity for what I call informed reform, by listening to the amplification of teachers' voices, to what teachers are really saying and transforming that into what each child really needs. And this is about bespoke differentiation. Every teacher has many stories to share about opportunities that were missed and how children were let down on a global scale, where we can't help thinking that whilst we were crisis managing life and death situations, the technologists and sponsors should have supported our families with free data en masse. Now, through the generosity of corporate donations, we had refurbished laptops and other devices, but some had little or no connectivity, with the exception of a few dongles. We had families living in one room, using their parents' phones and data to access online learning. Older children in the household were prioritized. Teachers were resorting to coming into school during lockdown to produce packs of photocopied worksheets and then delivering by hand or arranging collection. Access to free school meals in the UK was overcomplicated by clunky and time-consuming computer systems for online orders for supermarket vouchers. Again, we were let down by companies who were technologically out of their depth. And yes, this has everything to do with education and the hierarchy of needs. It is necessary for me to indulge in some real life experiences. These are not stories, but real problems experienced by some of our children during the pandemic and beyond. I'm constantly being reminded of the lack of development in fine motor skills, oracy, confidence, independence, learning retention of basic literacy and numeracy skills, writing stamina, and gaps in curriculum knowledge omitted during lockdown. 5 to 6 year olds who had little or no early years foundation stage development due to being kept at home by anxious parents when below the statutory school age. And teachers are now trying to close those attainment gaps, some of which were unrealistic prior to the pandemic, yet teachers are held to the same accountability measures and attainment expectations whilst implementing recovery curricula, catching up and closing gaps. There are genuine examples of solutions which need to be acknowledged and addressed in every country represented by teachers, ministers, sponsors, and EdTech individuals in this virtual room in the next 24 hours. Let us not miss any opportunities to listen, scale up what works, and share generously. This is our time to innovate. I speak to educators in Norway, Denmark, Argentina, Brazil, Barbados, the USA, and many countries all over the world on a regular basis, and we all seem to be nodding our heads when talking about our favorite subject, children. So please make a positive commitment to ensuring the well-being of all who work in education, and recognize that having supportive well-being initiatives will assist in recruiting and retaining teachers, both within the school and wider education sector. It's to recognize that this work has an impact on our mental and physical health. Ensure that well-being initiatives are tailored towards the needs of all staff in schools, to be confident that by engaging fully with their needs, resources will be effective in improving our well-being, will enable us to be better equipped to fulfill our roles and effectively meet our global objectives. Controversially, I hope that we can focus more on diversity, equity, and inclusion rather than democratization of online access and school-based expertise. Diversity and intersectionality in the tech space is not just about representation, but allowing EdTech development to be relevant to all users, as Dr. Anne-Marie Imafidon, the founder of STEMettes, a social enterprise promoting women in STEM careers, discussed in a chapter in the book, Black British Lives Matter. Diversity means many different things in many different contexts, on the basis of age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage and civil partnership, pregnancy, maternity, race, religion and belief, sex, sexual orientation. Then there's the intersection of each of those in one human being. Each of those characteristics have many subsets and pertinence. For example, colorism, caste, colonization. So EdTech advancement has to recognize that teachers and children are not a homogenized group and meet our needs accordingly. Equity, as distinct from equality, recognizes that our needs are different, therefore resources should be distributed accordingly, as opposed to giving everyone exactly the same resources. This summit has been designed to be inclusive. Let's ensure there is equal access to opportunities and resources for those of us who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized. A pandemic can often be perceived as a globally homogenizing experience, but there's growing evidence that it has widened the chasm of quality of access, resources, and teaching. We need agile, blended, flexible, hybrid learning EdTech solutions, which are affordable, and I'll say that again, affordable and differentiated, demolishing technological boundaries to create superhighways. Innovation does not necessarily mean new. Innovation can be about working smarter, being resourceful, and being the brave, divergent thinker in the room. It is my responsibility to share the vision and context of this summit with this year's theme, What Works? This is for us to decide what works for social justice, what adds value, what works in line with our vision, what works in each context. We cannot ignore the disruption of education currently experienced by displaced pupils, students, children around the world due to war and conflict. Therefore, our hope should be for peaceful resolutions as quickly as possible. I visited Ukrainian schools many years ago and think about the children there and in all the places where education has been denied and interrupted. Make sure their voices are represented when being solutions focused. I hope this focuses the minds of the multi-country research panel for teachers. I'm thrilled and excited by the opportunity schools have to disseminate exceptional practice, be recognized and rewarded, but also during the process, remind themselves of how much they do, take for granted, and should be proud of. The 5 categories of community collaboration, environmental action, innovation, overcoming adversity, and supporting healthy lives collectively serve as the universal job description for schools and reminds us of our commitment under the United Nations Global Sustainability Goals that we have pledged to attain by the rapidly approaching 2030. If you, like me, get overstimulated by the amazing quality and quantity of content offered during this summit today and yesterday, remember to start with your why. So according to the poem Monday's Child, because I was born on a Thursday, I supposedly have far to go. The traditional meaning is associated with having a long, successful life without limitations and having a lot of potential and talent. And I've tried to live up to that and want that not just for my own son, but for everyone, as everybody is somebody's child. I didn't realize that I wanted to be a teacher until at the age of 21, I saw an advertisement to undertake teacher training to reflect the community that we serve. I've been a teacher for over 3 decades and a head teacher for almost 20 years. I've always taken every opportunity to have a global reach and have traveled the world learning and supporting teachers and leaders. And by the way, every leader is a teacher. I love my job. It's the best job in the world. It's addictive, eclectic. It's a pleasure and a privilege to serve. And I can't think of anything else I'd rather do. So our takeaways. Number 1, this is an investment in your professional development. Remember, when you became an educator, you made a lifelong commitment to learning. Number 2, our pledge to accelerate innovation. Number 3, feed your passion. And number 4, remember your purpose. My message to the world is this. We have long recognized that teaching is a noble and respected profession. We have a real opportunity to listen and learn about ourselves and from each other. None of us do this work for the money or the school holidays. This is one of those rare opportunities to say what you need or to describe a problem that needs fixing, funding, and future-proofing. Let this summit be the springboard and the catalyst for change. Let's pledge to make that change our collective legacy. Thank you in advance for your active participation in this summit and for making a difference, because we believe every child, everywhere, deserves a good education.
Oh my God, I'm so happy you were able to talk to us today, Karen. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing these important messages with so many teachers around the world. I think you bring us a clear image of the challenges that teachers are facing to overcome this impact of the pandemic in children's lives and learning, right? And I think that in talking about this challenge, you call our attention to a very important topic, the well-being and mental health of teachers that are on the front line thinking every day about what works to help students thrive. Let's pledge to make the change. Fantastic. Thank you, Karen. This was a very inspiring opening for our conference today.
Thank you very much, Camilla and Vikas, for the opportunity. And by the way, Camilla, in about a week and a half, I will be in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Wow. Oh, I'm going to be so happy to meet you in person. Let's make that happen.
Most definitely. Have a lovely.
Thank you, Karen. Wow. And after this inspiring lecture, I'm happy to introduce our first panel today. We will now have a very important conversation with a regional focus, but that I am sure that will inspire teachers and participants from all over the world. We are going to hear about teacher professional development in Southeast Asia. Let's learn. And to moderate this panel, we will have this powerful woman joining us, Urvi Doshi. Urvi is passionate about education, technology, and entrepreneurship, and she has worked across Asia, Africa, and Europe. She's part of the wonderful T4 team that is behind this event, but she's also working to launch a new educator development program in Kenya with Dignitas. And Urvi is also a postgraduate student in education and technology at UCL's Institute of Education, and she's now conducting research on EdTech ecosystems. So Urvi, please join us here on our virtual stage, and I'll hand it over to you to introduce our panelists.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Camilla. To all of the teachers all around the world, a very warm welcome to you. I'm so happy to be here and delighted to be moderating this panel on teacher professional development in Southeast Asia. So throughout the summit, we've been talking a lot about the importance of teachers, and that now is the time, more than ever, that we need to invest in the professional development, the growth, the personal development of teachers. So Southeast Asia as a region has very diverse needs, with different governments trying to promote the boosting of foundational literacy and numeracy, building 21st century skills, promoting digital literacy as well. And the thing is that traditional teacher training methods are just not working. And as Karen so eloquently put it just now, this is the time to innovate. And in this specific area of teacher professional development, so many are rethinking, what are the competencies that are needed for teachers to be impactful in the classroom of today? And how are we supporting these teachers to apply these new competencies in their daily practices in the classrooms so that they can empower each and every student within their classroom to reach their full potential? And I'm very happy to introduce our two speakers that will join me in this conversation. Pushparani Govindaraja is a middle leader from SMK Pulau Indah School in Malaysia. Very warm welcome to you, Pushpa. It's such a pleasure to have you here. So Pushpa's been teaching for over 36 years, so such a wealth of experience. She's been a maths, English, and visual arts teacher, and as part of the Trust Schools program that's running in Malaysia, she's had the opportunity to run CPD sessions for various educators in the areas of 21st century teaching and learning. And she's been inspiring other educators with her motto of teach from the heart, which I think is very special and very important. Pushpa, I would like to start with apologies. So we have, I introduce our second panelist as well. So we're also joined by Dr. Ethel Valenzuela. She's joining us from Bangkok. She's the director of the CIMIO Secretariat. So CIMIO is the Southeast Asia Minister of Education Organization, an intergovernmental organization that works across 11 countries in Southeast Asia. And Dr. Valenzuela, I was very inspired to hear that she's the first woman director of the organization in its long history since 1965. So an inspiration to many of us women in education. Dr. Valenzuela, you're an academic, you're an educator, you've got a wealth of experience in K-12 and right through K-12 and higher education, and are of course very familiar with what's going on within this region. So I'd like you to share your perspective on what do you think are the greatest needs in teacher professional development, and what have you seen to be the effects of the pandemic?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Vikas Pota, founder and CEO of T4 Education, for inviting me in this very remarkable summit. Well, that is a very good question, and that is why I would like to share about teacher professional development landscape in Southeast Asia, given the limited time. So I come from SIMEO, a Southeast Asian intergovernmental organization, and we promote cooperation in education, in science, and culture. So we are the executive arm of the Ministries of Education in 11 countries. So actually, teacher education is in our agenda. It's in our priority areas. And early on, we developed major strands of teacher competency standards. That is where, we need a regional framework. We need to find out what is common in all countries in Southeast Asia. And in the teaching competency standards, we have identified the following competencies of teachers in Southeast Asia. First, professional knowledge. So we agree that there should be mastery of content and methodology for teaching. Second is professional skills. All teachers should have the right pedagogies, whether online, offline, and the traditional mode of teaching, classroom management, even in the face-to-face or even in hybrid learning, and assessment and ICT competencies, which I think is increasingly becoming very, very important during this pandemic and even after the pandemic. We also take note that another important strand for teachers is professional characteristics. They need to be responsible, they need to be punctual, they need to be a team player. So many countries also identified professional ethical standards and values. These refer to moral, character, and being a good role model to students. And finally, let us not forget professional development and lifelong learning. So in Southeast Asia, we place very, very great importance to teacher professional development, whether it's teacher organization activities or enhancing their teaching profession. So let me continue with these competencies were already adopted by the ministers of education, and we all go to the development of these essential competencies, especially that those who do not have or have weaker competencies in the area, whether in mastery or in TPD, they should have a plan for teacher professional development. During the COVID-19 pandemic, schools were forced to close, and teachers consequently implement distance learning modalities. So they have been trained over this, very fast training programs were provided, and teacher competencies in ICTs have been enforced. So now, with almost 2 years in this situation, they have been given sufficient guidance, resources, and training unique to digital skills, to the use of technology and pedagogy. So I think in terms of improving ICT competencies in Southeast Asia, we did a lot of changes, and ministers have worked hard to train them on the use of LMS, on gamification, and all sort of technologies that the teachers can use. During the meeting of the vice ministers on teachers education last year, they have also prioritized the following. 1, invest in teacher capacity building. 2, professional development areas in distance learning and digital technologies in education. There are many countries that provided good examples of how they train teachers. For example, in Indonesia, 60% of teachers were reported with limited ICT competencies. So in response, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology of Indonesia organized ICT-based learning program. And of course, UNESCO Teacher ICT Competency Framework have been very, very useful with 4 levels of mastery: ICT literacy, ICT implementation, ICT creation, and sharing. Similarly, in Singapore, they emphasize also teacher capacity development, and they use e-pedagogy, data literacy for all teachers, and enhancing cyber wellness and cyber security. So in the end, during the pandemic, they were able to manage the situation. Let me tell you, not all can do this, and not all teachers have the right connectivity, data, and so on and so forth. So a big number, perhaps 40% of them, still use the traditional modular instructions during the time of pandemic. They use also cell phones to communicate with their students, and they also, they do things in a hybrid way. So in a positive lens, although COVID-19 disruptions have severely tested competencies of teachers and managers, principals, even our ministers, we have taken advantage of this situation. It's like what we have been talking about. It's the pandemic that gave us more strength and more competencies for the teachers we love, more resiliency and sustainability in the whole educational system across Southeast Asia. This is my sharing, and thank you very much from CMEO Secretariat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ethel. And we're going to take a little pause. We have a message from our teacher training partner, Surasa, and they've been very kind to offer all of you wonderful teachers free access to a course about using tech in teaching. So you'll need to visit surasa.com/TTS to be able to access this. And let's see what the message is from Surasa.
Teachers. Being a teacher is as difficult as being a superhero. But what if I told you that teaching could become much more rewarding? I'm the founder and CEO of Surasa, the world's first teacher-centered career growth platform. We all at Surasa love building dream careers for teachers, and we have something special for all of you teachers today. Check out the link on the screen and you'll find all the details right here. Enjoy the event. See you soon. Bye-bye.
And we're back. So now, thank you, Dr. Ethel, for sharing about the work of CMEO in Southeast Asia. And now I'd like to invite Pushpa onto to tell us about your challenges and successes that you've faced in CPD programs in your school. Pushpa, are you able to join us?
Hello.
Hello, welcome. It's lovely to see you here. You were telling us about your experiences at your school earlier. So there's been various CPD programs. So what have you found to be the challenges, and what successes have you seen, and what do you have to share with other teachers here?
A very good evening from Malaysia to everybody who's watching. And I'd like to say a very big thank you to Bikas for actually inviting me over to tell my story from a little island called Pulau Indah in Malaysia. Now, we are actually a trust school. I must tell you a little bit about the background of the school. There was a gap in Malaysia in the education system, and the government collaborated with the private sector to change the mindset of our teachers so that they could become a lifelong learner. And that is what we ended up with, a trust school. Okay? Now, this program was actually based on teacher professional development. That was in Malaysia, it is actually called continuous professional development. And we also looked into action research, right? And this method was actually a problem-solving method. And most of what we did was we collected data, and from that data, we solved problems. So this was developed by our government to change mindsets of the teacher. That was where our problem was. Because they found out that they couldn't get employable students. Students were not so employable. So as we were doing the CPDs in the school, of course, the professional development actually transformed teaching practice, but there was a lot of resistance at the beginning. In fact, I was a resistant person as well, because I've had so many years in teaching, and you come back into me in my school, and you teach me, you say that I need to change. But I tell you, it was the best thing that ever happened. All right, what happened was I had to unlearn what I had learned and relearn. So the challenges that we had during this, which was 5 years ago, actually what took place was we came back to teaching using technology and things like that. In Malaysia, technology was already introduced 20 years ago, but nobody picked it up. We preferred going to school and just using chalk and talk. Now, the challenges we had during the pandemic was going to teach online. Many teachers didn't have any inclination and clues. But this habit of teacher development, professional teacher development in school, actually helped the teachers set the mindset 8 years ago. 5 years ago, because the pandemic was about 2 years. So everybody was on board. They brought about a lot of new things. The older teachers learned from the new teachers, the younger teachers, because the younger teachers were savvy. What savvy? They were computer savvy. The challenges was accessibility, flexibility, and the effectiveness of CPDs online. Some teachers, of course, we had about 2-3 teachers who never came in for CPDs, because that's the best way to hide, you not having connectivity and things like that. So the area that was the biggest challenge was technology. I myself am not so savvy where technology is concerned, but I learned. And it was a really, really exciting adventure for me. So the schools, something else that I like to talk about is what we need during the pandemic. When it happened, the schools actually gave out gadgets to help the children. And parents, they finally realized what the role of the teacher was all about. And it was difficult to be a teacher in school. They started helping us out. They understood, and after about 6 months, they told us, please open the schools back, take them back, please take them back. And this was verbal. And the teachers went online with the parents as well. Parents sat in the classes. So there were lots and lots of great innovations going on in schools. I mean, in my school particularly. And in Malaysia, we have got about 95 trust schools. And I think this is a good way forward, to introduce effective CPDs for teachers. And it's all about changing the mindset of the teachers first. The students, you don't have to worry. Automatically, once the teacher's mindset is on the right track, the students will be okay.
I love what you're saying about mindsets, Pushpa. I think it's such an important factor that sometimes gets overlooked, but it can be the make or break of a program. So thank you so much for sharing that. I'd love to invite Dr. Ethel back. Dr. Ethel, we have just a few minutes left, so I'd love for you to share a few concluding remarks for the teachers and the policymakers and the innovators out there on, where should their focus be in terms of teacher professional development, and what's your call to action for all the education ecosystem that we have with us.
Well, thank you very much. I think investing in the teacher workforce is very critical for improving quality of our education and learning in Southeast Asia. As we have just implemented the first regional assessment, CPLM, we saw a lot of areas for improvement in teacher professional development, in teachers who have limited access to information, communication, and technology. There are so many barriers in 21st century skills. I think we need a lot of work to do, and we need to work together to develop and implement policies to strengthen our teacher workforce. More should be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ethel. And Pushpa, how about you? Do you have any kind of concluding remarks for the teachers there?
Yes. For effective teacher professional development, we need a good systematic tool. All right. And good leadership believes in good governance, which is monitoring, mentoring, coaching, teacher support, plans for good teachers as well as poor teaching methods. Nothing works without accountability and good governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pushpa. Thank you so much, Dr. Ethel. So we've heard today about the importance of mindsets, the increasing importance of ICT skills and digital literacy that will come as no surprise, and lots of great initiatives already happening, but a lot more work to be done. And echoing what Vikas shared yesterday, let's use technology in service of learning, not the other way around. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ethel. Thank you so much, Pushpa, and obviously Urvi for a great job that you've done. CMEO has been such a great organizational partner for us that we're really grateful to you and your colleagues for actually spreading the word and making sure that we include those perspectives. And later on, Dr. Ethel, in the teacher masterclasses, because of your help, we also have some teachers from Southeast Asia who are going to be showing and telling us how they incorporate technology. So thank you so much for that. We're really grateful. So friends,
all the best.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
And so, friends, we have a really exciting format that not that we've invented it, but it's certainly something that captures the imagination, and that is the debate format. And so, in the run-up to this event, we actually had a number of rehearsals with our speakers. And yesterday, we saw our first debate, which is around EdTech being the backdoor entry into the privatization of education. And what we conducted was a poll at the end to see where you, as the participants of the conference, the delegates of the conference, where you actually come down on this question. So the debate, the format, it is polarizing. It is polarizing for a reason. We want you to actually take a side based upon the arguments that you hear. I want to tell our speakers for the next debate that yesterday, we thought it was a pretty even fight, actually, and debate that was presented. All the arguments were pretty compelling. But the audience, the teacher audience, voted three quarters to a quarter. 3/4 sided with that EdTech is a backdoor, into privatization, which I thought was quite fascinating. And so you should be conscious when you're posing your arguments who your audience is. And so, without further ado, I do want to introduce a prolific leader in the world of journalism, who actually we've invited to actually moderate this debate. Jeff Young is an editor and reporter focused on technology issues and the future of education. He's currently the managing editor of EdSurge and the producer and host of the weekly EdSurge podcast. Jeff has written for national publications, including the New York Times, the New Scientist, Slate, and the Wall Street Journal. An article he wrote was selected for the anthology The Best of Technology Writing in 2007. Please join me in welcoming Jeff to the Teacher Tech Summit. Jeff, welcome.
Hey, thank you so much for that introduction. Yeah, good day, everybody. Whatever time zone you're in, welcome to this session of the Teacher Tech Summit. And as was said, we are here for a debate about the value of the university degree in today's fast-changing world. And it is really an exciting format to do this. And so, as was said, I'm Jeff Young. I'm the managing editor of EdSurge. We're a nonprofit publication covering innovation in education and EdTech. And we're on a really strict time schedule. So I'm gonna jump in. Oh no, or not.
Sorry, Jeff. I should just show everyone the poll because it's very important that they see this. So I want to show everyone that you go on your virtual event area. There is a poll link that you will see, which takes you to this Google form. And the Google form is quite simply, I agree with the debate motion or I disagree with the debate motion. And the debate motion is that this house believes a university degree is the worst investment a young person can make. So do you agree with that or do you disagree with that? My only comment will be, please wait until you hear the arguments. Don't just go in now and vote before listening to our two speakers. And I think if you learn something new, then you can vote accordingly. But Jeff, back over to you.
Okay, great. So as you'll hear, so yeah, I want to set up some context and introduce our debaters as we get going here. So as you heard, the motion is a provocative one, that this House believes a university degree is the worst investment a young person can make. In preparing for this panel, I've mentioned the session to a few people, and every time it actually has started a really interesting conversation, the framing, because some people, people have said, oh, I know someone who's skipping college even though they got a scholarship, or other people saying, yeah, I hear big employers like Google say they're not going to consider the university degree. They'll take people without a degree, but I don't know if I believe that. I would still worry not having one. But there's I've been covering education as a journalist for more than 20 years now. And I will say something different is in the air when it comes to how people perceive college and higher education that makes this question an incredibly timely one. And I think it's a good way to help us think through the challenges facing education today in this time of incredible disruption and all kinds of challenges around the world, and the challenges facing education and EdTech. So there's this poll where people can kind of say where you believe, and we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if participants change views as we go here, as you hear the debate today. Arguing for the motion, we have Kay Lack, who leads the education team at the software engineering school Makers Academy. Her mission is to dramatically shorten the time it takes to learn valuable technical skills. You can hear her writing, you can read writings at the Software Archaeology Substack email newsletter that Kay does. Welcome so much, Kay, to this forum.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Shall I begin?
No, I'm going to introduce both and then get us going. Here we go. Taking the position against the motion will be Momokgeti Paking, Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town in South Africa, which has been named the best university on the continent of Africa. She's one of the leading mathematics education scholars in the world and has won numerous accolades, including being named 2020 Forbes top 50 most powerful women in Africa. Thank you for being part of this as well.
Thanks, Jeff.
And so we are going to give first, basically we will start off with a 5-minute opening statement from each side. And so we're going to start with Kay arguing for the motion, and I will let you take it away.
Thank you very much. So today I'm going to argue that a university degree is the worst investment a young person can make. I'm going to speak from my own perspective from the UK and from computing, but I'm going to try and broaden that out to a global and cross-subject perspective. So you will have the opportunity to think about this from your angle as well, where you are. So for this topic, I think it's important to define a few terms. First, university. So a university isn't just another name for tertiary education. University is one model. Universities generally cover a wide range of subjects, offer degrees focused on academic fields, say mathematics or computer science versus software development, for their own merits and not just as a route into a job. Secondly, investment. Investment is money, but it is also time. In most cases, a university degree takes 3 to 4 years of study. That's not just 3 years of fees, but 3 years of lost earnings. And beyond that, there's a difference in earning potential and experience at the end of 3 years of practical work as compared to those after 3 years of study. Plus the feeling of success and progress in one's life that this person might have. And the argument is that if a university degree is a good investment, it ought to be substantially more valuable than the opportunity cost, what you could do with those 3 years and what you could do with the fee money, and taking into account the risk. And my argument is that the risk is too high and the returns too low. To show this, let's take a closer look at where universities succeed and where they fail. And from this, I think we can discover their core problem and give some sound advice to the young people in our lives. I'm going to talk to you about two fields, both of which have very high demand: computing and medicine. Firstly, computing. So a 2018 report from the USA Center for Educational Statistics found that computing graduates had some of the highest median earnings at $70,000 a year and rising over the past 10 years. However, the subject has some of the worst rates of graduate unemployment at 5.6% and totally stagnant over that past decade. And that's worse than the humanities, English and fine arts degrees. In the UK, a report by the Higher Education Statistics Authority found that after 15 months, 20% of graduates felt they weren't using what they studied in their current job, and only 41% were working in the ICT field. In the Philippines, 20% of recent computing graduates weren't employed, and of those that were employed, 30% felt the curriculum wasn't relevant to their jobs. This isn't a degree in watercolor painting. These are some of the most in-demand skills in our present era. Secondly, medicine, where universities have a monopoly on training in most countries. In the USA, medical degrees have a 98% employment rate, and in the UK, a 97% had jobs within the field within 15 months. That's 97% for medicine versus 41% for computing. What can possibly explain this puzzle? It isn't like medicine is so much easier than computer programming, and it isn't like software engineers are in such little demand to explain that difference. But it's not so difficult to understand. Medical degrees are different. They have a clinical phase of 2 to 3 years where you work in real institutions with real patients under supervision from experienced professionals. And by the time you come to apply for your jobs, you've already done it for at least 2 years. It's not complicated. It's basic educational thinking. You learn what you do. The medical degree is essentially a job with training to do that job. There's another word for a job with training. It's called an apprenticeship. It, in my view, is the best form of tertiary education that there is. You get a job with pay, without fees, that includes training in partnership with a training provider. Germany uses this model, with over 60% of young people taking an apprenticeship. Over the pandemic, OECD countries saw youth unemployment spike to 18%, and it's still over 10%. In Germany, where over 60% of young people are taking this form of training, it went from 5 to 6%. This gets results at a society scale. This is a system that works. And other countries are catching up. The vocational training and apprenticeship revolution is upon us. In the UK, a report in 2015 found that level 4 apprenticeship, that's 2 years of work and study, provides lifetime earnings comparable to a university degree. And for level 5 apprenticeships, it's even higher after the university debt is taken into account. Universities are a bad investment for society and for young people in financial terms, but most importantly, in skill terms. With a few notable exceptions, they do not train the skills that students need to gain economic independence. And to advise that young people take such a risk with their futures at such a high financial cost can only be irresponsible. My advice to young people is to invest in their education and to get a job with training built in. Thank you.
Wonderful. We're at time. That was exactly on the time. So this is impressive already. Thank you for that. So now we'll have 5 minutes speaking on the motion by Mamoketi Peking. Opposition to the motion.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, a university degree can never be the worst investment. I mean, despite its cost, university education remains one of the best investments. And here's the thing, the value of a university education is not so easy to quantify. And talking about what people earn is actually misleading because a university degree pays off in ways that are not strictly financial. In addition to the tangible value of your future income, there are many intangible benefits that can be quantified in monetary terms. And these include learning how to learn, critical thinking, independence, improved social skills, and general skills such as working with teams and developing good working habits. Students are exposed to new ideas, and they also learn about strengths and interests that they didn't even know they had. University education, really, it's about exploring, about learning, about growing. The goal is not to come out the way you went in. Note that I make reference to university education rather than just a university degree, because in my view, I want to argue that university education is so valuable that even if one does not graduate, the lessons and the growth are immense. And we can talk about that later if you want to challenge me. There's a lot more that happens at university than just getting a degree. And all that is critical for our society. Because universities are places for ideas. I mean, university is a free and safe space for ideas and debate. Dare I say, it's probably the only free and safe space left for ideas and debate. It is important for people to have platforms where ideas are contested. It is important for those spaces to have academic input and research resources, and universities are the best placed for quality debate. Other alternatives such as social media or YouTube do not serve this role because they create discourse silos. University is also the best place to acquire social and cultural capital, and this is indispensable for the poor. We should never talk about access to jobs as if we live in an equal world. In this unequal world we live in, variables such as socioeconomic class, race, gender, nationality, and sometimes religion often determine how people are valued or how the knowledge and skills they have are valued or not. So if you are poor, you need a university degree more than anyone. I say that to poor young people all the time. Having grown up poor myself, I can tell you, if you come from a poor family, you need a university degree, because one of the greatest rewards that a university degree will give you is valuable social and cultural capital. I would never have it if I didn't go to university. And you need it because you don't get it at the dinner table. You don't get it anywhere in the township or whatever informal settlement or area that you live in. And that social and cultural capital you accumulate at university can be exchanged for economic capital via social networks, skills, values, and behaviors that point one to high-paying jobs. I mean, the network that I have right now, my go-to people for references and anything, are everyone that I got at university. Of course, everyone has got social and cultural capital and deploys it on a daily basis to navigate society. And all forms of social and cultural capital are valid. But the hard truth is that they are not valued equally. And so for the poor, university is the only place they can acquire the kind of social and cultural capital that is valued. And I can tell you, it doesn't matter how many boot camps you have. If you do not have that social and cultural capital, your chances of accessing those jobs that Kay is talking about are very slim. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. So now I get to ask each of you one question to push a little bit on what we just heard. And so I'm gonna start with our first debater, Kay Lack. And I hearing all of this. And you get 3 minutes to respond. So there's a timer here as well, which where everybody's keeping to time so well. So there's this point you make about the income and the payoff of college. We at EdSurge, we just did an investigation that we just came out with a couple of days ago, where we actually were looking at alternatives to college or degree pathways that really push to jobs, apprenticeship-like programs like you suggested. And my colleague talked to in detail to a bunch of young high school seniors right about to make a decision on whether to go to college. And one thing that really came through in this deep dive is a disconnect between what some policymakers talk about and even like your arguments about the focus on income and payoff versus what the young people that are making this decision, who are living this, are looking for out of college, and really their hopes and dreams for the kind of job they want, which didn't just have to do with money, which was really about figuring out what they wanted to be when they grew up, because these are young people. And one thing that came through is that a traditional college is this coming of age location where people try on a major and they find that they don't want to do that after all. They had no clue what that was. And so they have a space to fail without much consequence and decide, oh, well, I'm going to go into this instead. And I wonder if my question to you is, if a young person decides not to go to college, they would save all this money, they could go into catapult into a career, into a high paying job even. But what about the space? Maybe it's something that ends up being something that's drudgery or and is difficult to change, because they invested in some apprentice program, then now they don't know how to do the next step because there's no sense of majors or a culture of changing. I guess, do you worry at all about people who choose these options not getting the kind of space to dream and to pick something, and to figure out what they want to do before they're locked into a lifetime in a career?
Yeah, thank you. I do think about that. Actually, a lot of my students have ended up on that path where it comes to their late 20s. They've done something for a while, and they've found actually that they've reached the limit of what it is that they can achieve in their current career, and then they change and they do something else. And I would argue that the idea of a university as a place where you can try something out without consequence is not actually a reality. It's a place where you can commit to a very large financial cost in a way that you will then be burdened with for a long time. If we think sort of in raw terms about vocational training, vocational courses are often much shorter than university degrees, and in the case of apprenticeships, come with no financial burden, and in fact they come with a salary as well. And if, let's say, one of my students who are on apprenticeship lasting 1 to 2 years did study with us, they would study, they would learn, they would earn as well, and at the end of those 2 years, they would still have the opportunity to change and choose a different path. In fact, you could do a number of apprenticeships without having to pay, at least in the UK, without having to pay any extra for it, because you're doing a job and you're earning a salary at the same time, and you wouldn't be saddled with debt after that. So I would say that based on this, you have a larger number of options outside the university than in it. In fact, one of the students I really look back on, the first of my students to get a job, was telling me that it was a very mind-opening experience for him to be around people from so many different backgrounds actually in work, who had gone through so many different paths, to see those role models in his department and in others, and to get a sense of like what the real world is like. So I would say that even if it's things like traveling, gap years, short courses, different kinds of jobs, you open up a lot of opportunities for yourself by not going to university and perhaps deciding to do so even in your late 30s, or become a more mature student and still get the benefit of both worlds.
You're muted.
Oh, Vice Chancellor, thank you. It wouldn't be a good online event without at least one unmuting moment. Vice Chancellor, so I heard your arguments, and you made the really interesting comment that a young person going to college, even if they don't complete, is altered and benefited. But it does strike me that one of the big challenges that we see is the number of students who around the world who have some college and no degree. And the real issue that seems there, though, is the debt, the incredible amount of debt some students have to take on to go to college. And there's time, as Kay said, that is invested as well, that lost earnings to go to college. And so I wanted to, I guess one of the questions that I have is, colleges have offered this, traditional universities for degrees have really offered this 3-4 year kind of experience, fixed set of time, and you have to get all of it to get the degree. Would you be open at your university to radically changing that, or making it so that there are options for people who, to get some sort of a degree without going to the whole, 4-year maybe core curriculum experience, when people say there's this fast changing world of jobs, and and maybe not every student needs the same long form college education. Would you be open to kind of changing the format so that it would allow for more people to complete depending on what it is they're looking to do?
Thanks, Jeff. Jeff, let me start with a question about those who don't complete. And just briefly, here's the thing. If that were not the case, we wouldn't have a Mandela. Nelson Mandela went to Wits University, spent 6 years, didn't get a degree. When he got to Wits, many people do not know, but if you read Long Walk to Freedom, you'll get that. It is at Wits where he was introduced to politics. It is at Wits where he got steeped into politics. It is at Wits where he, for the first time in his life, got to interact with people, young people like him, from different races who care about the same thing in society. It opened up his mind, not just his eyes. In fact, if you look at the history, you'll see that when he was on trial, all the people who represented him are the people who were with him at Wits, all of them. Now, if university education was that useless, even when you don't get a degree, we wouldn't have had Mandela. I could give you more examples, but I'm going to stop there with Mandela, but we can talk more if you want. Here's the thing. Would we be willing, as the University of Cape Town, to consider other models? Of course. Of course, we would. I mean, the world is changing. And any university that sits and not consider how the world is changing and ask itself, are we? Then it's a university in decline. Not only are we looking at whether different degrees, packed up differently, we are probably the only university, maybe on the continent, probably in the world, and one of the few, if there are any, that allows a medical student, whilst doing their degree, they can complete a master's degree before they get their medical degree. They can specialize in another science area. So, I mean, there are degrees that we've changed. We've got interrupted studies for students whose studies are interrupted, who can do other things, but building on the education that they already have from university, even if they didn't get the degree. So, of course, the best university keeps rethinking, reimagining, and reworking their programs.
Wonderful. Well, we're kind of a little bit over. So instead of 3 minutes for a closing statement, let's jump into having one. Can we just do 1 minute each? Let's start with Kay in a final bid to convince our audience of your position that, and Kay, you were saying that the House believes the university degree is the worst investment a young person can make.
Thank you. I'll do my best. I went to university. I experienced some of the benefits that my debating partner here has outlined. There are two key weaknesses to her argument. You've probably, like me, trained people, perhaps a lot of people. You may have led teams. You certainly had a career of your own. Do you buy this line about university being uniquely enriching? I think, much like God, personal growth doesn't exist just in a building, but everywhere you care to look for it. And I see no reason why any other form of training should have any less than university students. In fact, I see it in my own every day. Secondly, enrollment in higher education has increased from 30 to 40% globally after the past 10 years. And I don't know about you, but I haven't seen a commensurate improvement in the state of public discourse. We seem to find conflict wherever we look. But it is the key role of university in society to help us make sense of our world and the time in which we find ourselves, to be that place of free exchange of ideas and genuine critical thought, a place to change your mind. It's such an important role. And in the story of Mandela, of course, he goes on a very different journey. He studies across his whole life and gets his degree later in life. And I wish universities could be that. Right now, they're not. Instead, you should be choosing vocational training, education and employment, and continuing that growth of study, perhaps, I hope, in a renewed university sector that will be able to give the world what it needs in this century.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor, closing arguments against the motion.
Thank you, Jeff. Mandela, by the way, didn't change his degree. He continued on the same degree, distance, whilst in jail. But here's the thing. Despite the rising costs of higher education and what many reports and Kay would have us believe, investing in a university degree remains a solid and profitable investment. I mean, students who take out loans to pay for studying at university have debt to repay when they graduate. And so I understand the concerns about the cost of a university degree. However, these students have still made a smart financial decision because not all debt is the same. There is good debt and there is bad debt. And a university degree is definitely good debt, not only for the individual, but also for society. And here's the thing, Kay thinks all we want when we finish high school is to make more money. No, some of us, many of us, a growing number of us want to make a difference in society. And so we leave those high-paying jobs and go for jobs where we can make a difference. Kay says medicine is just apprenticeship. I wonder if she'd be willing, if they'd be willing to get someone to do heart surgery on them who never studied cardiology. I doubt it. And here's the thing. University, just as a place of ideas, is absolutely irreplaceable. That's where the students have a voice. If we get students only into a place or a pipeline of getting jobs only, then we'll have a situation where students are cowed or young people are cowed, they're docile, they're quiet, they're uncritical, only focused on getting a job. Then our world will be poorer, because if students can't raise their voice, if students can be in a safe space where they learn new things, they hear about new things, their ideas, they get invigorated and they raise their voices, then active citizens elsewhere in society will not be heard. And the establishment will stay comfortable. And we know that the establishment in most societies often grows numb with time. It becomes deaf to the voices of its powerless majority and dismissive of the powerless as senseless and reckless. And it's at university where the establishment is challenged. So because their first order of business for the establishment is always self-preservation for themselves and the establishment, and university environments trouble those spaces. So it is, yes, it is indispensable, Kay. Thank you, Jeff.
Wow, I couldn't even do the buzzer. You went a little over, but it was beautifully said. Thank you both for sharing. I think we are over time, so I'm gonna just make sure the audience understands that. I wish we could all clap for you and you hear us. Thank you both for sharing your perspectives today.
Jeff, thank you so much, and Kay and Kitty, thank you so much. I mean, Jeff, you heard some proper body blows there, actually, from both sides. Where do you think it'll land up as a debate?
Oh, will the audience? Where will the audience in this group come down? Yeah, I believe we will have a we will have a against the motion, because I believe people in this crowd will believe the university degree has value and is not the worst investment. That is a pretty hard thing to go, but I'd be very curious to see how it breaks down. Do we have the result?
No, we do, but I want to ask you by what margin? I mean, yesterday it was a bit wild, actually.
Yeah, I heard you said.
3 quarters to a quarter. Do you think it's going to be that extreme?
Both sides were so persuasive. I think it'll be pretty close.
Alrighty, so here we go. Are you ready, Kay, Ketty? You can have the rest of today off. This is where it lands up. So 51% to 48%. It's almost like the Brexit referendum, actually. I disagree with the debate motion. It's only a small margin, actually, that you win by, Kitty. So
wow. It is very interesting. I wish we could parse that out and hear from the audience, but this is really fascinating. I'm glad you took the poll.
Well, thank you so much. I do want to try one thing, because this is such a highlight for us. And I want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity. You know, when you go to conferences, often what happens is you meet some incredible people, right? And so I want to practice a selfie with these two speakers, if that's okay. And so everyone, I'd ask you to actually take your phones out And Jeff, I know it's early in the morning. You gotta sit straight, and
Okay.
you take your phones out, flip the phone around, and I want to do this, right? And so everyone put a thumbs up. That's it, Kitty.
Oh,
that's
us too, right? Oh.
Katie, you can do it as well. You've got a massive social following. You should do it as well.
There we go. Thumbs up. I can do this better. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Thumbs up. Nice.
So the hashtag is hashtag Teacher Tech Summit for everyone. I just want everyone to remember that. Please know that you have my thanks for turning up on a Saturday and taking part in this debate. Jeff, I know it's very early for you in America. So thank you so much. Kay, spirited defense of the motion. So thank you so much. And Kitty, thank you so much for everything that you do. I'm a huge admirer of everything you've ever done. And thank you for participating. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And so now, my friends, we go to another hero of ours, actually. This session is quite interesting in the sense that, we have all these teachers from around the world watching, and we hear so much, and I don't want to steal the moderator's thunder, but we hear so much about, the word innovation is bandied around so much, actually. And we thought that it would be amazing to have a conversation with someone who is so associated with innovation, but from the education world, that we're delighted to invite Carla Ertz, my friend Carla Ertz, and co-conspirator for this conference, who's been very useful and very provided a lot of input in the design of this program over these last 2 days. Carla, welcome. And at this juncture, I leave you to introduce our guest speaker, who, again, someone that we're all huge fans of, and we wish you well for this next session.
Thanks, Vikas. Hi, everyone. I can't tell you what a pleasure it is to be here and what an honor it is to be here. And especially since I'm going to be joined by Olli-Pekka Heinonen, who has an amazing track record in education and innovation. And from the policy sphere, Olli-Pekka was State Secretary for Education in Finland, has been involved in a number of advisory groups, is still involved in the Education Advisory Group for Innovation at the United Nations, but has also had dealings with more of a commercial space, and as a chairman of the board for Contineo. And currently, Olli-Pekka is the Director General of the International Baccalaureate schools in Geneva. So, Olli-Pekka, how wonderful to be able to talk to you today. And one of the things you've obviously been focusing on throughout your career is innovation and innovation in education. And I wondered if you could sort of tell us all a bit more about, what areas of innovation you believe we should really be focusing on and you're focusing on, and how that translates in your work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Carla. Really a pleasure to be here, taking part in this summit. I think I've come a long journey with kind of 30 years in the area of education when we're talking about innovation. I must say that when I started, there was a lot of enthusiasm about the information society and the new technology and all that, not only in Finland, but at that time across the globe. And from a kind of a very tech-oriented approach, I have moved a lot to the seeing the value of the kind of social innovations, the areas what concentrate on learning, that what are the things that can really help the students to learn and the teachers to teach. That's where I see that the biggest possibilities for EdTech really lie.
Fantastic. So I was listening a little bit to the earlier debate, and I'm sure you heard a little bit about it too. And one, if we couple this to the social change and aspirations that, you have through innovation, one thing that really resonated with me was when Vice Chancellor Paquin said, university helps you raise your voice, or, you know, gives you an opportunity to raise your voice. If you look at innovation and the social aspect of innovation, how do you think that innovation can also sort of help learners and teachers in you know, raising their voice and giving them the capacity to raise their voice?
Well, I think that's the kind of the part of the coin, or the side of the coin, which is the positive part of kind of digital technologies, and that's the possibility that it's not only kind of, for example, the media or the kind of gatekeepers that there are who decide that what's valuable and what's not. But it's the possibility for us, every one of us, to use those technologies to engage and give what we see that is valuable. And that same thing is also the question inside the school communities and between the school communities, also kind of connecting different learners and peers around the globe, which is a huge possibility. I think we have kind of forgotten how strong a power that is, because we've been already living with it for a while. But I think the basic idea of being able to connect is something that I see that it's very strong power to transform the way we think about education.
Great. And so obviously we're talking here about 5 key innovations that you kind of perceive as being instrumental for education. Could you go into a little bit more detail about what you think they are and how you see them?
Well, that was my task, to kind of think of 5 innovations, and I noticed certain things when I started listing them. First was that I saw the most important innovations to be in connection where the biggest needs are. For example, on top of my list was one innovation about the well-being of the students. It's actually comes from where I'm from Finland, and it's called empathy package. It kind of loans the concept of maternity package, what is a package in Finland that every mother gets, where there is everything needed for a new mother to take care of the newborn baby. Clothes, toys, all equipment that is needed to get started. And the same idea is with the empathy package, that it actually gathers together all the different tools there are needed to take care of the digital well-being of a young person. So kind of what the public sector, private sector, NGOs have been able to create, for example, to hinder digital bullying or the other negative kind of phenomena that there are, and also to have tools, for example, to decide on your screen time. There are also kind of a lot of tools that are meant for parents, not only kind of students themselves, but parents and teachers. And I think the powerful thing is that it brings them all together in one place that is very easy to find and use. And I think the kind of stress that the world that we have created for our young people is something that we, like myself, older, have a hard time to understand. And for that reason, I think we must concentrate more to give tools to live a flourishing life with a strong feeling of well-being. My other innovation is, it's an initiative called My Machine, which actually helps to make dreams come true together. It's the idea that kind of primary education students create their dream machine. And then it's the university students that make that dream machine to a concept. And then it's the kind of secondary technical students who make a prototype out of it. And I love the idea of kind of bringing together different generations to create something valuable together and make the dream come true. And it's also the question about the kind of human-machine connection, to understand that how that kind of functions and what is our role on creating new innovations. My third one is actually called Teacher Collective, and there's a lot of this type of initiatives in the world, which aims at strengthening the school community and the resilience of that community. And it's about kind of bringing together teachers from different schools to have a stronger peer-to-peer learning and developing forum. Actually, the one that I'm interested in comes from India, but there are similar ones around the globe. And it's really the big thing that, for example, when we're talking about EdTech, what I've seen is that the best functioning innovations are such where teachers help other teachers to integrate pedagogy and technology. And that's kind of where I see a lot of kind of possibilities. My fourth one is actually a very simple and at the same time a very challenging innovation. It was created to help the children in the Al-Hol prison camps in Syria, because the circumstances there are kind of very limited. But those children have also a right for basic education. There were no kind of possibilities of reaching those children except their mother's mobile phones. And what was done was, through those mobile phones, those children were taught their mother tongue that they would have not otherwise known. And it meant kind of very excellent pedagogical solutions with that narrow band of connecting to the children, to be able to touch them, make the trust happen, and make the learning happen. And my last one was actually a very recent one I took part myself, which was called 9 Innovate, which were the 9 class students, where the innovation was to bring experts in different fields and the students together to solve and create solutions for the sustainable development goals on the local level and on the global level. And that's kind of all these innovations, more or less, they are about connection. And that's because learning, it's always a shared experience. It's never kind of something that you do alone. And that's where the technology has huge possibilities.
I'm so pleased you talked about my dream machine. I think it's one of my favorite innovations and projects ever, because not only does it connect people, it lets people imagine and dream and then implement their imagination, and in a context where actually all age groups across education, you know, from K-12 through to higher education, whether that's further education or university education, come together in realizing that dream machine. So fantastic. And the sense of connectivity that you've highlighted throughout all your innovations, you know, whether it's empowering a child in Syria, whether it's people working on a dream machine, whether it's working on sort of peer-to-peer for information sharing between teachers and pedagogical scaffolding that happens peer-to-peer. I think, you know, the way you sort of harnessed these 5 innovations and the narrative around these innovations really, really send a very, very strong message to the whole community that is listening to us today. So I would really like to thank you for this, Olli-Pekka. I think you're inspiring a lot of people here, and you're giving us a lot of food for thought. I, for one, will go away really thinking this through a bit more and applying that into my own practice. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Carla.
Olli-Pekka, thank you so much. And Carla, much appreciated. You know, there's a lot of comments over here about what you've said. So thank you for that. And there's also a huge number of fans about the IB curriculum as well over here. So we really appreciate your participation in this conference. And we look forward to having you back, you know, in the future for sure. Thank you both for joining the Teacher Tech Summit.
Thank you, Vikas. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
And so, friends, you know, we when we think about the Teacher Tech Summit, we also think about opportunities to actually raise teacher voice, you know, higher. And so, one of the methods that we use is by having a survey. And the survey's purpose is that we get to influence governments, policymakers, system leaders, you know, by surfacing what you as teachers think about technology. And we conducted this survey last year with over 20,000 teachers from around the world actually taking a very comprehensive, making a very comprehensive effort. And this year also, we've embarked on this process of making sure that we do another survey. I just want to show you where to go so that you know where it sits on our website, so that you're aware. And so if you go to our T4.education website, there's a tab over here that says T4 Insights. And if you click on that, you will come to the top of this page. There's T4 Insights. And then what we want you to do is go over here, Teachers in Tech, take part in the survey, and that will be really helpful to us. So I'll repeat, if you go to T4.education, again, this is the website. And then you go to T4 Insights, which is over here, click on that. And if you go to the bottom over here, there's a take part in the survey. That's what we'd like you to do. We'd like to get as many teachers to take this survey as possible, and we'd be most grateful to you. Friends, the other thing I want to say to you was, given your enthusiasm for training and teacher training, I just want to again showcase our partner Surasa, who have offered a free training program on the use of tech to all teachers participating in the Teacher Tech Summit, and you can avail of the offer at surasa.com/TTS. And I know that the comment and the link is going to be shared in the comments for the summit. You know, friends, we're at that time in the conference, in the summit, where we're you know, where the rubber hits the road, as it were. And so we are talking about you know, the Teacher Masterclass segment. Before we go there, I want to actually talk to you about, you know, one of the things that someone said to me, are you happy with the Teacher Tech Summit? And of course, you know, look at the content, look at the speakers, look at the excitement, the dynamism, the activity on our social media feeds. It's insane and off the charts. But if you were to really say to me in terms of, you know, yes, we have 37,000 teachers who have registered for the conference, you know, I should be cock-a-hoop about that. I should be really happy about that. But sometimes I think to myself, well, these digital technologies allow us to do a lot more. And so why shouldn't we? And so what I want your help with is, okay, if we could reach more teachers using this format, you know, if we could make sure that more teachers participated in this conference, is this something that you can help with? And if so, what do you think the target for next year should be in terms of this particular summit? You know, I think of all these governments that are our partners. The World Bank is our partner. All these 18 innovation organizations are our partners. If we build that coalition, how many teachers do you think we can get here next year? And that's what I want you to think about. Whilst we have 36,000, I think the opportunity lies in the millions. And so what should be our goal for next year? And are you willing to help with that? So please raise in your comments what you believe we should do in that regard. Now, one of the fundamental parts of the T4 effort is we celebrate our country ambassadors, and our ambassadors. These are all volunteers who, through pure heart, give their time, give their effort, put their energies into everything that we do. And I want to take this moment to say thank you to all of those people who actually, on top of their day jobs, busy day jobs, either teaching or running organizations or doing what they do, they find the time to actually come out and support us. And today we want to mark out one particular individual who, above and beyond everyone else in our country ambassador program, has actually managed to just be so active in recruiting schools, whether it's for the World's Best School Prizes, whether it's for the Teacher Tech Summit, whether it's for our surveys. Please join me in thanking and welcoming Wendell Cabrera from the Philippines to this. Wendell, thank you so much. You're on mute, my friend.
Okay. Good day, Vikas. Good day, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be with you.
And so, Wendell, the answer isn't the fact that you're retired and you have lots of time. That's not the answer. But tell us, and just for everyone else, I'd love for you to share, why do you feel so motivated to do this? Why do you put all your energy into promoting what we're doing? I would love to hear that, and I'd love for you to share your experience.
Okay, thank you again, Vikas. Good day, everyone. As you have said, I'm a retired public servant here in the Philippines, and as I look back, there have been a lot of blessings that I had through the years as an ordinary teacher, from being a school head and eventually being chief of one of the functional divisions of the Department of Education in our region. I was blessed more than I expected and deserved. So I believe that at this point in my life, it's payback time. So every opportunity for me to share and provide technical assistance to our teachers who are at the forefront of this educational setting is of paramount importance to me. By heart, I am a teacher, and I understand their challenges, especially in these times of the pandemic. So I want to at least be of help to them in a way that I can. And when I was accepted as a T4 country ambassador of the Philippines, I thought that this would be of great opportunity for me to be more service to our fellow teachers in our country, the Philippines. This is my motivation, that in my own little capacity, I still can continue to provide the technical assistance that is needed to ensure that quality education can be provided to the next generation of our manpower that would greatly help and contribute to the development of our country, the Philippines.
Thank you, Wendell. We're out of time, but please know that we wanted to recognize you, and we're really pleased that you could make it here with us. Thank you for everything you do. And I want to congratulate every single country ambassador and supporter of T4, and not just Wendell, but Wendell, you knock it out of the park every time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vikas, for this opportunity. And again, good day, and thank you for this T4 education.
Thank you so much. And so, my friends, we're at that time again before the Teacher Tech Summit before the Teacher Masterclass. I also want to pay my gratitude towards our sponsors. So please watch this short sponsor reel.
One university in the United States conducted a study in Africa, and they said that we have over 100 years to catch up with the rest of the world.
We realized that our public school teachers needed huge upskilling. The main question is, could it be done by just starting from the basics?
The birth of this program was to support the teachers in their journey to embrace these new technologies that are coming into the classroom. The HPID program runs for a full academic year. We actually asked them to take on a project which they would like to prototype and solve a community problem.
This program seeks to help teachers build new concepts, have different skills in teaching their students. Let your innovation be something very simple that seeks to address a problem in your school. That will help every student you have.
We are teachers, we have our own intellect. So what they did for the whole of 1 year is they opened our minds to the possibilities.
Teachers recognize that they can be change makers in their classroom. When you have the framework, you can do anything.
Every time we read a book, we change. We feel more deeply and think more boldly. Scholastic believes every act of reading has the power to spark positive change and progress. It makes us think more, be more, and do more.
So, my friends, we're at that time when we do what this Teacher Tech Summit has been set up to do, which is to share incredible practice from around the world using the most incredible teachers who will shine and show you and share and inspire new ideas. To co-host this segment, I now call upon my friends Jim Toscano from the Philippines and Andrea Zefiruku from London, both remarkable and phenomenal teachers to take over from here. Guys, over to you, and I'll have the videos lined up.
Thanks, Vikas. And before you go, I think we should get for next year a hashtag, I want to be more like Wendell. I think that's the way we need to go forward. What do you think, Jim?
Yes, perfectly said. We want that hashtag. So yeah, I love the mindset of Wendell, a fellow Filipino. So Wendell, congrats on that.
Wonderful. Well, welcome everyone. A lovely warm welcome to you all wherever you're in the world. And hopefully, well, let me ask a question. How's been your experience so far? Have you enjoyed the conference?
I loved the debate a while ago. Like we were preparing, but I was really tuning into the debate, and it was it was a very timely debate to be done. Like really, are we really looking into the university thing? Yeah. How about you, Andrea? What's your favorite?
I thought I was 50-50. I was absolutely 50-50 on that last debate, because I knew students who benefited from university, but then I also knew students who didn't attend and are still very successful. So it's exciting. But anyway, let's go straight on with what we're doing today with you all. Well, as Vika said earlier, this is the best part of the conference, if I do say so myself, because this is the part where teachers, the best teachers throughout the world, are sharing their good practice, whereby we can all learn from them. So what we're going to, first of all, I'd like to confess, I'm a teacher from North London, but I am the least techie person. So I am the teacher who will do the bare minimal, will try to avoid technology, because that's how I am. So I am today going to change that. I want to be pushed out of my comfort zone. So I'm looking to be inspired and convinced why should tech be in charge of my classroom. So Jim, over to you.
Yeah. So hi everyone. I'm Jim Toscano. I'm the opposite of Andrea, to be exact. I'm an EdTech coordinator, a digital learning consultant. So I've been also really working with teachers and students on how to use technology. And right now I'm waiting for the release of my book on education technology, or EdTech, or digital learning. So I'm so excited because I really know that a lot of teachers are so creative and innovative with the way they use technology. So yeah, I look forward to all our teachers for the masterclass. Andrea.
Great. Well, let's get
to be a CNS certified teacher, passionate about helping children create digital content using free and accessible software applications. I work with Green Spring School at a hybrid capacity where I help children in upper elementary create digital content that will communicate with a unique audience. So come along with me as I show you snippets of our classroom engagements. And I believe you'll be able to create digital content using software applications like Canva in your classroom. Follow me.
It's very important for you to know that digital content creation is an amazing skill to acquire. This is a digital age, and to relate with people seamlessly, and effectively, digital content is required.
My name is Oluchi Ejiokafo, and I'm in 6th Ekule. We are going to be working on an app called Canva that you can use to make many things like videos, blogs, e-flyers, and posters. We worked on making graduation posters to say thank you for coming to my graduation. You taught us the different textiles you could use, how to get a picture, and how to put that picture in a frame. You also taught us how to delete the picture if you want to delete your picture, and how to download your work and save it.
When using Canva, we're looking at ensuring that you embed creativity so that your design can be interactive. So one of the ways you can make your design interactive is by engaging animation effects. So choose a video.
Did I press the search button or create blank?
Create blank. Okay, so this is a blank space. So what would you like to create a video on Canva for?
Welcoming my friends back to school.
Oh, beautiful. So head right on. In the process of my digital content creation class, I've been able to achieve 3 basic things in my students. Number 1, I've been able to boost students' classroom engagement significantly. Secondly, I've been able to help children acquire 21st century skills like critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, real-world problem solving. And thirdly, I've been able to help students apply their skills to real-world context. Thank you so much. I want to implore you,
to get started with Canva. Canva is amazing for creating audiovisual content.
My name is Dr. Lana Belic and I'm an international educator with more than 20 years of experience. I work at Link Education in Alliance, where I inspire teachers and students to think creatively, to teach creatively, and today I'm going to inspire you. One of the most engaging digital tools that I like to use in my teaching is TED, and it's totally free. This short presentation, I'm going to show you how to create a lesson. First, we're going to use YouTube videos as prompts, and we're going to set it up. We're going to add some introduction and create multiple choice questions. I decided to use true or false questions, and I designed 10 of them. Then I added some articles for extended reading. I also enabled a discussion forum for students to exchange their thoughts and ideas. Finally, I added a quote from some inspiration. So let's see what it looks like when we publish this lesson. You can share it on various digital media, but on this occasion I'm just going to copy to the clipboard to show you what it looks like. Voila! This is your lesson. Your students can now watch this video. They can also answer these questions, true or false as we designed them. They can also dig deeper and read the article that's linked here. And they can also discuss their thoughts and ideas in the forum. Finally, they can find some inspiration in this quote. If you want to create digital content that is engaging and inspires creative thinking, you have to think about challenge and skill levels. When you strike the right balance, it puts the students in a state of flow. They like what they're doing and they are enthusiastic about learning. The well-balanced activities release the happy brain chemicals, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphin. The acronym DOSE is a daily dose of a superpower that stimulates creativity and metacognition. So if you want to create engaging digital content, there are a few things you have to bear in mind. Number 1. Create tasks which are intrinsically rewarding. When your students face a challenge but have the capacity to solve it, their brain will release dopamine, which in turn will increase their motivation and love for learning. Number 2. Foster teamwork but choose the members wisely. When students trust each other, they create healthy relationships which stimulate the release of oxytocin. Through peer learning and collaboration, students will easily acquire new knowledge with zest. 3. Make your students happy by giving them control of their own learning. Such agency will drive their interest and inspire them to investigate and explore various concepts. Learning will become an enjoyable experience. Serotonin will rise and they will dive for more. Number 4. Inspire creativity in your classroom. Invite students to use their imagination to produce the evidence of their learning and turn it into formative assessments. Ask them to reflect on their accomplishments and allow their endorphins to create positive reactions. Finally, to weave a collective impact story, try to put all these activities together, give them various perspectives, and illuminate paths to learning success. Balance the skill level and the challenge level to create flow, and scaffold your students in all 3 domains of learning: cognitive, psychomotor, and affective. I hope that I inspired you. Get your daily dose of happy brain chemicals and enjoy your learning experience at EdTech Summit. Bye!
My name is Oda Bjerknes and I'm a Maths and Science Pedagogue in Espira Park, which is a Maths and Science Centre for children of the age of 5 and 6, which is their last year of kindergarten before school in Norway. Espira Park started out as a visiting centre, but when COVID hit in March 2020, I could no longer take visitors. I had to think new, like how could I reach the children without meeting them face to face? I tried different ways, but then in December of 2020, I started uploading videos on YouTube. The idea was to inspire children to explore maths and science in a fun and creative way. Today, I want to talk about the work I do on YouTube and how I create engaging digital content for children of kindergarten age there. A video can look like this.
Hey,
Look what I found in my kitchen cabinet. I found vinegar and baking soda. Do you know what happens when I mix these up? Do you want to try? First of all, I'm going to put some vinegar in my cup. Do you think that's enough? And then we're going to add some baking soda. Look at the bubbles! There's so many bubbles it couldn't fit in the cup. Listen. Can you hear that? It sounds like soda. It doesn't smell like soda though. I think it's the vinegar that stinks a bit. I wonder what else I got in my kitchen cabinet. I'm gonna go have a look, and I'll see you next time. The first point that I want to get across is how my videos is just an inspiration for the children to explore maths and science themselves. Only watching my videos would be entertainment. The learning starts with the children do the activities themselves, and that means with their own hands. Hands-on. This brings me to how the experiments and activities must be done with both available and safe material and ingredients. Further on, it's good to remember that the physical environment sets the mood and visual digital effects can help engage. My videos is available for all Norwegian-speaking children because they're uploaded on YouTube. I get feedback from both educators and parents that children show great interest in my videos and that they get inspired to do maths and science activities themselves. Because the experiments are so low-key and easy to do, it's easier for the adults to let the children do them. When children do the activities, they get learningful experiences with maths and science. And this is really positive because they get healthy attitudes towards the subjects based on their own curiosity and desire to explore. The YouTube channel is slowly growing. We haven't done a systematic evaluation of the usage of the videos yet, but we know that the 107 kindergartens that we own use the videos as inspiration for work. Thank you for letting me share my experience. I really believe that engaging digital content can be useful in children's learning and education.
Hello lovely people, my name's Stephen Colbert. I'm a Global Teacher Prize finalist from 2021 and I teach in Brunswick Secondary College in Melbourne, Australia. So what I'm going to present to you today is 6 different ways that you can make use of the videos that you produced over the previous 2 years when we had to do things a little bit differently and teach via online means. Now the idea is how we can bring those videos, those resources, those things that we made and make them more engaging in the classroom space.
Okay, so we've got 6 categories of how to apply the videos that you've produced. The first, we're not really going to focus on too much, but it's basically direct instruction or lecturing. So this is what you're probably familiar with already. It's traditional in the positive sense of the word. You're delivering content to your students. So as we move through the 6 steps, you'll see that we're moving a little bit away from that, and we're freeing up the teacher as much as possible to engage with the students rather than merely speak at them. The second option is shared viewing. So essentially you've made a video and you're going to be displaying it to your students live in class. So this gets a bit confusing because you're showing a video of yourself teaching something while standing next to them when you could be teaching them. There's a number of different reasons that you might do this. You might want to pause it, explain things, ask questions, prompt that students are awake, those sort of things as you go along. But shared viewing is a truly legitimate and interesting approach to teaching this stuff. Third option is something that we call the partial flip. So you're going to be partially flipping your content. Flipped basically means that the work that's normally done in class is done at home and vice versa. So the idea is that if you think of Bloom's taxonomy, you've got your basic knowledge down the bottom and then you've got application at the top. You're going to be trying to get some of that basic information done at home so that you can get to applying as soon as possible. All right, so a partial flip in the actual classroom means that some things you're delivering via video, probably things that are evergreen, things that will always be true. It might be rules for mathematics, it might be spelling structures for English, things that need to be referred back to multiple times. And for more novel and once-off explanations, you're going to be doing that direct instruction lecture style.
All right, the fourth option is in-class station rotation. So I want you to picture a number of different tables around a room, and you could have these based around skill level. So you could have, your highly accomplished students at a particular table working on a more advanced skill, a middle group, a lower group, and so forth. Or you could have it in a sequential manner. So they need to pick up this knowledge here before moving on to the next one. And you can have students staying and rewatching videos as much as they need at each station before progressing to the next one. Option number 5 is our blended or flexible mode of delivery. So we're bringing together 3 things: our in-class work, our video work, and a range of other online capacities that we have in our class. So it's flexible in the sense that if you feel like your students need some direct instruction, they need some one-to-one connection or some whole class connection to the class, you can do it flexibly. If students haven't been viewing their work at home, so they're not prepared for the lesson, you can break them into groups based on that, and just being a lot more flexible than some of the other options. All right, option number 6 is the full flip. So a full flip basically means that all of the background work is done outside of class time. So if you think of a university, the lecturers produce their video lectures, they've given you a reading list, they've given you a textbook. All the content that you need to understand is external to what you actually do in the class. So that means that once you come into the class, you can kind of be having discussions and really going deep into the content that you already have a shared background knowledge of. This is what we call the full flip model.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to bring back our 3 video makers, please. So can I please have Oda, Ify, and Lana back on the screen? Welcome, ladies. Welcome, welcome. And well done for your fantastic presentations. They were absolutely inspiring. I'm going to be asking you some questions now. And again, remember, guys, this particular theme is called How to Create Engaging Digital Content. So my first question is going to be to Oda. Oda, can you please tell me what has been the benefit of your amazing videos when your students saw these at home on their TVs? And just to say, I was giggling so much because I'm going to go home now, or actually I am home. I'm going to go to tell my own children to play in my kitchen. But go ahead, tell us what has been the impact in your classroom.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have to say, like, the number one advantage of making the videos is that I can reach so many more children. I used to have a certain, just a few children around the table when we were doing science experiments, and now I can reach so many. So that's like the number one. And then it's fun that you say that you want to go do it, or you want to send your children to do it, because I feel like when I can make the videos, I can also be at my best. So I'm energetic and happy, and and if I fail a bit, I can do it again or something. Do you know what I mean? So it's sort of me at my best as a teacher. So inspiring the children to do it themselves.
No, that's wonderful. And from what I got from you, the whole essence of what you were trying to do in your classroom is all about investigation. It's about making sure there's lots of curiosity happening. And I think those were the key pointers. And it was brilliant. So well done. Now, I'm going over to you, Ify. What I really particularly got from your video was the co-creation. Was the fact that you were working with your students to use the software. So what was it like co-learning and co-teaching with your child?
It's actually a two-way learning process. It's beautiful to see that instruction becomes student-centered. When your child is able to tell you, I want to do this, I want to create this, and you're just able to act as a facilitator, act as a help, and not really loading it over the child and not really telling the child what to do. So instruction becomes student-centered, and you would see that because I was asking her a lot of questions. What would you like to create? Why would you like to create this? She was able to think critically and prefer a solution. She was able to say, you know what, I want to create this. And I said, why do you really want to create this? And she said, this is why. So at some point, I got her thinking, I got her saying, she was actually thinking of the reason why she wants to do this. So it gets children to think critically. It gets children to prefer solutions in their own way, without us telling them what to do. And at the end of the day, it helps them become independent learners, independent solution providers in their sphere of influence. So it's very important that instruction becomes student-centered and the teacher serves as a facilitator of knowledge. Yes.
No, excellent. I completely agree with you. And now moving on to you, Lana. Lana, I absolutely love your presentation because what you made sure that we all kept close to our hearts was that it had to be all about fun and happiness, that in order for a child to achieve that the content had to be created so that it made sure it did hit those high challenge and high skill flow goals. So my question is to you, and it's quite a tricky one, but what are the challenges that a teacher may face when trying to create content like this that's so rich in terms of providing energy and happiness for young people?
Well, I think it's all about motivation. Sometimes, you use all your resources and you still can't catch that, moment with your students when they're motivated to learn, because motivation usually comes from inside. So you actually have to think about how to ignite that curiosity, how to bring that from within. And the other thing is on the other end of the continuum, I think, and that's overexcitement of, oh, let's do it. And then you have that energy that you really have to learn how to channel. So these are the things I believe that are quite challenging for teachers.
No, I'm sure. And I mean, my biggest concern when I remember I am the person who is not that great when it comes to technology, using technology, is how can I make sure that every single lesson has this particular type of energy and content. So before we move on to our next section, our next lot of videos, I've got one very final question. And ladies, I'd really appreciate it if you can summarize very quickly. If you had to encourage an educator who lacks confidence to create a digital lesson or content, what would be the best advice you can give them? So very quickly, I'm going to ask Lana to go first.
Well, now you caught me. I think I'm prepared. Yes, it is. I believe important to understand that using technology is not just about technology. It is also about pedagogy. So if you add that element of pedagogy, and when you think metacognitively about the ideas that you're putting into your creative digital content and the activities, then you have to understand the learning process. And I think that it's very important to strike this right balance, as you mentioned that diagram, right? When you have the flow is actually what's important for the learning process. This is when the students and the teachers and all learners actually learn best because they're happy about their learning.
Thank you very much. Same question to Ify.
Okay, so first of all, I always tell teachers, it all starts here. It all starts in the mind, right? And it all starts with, how do you see learning? If learning to you as a teacher is fun, then it will just, it will affect the child positively, and the child will see learning as fun. So it all starts here. How do you see the learning process? How do you see integrating technology in instruction, right? And when you see that this is very effective, this is fun, a lot can be achieved, I believe that the outcome, the learning outcome from both the teacher and the student will be achieved. And also, I talk about planning. It's very important for a teacher to plan the lesson, very important. Yes, there'll be some, there'll be some insights in between, but it's very important to plan your lesson before it happens, and you will just be assured of excellence at the end of the day. Thank you.
No, I think that's fantastic advice. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And finally, Uda, what would you do? What would you say to people?
I think Lana and Ify has got really good points. And I think also it's about just doing it, like just try.
Yes.
yeah, just start and try, and then, you know, we fail and then we do it again, and that's how we all learn, isn't it?
No, absolutely right. It's about getting out of that comfort zone and just pushing yourselves off and seeing what's happening. Amazing. Well, thank you so much, ladies. And I'm now going to hand over to Jim, who's going to take us through our next section of this masterclass.
Thank you, Andrea, and our dear speakers. Let's now move on to the second segment, how to assess using online learning tools. Let's get ready to watch the videos.
Hello, dearest educators and teachers. My name is Esther Monio Armiokai, and I am a language teacher at Language. Language is a fully online language school, and there I teach English, French, and Portuguese. Today, I'll be showing you how to assess using online learning tools. Because my school Language operates fully online, I have had to interact with and assess my students using different learning tools. So here are two things we need to understand as teachers. Firstly, assessment is beyond evaluating a student. It is also a way for us to get feedback from them and for them to learn. Secondly, understanding your assessment goal is key. My two assessment goals as a language instructor are retention and immersion. What does that mean? In my context, I give daily assessment to my students to keep them in contact with the language and give them a consistent learning infrastructure. In other words, I am not necessarily evaluating the knowledge of a particular topic, but I am creating an environment for immersion. Because I understand my assessment goals, I use two approaches: video games and dialogue simulation. Who doesn't like video games? Now I'm going to show you how I create and implement these two approaches. To create video games, I use this platform Couch. I click on the create button in the top right corner, and I have the option to create a new one or create with a template. This is the question interface. I start typing my question here where I have start typing your question. I include my options right here, and I could also insert a media. Could be a picture, a video, or an audio. But I prefer GIFs because they are very funny. See, after you have included your questions and the options, you can proceed to duplicate, and then you could make your game a quiz, true or false, type answer, puzzle. You could even collect your students' opinions. We are in my Couch library now. I have quite a number of games. Let's play one and experience it, how the students do. Yeah, the answer is correct. In my classroom, I noticed that this cupboard feature enables students to intensify their learning unconsciously. Let's move to the second approach. My second approach to evaluation is called dialogue simulation. What I do is to write a short story and then animate it using Canva. On Canva, there are various templates for animation, and you can choose any of them, or you can build your own from scratch, which was what I did with this particular one. Taking this for example, I wrote about a particular boy's family. We read it in class. To simulate dialogue, my students read the story in class. After that, they reproduce it using their context. This approach enables them to not only learn the vocabulary, but also to use the vocabulary. So, dearest teachers, while you understand your assessment goals and approaches, remember that the best way to assess a student is through play. Let them enjoy the process, and you'll be surprised at how much they would be able to learn even through assessments.
Hello everyone, I'm Alberto. And I am Mario, and we are super excited to be here with you. This is our second T4 event. And I'm sure you're wondering who are these two guys that look exactly the same and have this weird accent. Well, we are the E-twins, and we are originally from Spain, and we moved to Utah, United States 5-6 years ago. We are a school teachers. I teach 6th grade and I teach 5th grade at a Spanish immersion school, which means that we teach everything in Spanish: science, social studies, language arts, and of course, Spanish. In the last couple of years, we have a huge difficulty. Teachers were facing this problem. How do we assess students online? Students that can be across the street or in the other part of the world. And we came up with this idea. What about if we use video games to assess learning? We are huge fans of video games. We play video games in our free time, and we play video games, well, we don't play, we use video games, in our classes. And we use these video games to assess the learning of our students. Our mission as teachers is develop the whole child, not just work on memorization or not just work in collaboration. That's why this is a huge advantage of video games. We are developing the whole child while we assess students in their learning. We are getting them ready for the future, working on those skills that will be key for them to be successful in their future working environment. And how do we do this? Well, we have came up with 3 steps you need to take to assess learning online with video games. Number 1, design a rubric. Like in every project, we need to design a rubric to set expectations, and we need to give the rubric to them. We give the rubric to them. In this case, you can see a rubric of ancient Egypt. With this rubric, they know what they need to build or what they need to prove. Second step, choose the video game. We have here 2 examples that we use in our classroom to build different ancient civilizations or to build different ecosystems. First one, Fortnite. I'm sure you have heard about Fortnite, one of the most popular, one of the most famous video games in the world. But Fortnite has a creative mode. It's not violent, nothing about killing people, it's just about build, about create. And it has a great use in classrooms around the world. Second video game, Minecraft. Minecraft is the same than Fortnite creative, this huge sandbox that students can create, build anything from ancient Greece to different ecosystems to the water cycle. So this is huge. These 2 video games are really important and really good to develop those skills in our students and also assess their learning. Number 3, a student plan. They need to follow a plan. They need to follow a timeline. In this case, we have divided in 2 steps. Number 1, designing the timeline. We need to give them a specific timeline with different checkpoints we are gonna check that they are in the right path, that they are following our instructions, and that they are doing what they are supposed to do. And number 2, we need to organize the task. They need to come up with a list of things that they need to do and with a map. Here you can see an example of one of my students that created a map, to place everything they were going to build. It's really important that they organize what they are going to build and how before they jump into the video game. A map, it's really important, list of tasks, and we are ready to go. The video games are global, develop the whole child and are engaging. We love video games, we love to use them in our classes. We hope that you can start to do the same because you are gonna see how huge it is and how big the potential is. Thank you everyone for being here with us. Bye, see you soon.
Hello everybody, this is Fawzia Hamid from Beacon House School System, North Nazimabad, Primary 3, Karachi, Pakistan. It's an honor for me to be a part of one of the world's largest professional development event, and I would love to share my learning experience regarding how to assess using online learning tools. First of all, I would like to talk about Google Form. Here, specifically, I would like to talk about peer assessment, which I used as formative assessment. This is the Google Form. Peer assessment actually helped my learners to observe and peer assess their fellows through more critically with no time. It helps me to customize the instructions for different presenters by allocating different sections to different presenters. It also gives me an insight how many students have responded and how many students are left. Let me show you some glimpses from my live session. Here we go. Now moving on to look at the analysis. Many people think that it's applicable for both rural and urban areas. There are some people think that it's applicable for only urban area, and few people think that it's applicable for rural area. As you can see, that I just shared the responses on the screen and students were reflecting on each and other work, promoting the idea of a learner-centered learning environment. The second tool which I used was Laureate sticky note in order to take students' feedback. Okay, you simply need to log into laureate.com, give the title, set the background, do the required changes on the canvas, and post a sticky note with your instructions and simply share it with your learner, right? Let me show you some glimpses from my live session here as well.
Aisha, I think water is our life and we should save water for future generations. Yes. Aisha Athar says that I love this session and every project was really amazing. Thank you. Ashwini says that I have learned many different ways on how to conserve water. I've also learned that if we don't conserve water, there will be shortage of water on future generations.
All right, let me show you a screenshot from the Laureate wall. Let me talk about some pedagogical point. The first point I would like to get across is assessment must align the learning goal, as depicted by Hannah and Detmer in their theory. Secondly, it is not only students' learning part, not only students' self-evaluation, but it is equally helpful for me to track my teaching progress and to see whether I have met the learning outcome or my students simply enjoyed being part of the learning journey without any notable takeaway. For me, peer assessment as well as student feedback help my learners to inculcate the spirit of reflection, which actually make them problem solvers and analytical thinkers. It enhances metacognition by thinking about their own thinking, be open to feedback and criticism, and plan ahead. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Melissa Schroeder-Reibel. I'm a grade 2-3 teacher at St. George German in Ontario, Canada. Today, I'm going to show you the digital tools that I use to assess student learning. I use OneNote and I use Class Notebook. We love using this tool because it helps our students stay organized, helps me stay organized, and it becomes a portfolio that students use to collect all of their working pieces throughout the year. Come on, I'll show you. We are now in the teacher-only section of my Class Notebook. I want to show you how to insert a PDF. We go to Insert, Printout, and once we find our file, we bring in the file, and then we're going to right-click and set Picture as Background. And now our students in real time can show their work, and we as educators can start assessing their learning. And the feedback that we give is immediate. My students also house all of their learning goals, success criteria, and anchor charts here in their OneNote. They never lose it. Students often use the annotation feature to work on and improve their writing. They love that I can give immediate feedback. I have several students who access the curriculum by using speech to text. Students dictate, and just as recently as a few weeks ago, we learned that if you hit the Windows H button, you can also bring up that dictate feature. My students are also learning to click on the immersive reader, and here students can enable their reading preferences. We often use just a single line ruler, and students can have their work read back to them, and they can listen for improvements. Of course, our reading progress snapshots go into our OneNote because this is our portfolio. We started this morning working on retells using a comic strip template. We quickly realized that Book Creator would also be perfect for this assignment. So let me show you Book Creator. Here we have Riley, who is doing the exact same assignment, but she's doing it in Book Creator. So she just scanned her QR code. She started a new book. She selected the comic strip template, and she is highly motivated by design, and she is using Book Creator to complete the very same comic strip assignment. Why use OneNote? Why use Book Creator to assess student learning? Because of the engagement piece. Our students simply do not want to stop showing and sharing their understanding using these incredible digital tools. Give it a try. Take care, everyone.
Now let us all welcome our amazing speakers. Teacher Esther from Nigeria, our amazing E-twins from the USA, Alberto and Mario, Teacher Fuzia from Pakistan, and Teacher Melissa from Canada. So congratulations, everyone. Those were wonderful videos. And let me start our discussion immediately. And I'm directing this question to Esther and our E-twins, Alberto and Mario. I love your idea of play in the Kahoot and games with the Minecraft and everything. But we all know that a lot of teachers are scared to use them because every time we use them in the classroom, you know how excited our students are, our learners, and they can, at some point, get out of hand and just focus on the game. What has been that one challenge that you have experienced when you've been using Kahoot or the play-based learning or game-based learning in your classes, and how have you addressed that one challenge? Let me start with Esther.
All right, thank you for that, and thank you, Vikas, for having me here. So like you said, it can be very addictive. They would want more of it, right? At times it gets uncontrollable. And how do I address that? We all know in my class that we get one count per day. It's by setting rules, right? You cannot leave the class lawless. So what I do is, okay, every day what we are doing is one count per day. They cannot get more than that, so it doesn't get uncontrollable and addictive. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. On to Alberto and Mario.
Hello everyone. First, thank you so much for having us today. We always say that the most important part is the organization and structure. So we divide our projects into three parts. It's like before we build, while we are building, and after we build. And like the part that we spend the most time in is before we build, because we need to create that organization, those checkpoints, and all of that, because when our students don't know what to do or when they don't have anything to do, that's when all the problems start, because they are going to start just being naughty and all of that. So if we give them a good timeline with checkpoints, we give them a good structure with maps, with like different tools, for them, like that is going to go very well.
We need to keep in mind that we are using Fortnite and Minecraft, which are video games at home, right? So we don't need to lose that perspective of why we are doing that. What's our final goal, right? Those are video games, yes, but also they are learning tools in the classroom, and we need to keep in mind what's our final goal, what we want them to learn by playing or using these video games.
Brilliant. Lovely answer, Alberto and Mario. On to Melissa and Fuzia. One word that really struck me from your video presentation is the idea of reflection, right? It's a peer reflection or peer feedback giving. In Fuzia's case and in Melissa, it's about self-reflection through the evidences that I've gathered and put them together in like a digital portfolio. The question that I have is, how does reflection empower students to become better learners, especially in online learning where academic honesty and integrity is a very much a big question, right? So how does that empower our online learners or our students?
In my classroom, we always say that we're never finished. Just because the time has ended for that particular session of the class doesn't mean that that task is done. We can always add more thoughts. We can always change. We can revise. We can always revisit a task even a couple of weeks later and see how differently we would approach that task, that subject. We can always share more ideas. We can take ideas away. So we're always asking our students to reconsider, revisit, and to, as you said, to continuously engage in that reflection process.
Thank you, Melissa. Fuzia?
Yes, reflection is something very important, not only for your professional development, but for your personal development as well. And what we used to do is we always used to have some backup plans ready in our lessons, so that if in any case we are not able to use that platform, we are able to make our students, be a part of learning journey as well. For example, we used to have the Google Meet sessions, and we used to give the links to the chat box, right? At times there were some students who were not able to use that link for that particular moment, so we asked them that, okay, you may do it later on, we will keep it open for some particular time. And what I used to do is, I always used to present my lessons through Google Slides. And in those Google Slides, I used to, as a backup plan, I always ask my learners to, send me the recorded sessions of their videos as well. Like just now we had that, we all have, watched our videos first, and now we are having a discussion. So as a black, although my students, they presented their water type, prototypes over there, live in the session. But yes, there was one of my student, who somehow could not attend that session, the live session. So but I had his video, so I simply played his video, and students were able, and when the link was shared, everybody was able to see his work and to peer assess. And it really, give them an ownership of learning, that
Thank
how
you.
can we learn from each other.
All right, thank you, Fozia. And I'm directing our last question to everyone. If you were to give an advice to all, a piece of advice to all our teachers watching us, what's that most important thing, or non-negotiable, or maybe the most essential thing that they need to consider when they're designing digital or online learning assessments? So again, your last piece of advice to our teachers. What's the most important thing that they need to consider when designing online learning assessments?
I'm going to jump in and I'm going to say, especially for those teachers who are somewhat hesitant, let your students' motivation, their enthusiasm guide you. Try it once, and once you see their reaction, that will encourage you to keep going and trying again. And then you will just be building your toolbox, your repertoire of online tools. And then it's organic. You have to trust the process. It will happen. Do it for your students, because we know it's the best for them. And then you will be able to find the right tool for the right student for the right task.
Thank you, Melissa.
All right.
And well, sorry, Esther, you can go. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I would like to say, like I said in my video, you need to understand your evaluation goal. Why do you want to evaluate your student? I'm a language teacher. My context is peculiar, right? When you understand your context, you'll be able to understand your goals and then get the right platforms. Now, there are many platforms out there. You really need to learn. Teachers are facilitators of learning, and they're also learners themselves. It took me a while to get the right platform, but I kept exploring and exploring. And I don't think there's a day I wouldn't use Canva. I use Canva every day now, and I get better at it every day. So that's what I would say. You need to understand your context, research, learn, and then you can be able to use the right tools and approaches for your students.
Thank you, Esther. Alberto and Mario.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say something very, very similar to what Esther said. It is super important that we need to keep in mind what our goal is. All of these new or online learning platforms and tools, they are very shiny. Sometimes we jump into the new shiny thing, but we need to keep in mind, what do we want to achieve? Like our pedagogy goal. Okay, we want to do this. If it is an assessment or a project, whatever, with this new tool, are we going to be able to do it? If the answer is yes, go ahead and do it. If the answer is nothing changes, I could do it with paper and pencil, like just maybe try a different platform or try something else. This about digital transformation and how to do it with a purpose.
Yeah, we every time we use a new tool or we are looking at starting using a new tool, we ask ourselves, is this tool going to allow me to do something that I couldn't do without this tool? If the question is yes, go ahead and use the tool because it's going to bring something new to you and something new to your students. If the answer is no, this tool is not going to allow me to do anything different, don't use it. Even if it is shiny and great and your students have so much fun, we don't need to lose perspective of why we are here. We are teachers and we need to achieve those learning goals.
Thank you. And last but not the
Uh,
least, Fozia.
Yes, I would second all of them that yes, assessment must align the learning goals, and we must keep this thing in our mind. And whenever we are integrating technology, it has to be meaningful. It has to be meaningful. And it should not only be just a substitute that I am using it instead of paper and pen, but it needs to have some functional improvement we must have using those technological tools, and we must make our learners move from the enhancement level to the transformation level, and this is how the learning journey continues and it never ends.
Lovely insights, dear speakers, dear teachers, and I love that we're returning. Well, the conversation's always going back to what are our goals, the why behind using these things, and I love what our E-twins has mentioned a while ago. Like, what do we want to happen? What do we really want to see in our students, and motivating them, like what Melissa has mentioned, and of course, Esther pointing out also the why, the goal behind, and not losing perspective as well. So lovely conversation here, dear speakers. And it's so amazing if you look at the comment section also. We also have teachers sharing their technology tools and agreeing with what you've said. So well done, our dear speakers. Now, let me welcome my co-moderator, Andrea, to introduce the next segment. Andrea, I think you're on mute.
Of course I am. Thank you very much. That was such a great session. Thank you, Jim. Gosh, picked up lots of information from there. So in our third part of our teacher masterclass, we're looking at a very tricky subject, and the subject we're going to be looking on is how to ensure learner safety in online learning. Let's go and watch some videos from our fantastic teachers.
Hello everyone, my name is Ana Eliker. I'm a teacher in the south of Brazil. I want to invite you to discuss why it is important to think about safe and online learning for your students. In Brazil, I developed a digital literacy project that impacted over 70 teachers and their students. Why is this important, and how did I develop the project? I believe that digital literacy comprehends the complexity of transformations we experience in the digital world, and we, who are teachers, need to be prepared for future trends and for an education for the 21st century. The first step was to ask students how we can learn more about the subject. Every project must have student input. Together, we wrote guidelines and set standards, considering learning interests and social conditions. In addition to the classroom, we were able to involve the community with workshops and information. The second step was to start studying the subject on the cell phones or the computer, but with a class on security first, for example, personal information safety and how to keep passwords safe. We asked them if there were more issues to be dealt with. In the classroom, they transformed information into technology. First, they discussed with other students verifying information to avoid fake news. As a result, now the students know how to make good choices, know how to use information, and have a collaborative learning experience. Digital technologies are essential in education. We need to use them safely and take them into dynamic learning and cooperative experiences.
Hello everyone, my name is Candelaria Durruti. We're going to talk about how to ensure learner safety in online learning. I come from Buenos Aires, Argentina, where I lead the Google Educator Group, and I also work as a digital learning coach at St. George's College North, a student-centered school where technology is considered to be a positive disruptor in all of our lessons. So imagine how important it is to ensure learner safety. Yes, how do we do this? Through the Digital Citizenship Program, actually through Google's Digital Citizenship Program, which is called Be Internet Awesome. One of the things I like about this is that it gets the whole community involved, not only educators and students, but also families. So in their webpage, yes, beinternetawesome.withgoogle.com, yes, you will find plenty of resources for all the members of the community, and a little gem, which is Interland, yes, a video game where students put into practice all the digital citizenship traits. Yes, so through this program, yes, getting all the members of the community involved, and through choice boards, which I will show you in a second, I deal with the 5 traits of digital citizenship, which are aligned with the ISTE standards as well. These are alert, brave, strong, kind, and smart. Yes? So, as I was saying, I chose to use choice boards, yes, especially because of the intrinsic motivation this generates in students. The fact that they can choose how to carry out the task, yes, gets them really, really motivated. And I also get to cater for different learning styles because I offer different stimuli, yes, some visual options, perhaps something for the kinetic ones, something for the musical ones, okay? So let me show you one of these. These amazing templates were created by a colleague of mine, yes, and they tackle each of the 5 traits I have just discussed. There are 4 stages here that go deeper, yes, into the topic. So first we discover, then we deepen, then we connect, and finally we create. Yes, we create through a video or through a poster, depending on the choice of our students. So, as I told you, there are choice words for each of the 5 traits, yes, smart, safe, brave, alert, and kind. And the idea is to assess this whole process at the create stage, yes, which gives an extra motivation because I'm giving this project a purpose, an audience, yes. Will it be shared at school assemblies? Will it be shared among groups? Yes, perhaps I assign a trait to different groups and then students are the one who share it with one another, okay? And I like going for peer feedback because in this process, we are also training the traits.
Hi everyone, I am Nico Foss and I'm a grade school language and literature teacher and an EdTech coach from Xavier School San Juan, Philippines. 2 years into the pandemic and the landscape of education has never been the same. Having to teach online, still one of the biggest concerns is the digital security of our learners. So why do we value it in the first place? Because number 1, data. Number 2, information. We want our students to be safe and ensure the continuity of learning even online. But this would also mean that there are vulnerabilities. And vulnerabilities would also lead to exploits. In the past 2 years, the attacks have been relentless. There are cyberbullying, Zoom bombers, hackers, and even malware attacks. Now the question would be, how do we ensure learner safety in online learning? Now, I would like to summarize my points into 3 parts, which is the pie: policies, infrastructure, and education. So, policies. First, you have to review your country's policies regarding data and information. Here in the Philippines, we have the Data Privacy Act and the Cybercrime Law, all to ensure and safeguard the data and information of our students. Second, infrastructure. And this includes devices, networks, and internet, among other things. What are the practical tips for our infrastructure to work? Recommend specs for devices. Make an inventory on efficient and appropriate apps and websites for your classes. Enable security features of software and device. As you can see, sometimes you just really need to read terms and conditions. Lastly, use external technologies like mobile device management in order for you to manage the screen time of your students. Then we have education. We need to educate our learners, our parents, and our teachers about digital citizenship. We strengthen homeschool partnership and create an ecosystem of safe and secure learning environment by providing social emotional support for our students and even proper handling of incidents such as academic dishonesty, cyberbullying, etc. When we improve our policies, infrastructure, and education, we can better guide our students on how to navigate the online world and also ensure their safety in online learning. It's just a matter of what works for you and your context. That would be all, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to my wonderful colleagues. Can I have you join me now on the screen? Welcome,
Hi
welcome,
there.
welcome,
Hello.
welcome. Hello.
How are you, Andrea?
Hi. I'm really excited to be talking with you, actually. So welcome to Anna, Candelania and Nikos. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, this is the topic, isn't it? This is the tricky one that we have, because we've got all this incredible technology to our hand, but behind it, there is a dangerous world, really, a dangerous world for our students. And we've got to make sure we protect them. But it's not just them we're protecting, it's ourselves as teachers, and it's us, and it's also the families, what's going on beyond. So Anna, lovely to have you with us. My first question to you is, how do you make sure that you engage the families?
Hi, everyone. I'm going to be translating here to Ana and supporting her in her participation. Ana, a pergunta é como que você engaja as famílias e consegue o apoio deles?
Então, bom dia, que bom estar aqui com vocês. É uma honra estar participando desse evento. Para fazer esse engajamento com as famílias, é através dos próprios alunos e de conhecimentos específicos que eles estão trabalhando, estudando. Eu sempre procuro começar o aprendizado partindo de algo que já são comum a eles. Por exemplo, tem um pai que é especialista em determinado assunto. Esse pai é convidado a falar para os demais, e assim a gente vai formando uma rede, tanto com pais quanto com comunidade. A gente começa pelos mais próximos e tenta sempre trazer todos.
So Anna is saying it's a great honor to be here, and she's saying that she engages parents through the students. So she invites the students to invite their parents to come to the school, to talk to them about something that they are experts on, and then the parents start to engage in the activities that she's proposing to students as well, and she's able to have a better relationship with them about this specific topic.
Okay.
And of course, that's such great practice, isn't it? Because what we're doing is we're strengthening not just our young people, our children's ability to use technology, but we're helping the families as well. Nico, can I ask you, have you had any challenges in terms of parental engagement? For example, how did you tackle technology literacy with your families?
Right, that's a wonderful question, Andrea. Well, I always believe, and our school always believe, that it's a homeschool partnership, a partnership between teachers, parents, and other stakeholders. And with that, it's a collective effort to really talk about and to really engage our parents with a discussion on the importance of digital learner safety. Now, in our case, we always want our student or our parents to be involved. So before the school year starts, we want to make sure that we are on the same page, that we want our students to be always on task and to be safe navigating to our online learning.
So give me an example of what you do.
Right. So in our case, we do digital citizenship learning series with our students and with our parents, and we also had our documents uh, that contain our protocols on what we do to in order for us to ensure the safety of our students. Now, there are instances that sometimes our parents may disagree on. For example, we have this thing what we call the mobile device management, wherein there's an external app where we can manage the screen time and also restrict the apps that should be used during classes. Now, we want to make sure that these protocols are in place, and even if some parents disagree, we want to make sure that we are doing this for the safety of our students.
No, absolutely. And before I get to you, Candelania, can I just speak to Anna once more, please? Now, Anna, we were talking about your digital literacy. From the work that you've done within your community, what's the one key message that you think has been vital in communicating?
Ana, você está falando de alfabetização digital, né, letramento digital. Pela sua experiência, qual foi a mensagem principal para falar com a sua comunidade escolar sobre esse tema?
A mensagem principal é a necessidade de nós formarmos aprendentes, alunos, com propriedade de transitar nesses espaços digitais com proeficiência, se cuidando, se mantendo de uma certa forma protegido. Então, quando nós começamos o trabalho, desenvolver esse trabalho de alfabetização digital, de literacia digital, ele vai além daquele só usar. Ele vai usar, mas ele também vai ser produtor dentro desses espaços digitais. E a partir do momento que esse aluno, que esse aprendente começa a produzir, ele também tem que ter uma responsabilidade social muito grande. Então, todo o aprendizado parte dele, cidadão, dentro primeiro de uma esfera individual, depois para uma esfera coletiva e dentro de uma situação social que ele se encontra.
Thank you. The key message that Anna is telling us is that the student's not going to be only recipient or a user of technology. He's going to be producing technology as well. That's the goal. And if that's the case, it's even more important when talking about digital literacy to talk to students, to the school community about digital safety and learner safety in online learning, because when producing technology, they have even a bigger responsibility with their acts and what they're doing.
No, I can completely agree with that, because I know that in my school there is lots of conflicting conflicting issues when it comes to the use of mobile phones and how they're used. And there's one thing that I think, because technology is changing, and I think the go-to now is that our young people, they just prefer to be on their mobile phones and they've got all the information there, and this is their way of learning. How can we create a constant and a constant environment whereby across a whole school we can ensure that technology is being used safely, but every teacher is making sure that they are using the same language with their colleagues? Can I ask this question to Candelania, please?
Yes, of course. Well, I think that the idea, just like Nico said, right? I really like the fact that the three of us here are on the same page. We need to have a whole school approach to tackle digital citizenship and digital literacy, right? So not only talk about this with students, but also with parents and with the teachers as well. So we need to see what will be their guidelines here. Yes, what will be the use of technology in the classroom and how to guide our students for them to make a very sensible use of technology, right? So perhaps mobile devices are a great idea, but are those the best devices to learn? For example, at my school, we do have a bring your own device policy, but we aim at the use of Chromebooks, yes, being a Google reference school, rather than their cell phones for activities in their day-to-day lessons. So I think that this issue has to be tackled on these three sides of the pyramid, right? And have our teachers as well knowing the pillars of digital citizenship, what it is to be a good digital citizen, and how to make sure that we can be leaders as well in this sense, right?
No, you're absolutely right, and there's something that I'm thinking about, which I'll ask you right at the end, about protecting us as well. You know, how as educators can we protect ourselves? So just have a think about that question. But Candelina, can I please just carry on talking to you, because I was really fascinated and love this system of that you've introduced into your classroom of being alert, brave, strong, kind, and smart. Tell me, how has that impacted the child from when they first were introduced that particular program to later on, maybe further on in their careers? What's been the impact of that?
Well, I must say super positive, right? From those 5 adjectives, the one I like the most is kindness, yes. So I try to keep that as a core and have all the other adjectives around it, because the motto for kindness is to use internet to spread positivity, which is such an important word these days, right? So I think that everything sort of branches from there. Think what is my digital footprint and how do I want to make the most of it? So when we start from there, the other adjectives just come along, just are part of the whole program, right? Being alert, trying to take care of our friends online as well, you know, and staying safe all the time. So once they became aware of this, then they started like thinking about their daily actions on the web, yes, and online, and when playing online games, and they started identifying little changes that they could make, and they started identifying positive actions as well, things that they want to keep, things that they want to spread. So that was the starting point for sure.
Excellent. And how long have you been doing this program, delivering this program for?
Well, I've done it since the pandemic began, to be honest, because we realized that technology was a great ally for online lessons, but it also had a side, right? It's a sort of double-edged sword. So we started talking about digital citizenship, and we started, like I said in my video, from a student-centered approach, right? The students were the protagonists of this process, and they were the ones who explored the 5 pillars, the 5 traits, and explained it to their friends. So on this first person approach, everyone could really own the program, yes, and think about how they carried it out in their day-to-day lives.
No, and that leads me on to a really interesting question for us, actually. So there's been on social media, there's been some really unfortunate videos that have been posted by students whereby we teachers have been the victims. How can we make sure that as educators we are protecting ourselves? Can I please ask this question to Anna?
Ana, a pergunta é sobre redes sociais e como os próprios professores podem se proteger também desse tipo de exposição, que muitas vezes um aluno pode ter um vídeo que vai online expondo o professor. Então, como que o professor também está seguro no uso de plataformas digitais, redes sociais no ambiente escolar?
Então, primeiro, toda a formação da aula ela é feita através de questionamentos. Então, eu faço perguntas para os alunos e já estimulo ele a buscar as respostas. Por exemplo, assim, como eles vão manter as senhas deles seguras, como eles vão manter, por exemplo, informações pessoais de forma segura. E quando eles começam a refletir sobre isso, eles também têm que pensar no outro. Vocês já viram? Começa com perguntas bem simples, assim, com eles, mas fazer eles questionar sobre isso, da responsabilidade que eu tenho com o social, do estar ali, do quanto é importante eu manter no individual e no coletivo a responsabilidade com as pessoas que estão ali. Tanto eu quanto a aluna, tanto o meu colega, quanto o professor da minha sala, quanto o professor da outra turma e quanto a comunidade. Então, eu sempre busco, através de perguntas simples, através dessa formação, eu, cidadão responsável, e sempre com muitos questionamentos. E se fosse contigo? O que a gente pode fazer para evitar? Eu pego, às vezes, notícias bem simples que saem. Vamos ver como essa notícia, por exemplo, saiu em diversas formas. Como ela foi no Twitter, como ela saiu no Insta, como ela saiu no Face, como ela saiu num site de notícias, para eles perceberem o quão a palavra pode ser dita de forma a denegrir a imagem de alguém e como ela teria que ser dita. Então, eu trago os celulares para a escola, a gente faz palestras com os pais, no tempo, na permanência daquele aluno ali, que tanto hoje a tecnologia ela deve ser usada a favor da educação e não contra, e não é uma coisa pejorativa, não é uma coisa cansativa, ela é importante. E é nós, professores, que vamos levar essa informação e auxiliar ele se construir como um cidadão desta forma.
There was a lot of information for me to translate, but I'll do my best. I think that the main thing answering your question was by asking students to reflect about their safety. So how do they keep their passwords safe? How do they keep their personal information safe? She's also teaching the students to reflect about the safety of others. So putting themselves in the teacher's shoes, putting themselves in their parents' shoes to reflect if that has an effect on them, how could that affect others?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And finally, can I just ask Nico? Nico, do you have anything further to say to add to that?
Right. Okay. So I'm just gonna add, in our case in the Philippines, we do have laws that policies. Perhaps in my video, as you can see in my pie, the trifecta of the framework wherein we can follow through on how to improve digital learning safety for our students. So one, I mentioned about policies. When we talked about policies in the Philippines, we do have a Data Privacy Act. We have the Freedom Information Act, wherein students, the teachers can easily access and process data. But how can we protect our teachers? So with these policies enshrined in our laws of the land, we need our school policies as well to follow through and I'll be aligned with these policies. In that case, we as teachers will also be protected if we know the law.
No, and I think that's really important. It's we're going to start looking after ourselves as well and making sure that we are also protecting what is put out there. So thank you so much, everyone. I've really enjoyed this panel, and I'm now going to invite back my colleague Jim to introduce the next panel. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Andrea, and let us get ready to watch our next set of videos on how to design effective digital pedagogies.
Hi, I'm Nayara. I'm a teacher of Portuguese language and Brazilian literature in Bahia State System. I'll share a bit about my work with reading Brazilian literary classics using digital genres. Well, the genre I chose to do this project was the commented playlist. Why? It came from observing the class interests. The students in the class where this project was done love music and create many playlists on the Spotify platform. Then I thought, how can I associate students' interests and the curricular requirements? My goal was to work with argumentative and reading skills, having Brazilian literature classics as a starting point. I chose the classic Dom Casmurro to work with my class, and to develop this work, I used the digital genre commented playlist. What did I do first? The first step was to think of a literary challenge to engage the class. Exactly. The challenge would foster motivation and bring the class on board for the reading of this classic. I launched the following challenge. What if Capitu, the character from Dom Casmurro, had a playlist on Spotify? What songs would she listen to? Create a playlist with at least 6 songs that dialogue with the character from the Smashadian book. This was a challenge the students should complete by reading the classic. It will require a series of reading and argumentative skills, since the genre-commented playlist assumes the students write a text justifying their choices. So after launching the challenge, the next step was organizing the teams and creating the reading guides. I always enjoy working in groups, so they do collaborative activities, think, discuss, and create together. After assembling the groups, I organized the guides. The guides are supposed to lead the way in the reading. This way, I could mediate so that they would observe important aspects in the reading, as well as information that many times goes unnoticed by readers. Other than that, with the reading guides, I could also collect some data, information that helped me to personalize the classroom activities, the debates, construction and elaboration of products that were made while discussing the narrative. After that, the students created their playlist, wrote their justification, and at last presented it to the entire class, sharing their songs and discussing essential matters of the book coming from the analyzed character.
This masterclass will talk about how I use digital technologies so that my high school students can discover who they are and what it means to be creative by combining art with my physics curriculum. My name is Ian Fogarty. I teach chemistry, physics, and math to 16 to 18-year-olds at Riverview High School. It's a public school on the east coast of Canada. My students find comfort in wearing an identity of STEM and are very good at finding quick answers to tests and analyzing the results of a lab. However, they tend to get anxious when they live on the edge of the unknown, so we do year-long art projects that challenge their ideas of STEM and creativity. Tip number 1. Teach kids who are in front of you today, not content from the past. DNART is a wall panel of LED rings that represents a short portion of DNA. Motion sensors capture the movement of students as they walk down the hall and causes the light to scroll along a DNA sequence of insulin. Leo is an intelligent interactive light sculpture that mimics human emotion when it is triggered by human presence. Each of these require coding, electrical engineering, light and color, echolocation, along with laser cutting and 3D printing. These high-tech tools make students feel innovative, that they are doing something new, unique, and special, that you're teaching them today. Tip number 2. Technology helps students collaborate and create. As a teacher, I purposely build ample chances for students to make decisions as a group and have creative freedom. During the pandemic, half of my students were at home while the others were face-to-face. Video conferencing and shared collaborative documents let students offer suggestions, evaluate, and then make decisions. At first, the students were quick to move at their first possible solution, but as a teacher, I need to have a careful process to slow them down to review. The digital technology meant we could remind ourselves of our thinking and decide if we still thought the same way. The isolation of the pandemic showed us how important it is for students to build community. Tip number 3 is to bring students together in a meaningful way. In the art projects, I would break up students into expert groups so that some became expert solderers, others focused on designing the parts, or perhaps working on the code. Having all the information in one shared location and connecting them all together with a live once-a-week meeting meant that the builders could make suggestions to the people designing the shape of the parts and give feedback to the coders, even when students were gathered around the building or around town. Tip number 4, bring the outside world in. Many times, local experts are willing to mentor a new generation, but they do have their own responsibilities. Using video conferencing and asynchronous tech, guest experts can interact with students without giving up a whole day of work. We purposely have our weekly meetings at lunch so that our guests can attend during their lunchtime and not miss work. Technology brings the outside world into the classroom so they can follow their creative paths. I work hard to understand how each tool will impact how students interact with the world and with each other. Effective pedagogies in the digital world begins with a deep understanding of the learning tasks and then using a whole variety of tools for the right job.
Hi, I'm Steve Auslander. I am an elementary technology teacher in Indianapolis, Indiana, in the United States. I'm a Kahoot ambassador and a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert, and I'm excited to tell you guys about how I build community using connected Kahooting. Connected Kahooting means when multiple classes or multiple students, or even families in this case, play a Kahoot game at the same time together to build community. So I've been doing that for many years. I was a former Skype master teacher and a Microsoft Global Learning mentor, where my passion was to connect kids with other kids around the world to teach them how much they all have in common. When the pandemic hit in March of 2020, the world turned upside down. And I felt like it was my duty to figure out a way to get kids from my school to connect with other kids from my school so they had that sense of normalcy. So I created Family Kahoot Friday, where I wanted families from my school to play together as a family with other families from my school to play some Kahoot games together. And I advertised it on Facebook, and before I knew it, it wasn't just families from my school who wanted to play, but families from pretty much all over the country. So I opened it up to families from all over the country to play Family Kahoot Friday, where again, families would get together and they would play a Kahoot as a team with other families live at the same time. And what I found was if I made questions, some questions that the kids would know about Minecraft and Taylor Swift and things like that, and some questions that maybe the parents might know, then they really needed each other to do well. And it was an amazing thing. And before you knew it, it kind of started to grow and grow. And Kahoot heard about it and they asked me to write a blog post about it, and I did. And then magic happened. I started getting emails from all over the world asking me questions about Family Kahoot Fridays because these educators from around the world wanted to do it in their schools. That told me there's a need for this. So I did Family Kahoot Friday every Friday from March until July. Then January of 2021, our school went virtual once again. So I brought back Family Kahoot Friday and I made it just for my school district. I promoted it on social media and posted the link for the actual event because I made it a webinar. As a webinar, there's extra security features. Participants can't turn on their camera. They can't unmute themselves, so it's a little bit safer. I had various teachers from my district join me as panelists, so they were co-hosts, and we split up some of the tasks and made it a little bit easier for me. Highly encourage you to do having panelists on your webinars, should you go that route. My favorite part was when we did a Black History Month themed webinar for Family Kahoot, and a lot of the parents commented how they were so impressed by how much our district taught Black history to their students. A Family Kahoot Friday, not only is it a fun community building activity, it's a great way to highlight all the learning that the kids are doing and a way to show students that what they're learning is relevant because a lot of times the adults know it as well and can help them. And here's a pro tip. This is very, very important. If your game is not going to be a webinar, so webinars have higher security features. If it's going to be a regular Zoom or Teams call, you have to create a Google or Microsoft form to have families register and make sure that they put their email address 2 different times in case there's a typo. And what I do is once they register, about an hour or 2 hours before the game would begin, I would email families the Zoom or the Teams link to make sure that the game was safe. Here's another pro tip. If you do a district-wide Kahoot, in the nicknames, make sure that you tell the families to make their team name their family name. And if it's a district-wide one, make their family name followed by the abbreviation of their school. It helps keeping track of the leaderboard after each round. Here are some more tips. Make sure you know the ins and outs of your web conferencing system and that you know all the settings really well so you can mute and unmute. And also make sure you know the maximum number of participants who can be on a call at once. Make sure you know the difference between a regular call and a webinar and what fits your needs best. Feel free to use one of my games. So if you go to the Kahoot website and search in the filter for Family Kahoot Friday, you can use any of my Family Kahoot Friday games. They are public. Feel free to make a copy and use them with your community. Once again, I am Steve Auslander. Follow me on Twitter. I would love to hear from you if you have any questions or if you want to share how you are building community with Family Cahoots in your community. Take care, everyone.
Lovely videos by Ian and Steve and Nayara. Now, time to bring out Ian and Steve. Ian, well dressed. Hi, nice to finally meet you and see you again. And Steve, wonderful to meet you for the first time, even if it's virtual. I love your presentations. It's very different from each other, and they were so amazing. And I really love how you crafted your video. So congratulations on that. Let me start our discussion with Steve. Steve, I know that you've shared in your video about your motivation, about starting the Kahoot within your class and then extending it to your families. What was the initial reaction of your students and their families when you did that?
So there was actually enormous demand because of the situation of the pandemic, people feeling so isolated that it caught fire. When I posted the idea, just there was huge demand, and people loved it.
And I know that it progressed to a Kahoot Cup. And can you tell us more about the Kahoot? I don't think you mentioned much about it in your video, but we've heard about it. So can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, so the Kahoot Cup is actually very different. So Family Kahoot Friday is where families around the world play as a family with other families to kind of keep them connected. And you could do it just within your school or your district just to give your families a connected experience. The Kahoot Cup is an event. I've actually done it 5 years in a row, and it's a global event where kids from all over the world play representing their country against, or I should say with, other kids from all over the world. And the questions are all pop culture questions. And that's important because pop culture unites us all. Kids from Serbia or Sri Lanka or the United States, we all know about Minecraft. And what happens is at the end of the game, kids from all over the world find out they're more alike than they're different. We all have a lot of similarities. And so the one that I did March 15th, that was my 5th Kahoot Cup. I had 52 countries registered. I had over 3,000 students participate. I do it over 4 different time slots to accommodate various time zones. And it's just an amazing experience to see the photos and the videos online. And if that's something that any of the teachers around the world watching would like to participate in my Kahoot Cup next year, they can join the mailing list, and I could type the link in the chat so you can share that. But it's tinyurl.com/Kahoot Cup list.
All right, thank you, Steve. Now to Ian. Ian, I really love. I'm a Makerspace fan. I do that, but what you presented is really amazing, and I've seen how your students have enjoyed it. There were some questions in our comments, and I want to try to pick that up. In terms of making sure that everyone has access to the tools that you've been using, what are your thoughts about the question on accessibility and how these tools could be very expensive for some schools who might not have funding? So what are your ideas on making on this question?
That's a great question. Thank you so much. The businesses in the community are really good. And so I found that success leads to success, and using social media to get out into the world, here's what I'm doing. And so you talk to a student and say, this is our plan, this is our idea. We don't know if we're going to be able to do it or not. That drums up some excitement. And then we're very blunt. We don't have the money to do this, and we want to do some fundraising. And a parent will say, well, I have a company that will do this. I have a friend that will do that. And word of mouth happens pretty quick. And I do a lot of grant writing. And pro tip, get your students to do the writing. So a letter written from your students in English class about your Maker Faire proposal to businesses and communities works out really well. Partnerships are important, where I can go and say the school is willing to provide this amount of funding, the district is willing to provide that amount of funding, and we're now missing a little bit more funding. And most of the companies are willing to work with me. So I don't think I've ever paid full price for any kind of equipment ever. So it becomes a four-way partnership pretty quick, but involves a lot of writing. And I only am successful about 30% of the time, but I only need 30% of the time to be successful.
Thank you, Ian. Wonderful tip about fostering partnership with external communities, and even I think it's a community resource also. Tapping into the community resource. Answering the question on technology now, we have some question on integrating. You know how STEM or STEAM or arts and physics could be very challenging in integrating those things. You know how we struggle in doing that in the curriculum, especially if we were working on a very traditional curriculum. How did you start with that integration or interdisciplinary approach to foster STEM or STEAM in your class?
That's another great question. It started by looking at some of my students, right? Knowing my students and looking at them, and some of them feeling that they're not very smart because they're not doing very well, but they're smart in other ways. And I felt badly about having a really intelligent, gifted person leave my classroom all because they couldn't do a formula or something. And so we started to look for projects outside. And then the curriculum documents are amazingly flexible. When I first started, my physics teacher gave me a binder and said, this is the binder, this is what you're going to do. But when you actually look at the curriculum document, there's a lot of flexibility in a lot of those. And so I just started accessing them and saying, I'm going to look at page 47, outcome number 4.2, and page 62, outcome 3.7, and then found interesting ways for them to appear. But they don't all happen at once. They often happen in conferences, by inspiration, where I have this idea, I talk to a person because I know the background really well. When I talk to a person, this is how I could fit this in. And so sometimes it's a couple of years from when I think about something until it actually happens, because it's waiting for a good conversation in some place like this, and connecting with somebody in some place like this before I can put two and two together.
Yeah. Ian, what about getting your fellow teachers, for example, in your same grade level? You know how challenging how challenging it could be. Like, you have this idea, and then you have other teachers who might not be on board yet. How do you get them to be part of such interdisciplinary work?
Yeah. So at first, you got to be willing to take it on your own, and be willing to do it on your own for a little while, because a lot of people will be very nervous. Teachers care very much about their students and about what they do. We do it for all the best reasons. And sometimes they're a little nervous to do something that's different because they don't want to, not maximize their amount of work. And so their intentions are noble. But then once you do something and do your first one, and then they see the change, now you've done a proof of concept, and now it's much easier. It's easier to go in and ask for a small ask. So for instance, when it comes letter writing time, I have some students, I need some letters written. Can you count this towards your assignments later on in whatever course that is? Or maybe it's a graphic design. I need a logo made. When in your course content do you do this? And could they work on it now and get credit later? And that seems to be, if you can make matches to what they're already doing.
Thank you, Ian. Back to Steve. Steve, Kahoot is an example of a game-based or gamification way of doing things in the classroom. What have you noticed in terms of engagement with your students? Bringing back the perspective, especially during the remote or online learning, how was this type of pedagogy helpful, and how did it make learning more meaningful for them?
Sure, yeah. So I use Kahoot in my classroom all the time. One new addition to the Kahoot tool set that makes it, I think, even more appealing for teachers is the ability to include slides, Kahoot slides. And those are untimed slides that don't even have a question. So I might have a slide where I have just a teaching point. Maybe it's something review, or maybe it's like teaching something new. And then maybe there'll be a question or two questions. And so now you can actually use Kahoot to pre-teach something or to teach something brand new. and it's gamified, so the kids love it. So I love the ability to use Kahoot just as a short either review of what I taught in the last session, and then add some new content to preview what we're going to be teaching in today's lesson. And the kids love it because it's Kahoot.
And I've been using Kahoot also. And one of the major concerns that I have and other teachers is the high level of competition, especially with game-based or gamified learning activities. How do you process? Like, you have those leaderboards coming in, and we always want the students to be the best, do the best in everything that they do. But of course, if you have that leaderboard up there, there's sort of a competition. So how do you process those instances?
So that's a good point. Another way to do it is they have something called team mode. So I'm in elementary school, and in elementary school we have seating usually in pods or groups, right? And so instead of saying everyone is on their own, you could schedule 6 groups, and when the kids sign up, they can go into the group that they're in, and then it's group versus group for points. So if I'm in group 1, my score counts towards group 1, and so you're not seeing individual names. So if there are students who are super duper competitive and it's taking away from the learning, you might consider doing it that way.
All right, thank you, Steve, for that wonderful tip on tempering competition. We know how our students could be very competitive, and it's not just because they're very competitive, it's because they're very much engaged. And wonderful insight. Ian, you mentioned about, of course, one of the dimension of STEM or STEAM is actually promoting collaboration among learners. How do you ensure that no one is freeloading and making sure that everyone gets to practice and develop the outcome or the skill that are intended for them to master at the end of the unit or a project, for example?
Right. So in the art projects that we do, it's a very much hands-on project, and so it's really obvious when someone doesn't do their part because the pieces can't go together. So in the art projects, they have to design the pieces. They've got to laser cut the pieces. They've got to think about the circuitry and the soldering and the design. And so if somebody's not doing the circuitry part, then it's not going to be ready in time for the 3D printed piece, which is in time for the laser cut thing. So not everybody does the same thing. Each kind of person has their own team. Everybody understands what the other people are doing. So everybody understands Snell's law and Ohm's law, but one group will be really focused on doing the soldering, and one person will be focused on doing the 3D printing for the holders. So it becomes really obvious when someone's not pulling apart because they're responsible for that piece, which is a lot easier than if you're writing a lab report as a group or something like that.
All right. And I want to zoom out because we're talking or discussing about designing effective digital pedagogies. I want to zoom out and ask a question that has been always being asked, like, how do we manage screen time? There are some who are using media time or media exposure as the term now. I know it's sidetracked, but it's one of the best, one of the most recurring question that comes out when we talk about technology and learning. How do we manage screen time, or how much is too much screen time?
And who was that question directed to?
Both of you.
Okay.
So either one of you could share your thoughts.
So I think the screen time may be important if you're being a passive learner. I'm not so concerned about it if we're doing something active. So sitting designing a 3D printed part is not necessarily the same as listening to a lecture. And with the art project, there's definitely a hands-on piece. So we use technology, but you saw some technology, it was a welder. Some of the technology was, very much a hands-on thing. So it's not necessarily all screen time all the time. If it's a passive situation, then it's something we need to really worry about. And I worry about how much screen time the kid, when they come into my class, what do they see beforehand? And so I ask the questions as they come in, what did you do last period? What did you do last class? And then that will help me adjust things.
Thank you, Ian. How about you, Steve?
Yeah, that's a $1 million question, I think, because I'm in elementary school, and we don't want the kids to be in front of the screen for the whole day. Clearly, it depends on the task, obviously. So so I'm a technology teacher. I'm not just I don't just do Kahoot, obviously. So in 5th grade, for example, we're doing these videos called RSA animate videos, where the students draw a picture and then they speed it up and then they narrate what the picture tells them to summarize a chapter of a textbook. And even though it's a technology infused lesson, the first 3 weeks of that unit don't even involve a computer, because they're reading the textbook and doing the graphic organizer. So it all depends on the task, honestly. The tasks that don't require a computer, let's not use a computer. A task where a computer is the same as doing it without a computer, don't use a computer. When there's something that you need a computer for that you can't do without a computer, then we use the screens.
Wonderful insights, Ian and Steve, especially on that screen time. I think we've done a very great way of clarifying, because most of the time when they hear about technology, digital learning, it's always a passive sitting in front of the screen. But Ian's video a while ago, I don't think that's a very passive activity. It's very fun. I want to be in that class, and I want to be part of Steve's Kahoot Cup, and maybe I can share that to the teachers back in my school. So yeah, last question for both of you as we wrap up our segment. What's your final tip? Like online learning, remote learning. I know some countries are still going back to in-person or on-site learning, so they're doing hybrid learning. So we still have to make sure that we're looking into digital pedagogies. I think even when we go back, I don't think we can go back to a classroom where technology has not been part because of the pandemic and the remote learning. So what are your final tips or advice to our teachers as they design or aim for effective digital pedagogies?
I went first last time. I'll put it over you to Steve.
Okay, I mean, that's maybe I'll speak on as it relates to my video, if that's okay, because
Sure.
there's a lot that I can talk about. But I think what I'm going to encourage teachers to consider are 2 things. One, I talk about how I do a lot of Kahoots and I connect. Think about maybe finding another teacher, maybe in your building, maybe outside of your building, who's teaching the same content that you're teaching, and then maybe add that classroom to your Kahoot, so it's your kids are playing with other kids around the building, around the city, around the country, around the world, and that shows them that what they're learning is relevant and important. And I think that's something that you can consider doing, and also consider including the families. And having maybe content that you're teaching, and then maybe the kids could play with their families after school, with other families within your classroom. So then it's a family experience. And again, the kids might find out, wow, mom and dad, this stuff too. This is relevant and important. And the families can say, wow, I can't believe how much you guys know. So consider bringing on other classrooms to play with your kids, and consider bringing in families.
Thank you, Steve. Ian, your turn.
So thank you. I think the biggest tip is it's not about the technology. Designing effective digital pedagogies is designing effective pedagogies and then finding the right tool to match. What is it that you want the kids to really do, and then find the right tool for that. Of course, the more technologies the more tools you have available. But it's not about the technology. It's about what the kids are doing, and spend some time really thinking about that. The kids using a smartboard or interactive whiteboard is much different than kids using an iPad. And what does that mean? And so think about the designing of the thought process, the creative process, and then figure out what you need from there, right? So for me, doing transdisciplinary projects, I do not have the expertise to do all the things that need to be done. So I need to bring in experts, but I can't go and hire people. So I need to go out in the community. the community might come in, but they also have jobs and can't, things to do. So we'll do something over lunch hour, and we'll use technology to bring them in that way. And that way can they say, I'll give up my lunch hour, work with some cool kids, and bring some expertise in. So it didn't start out as I'm going to learn how to use video conferencing. It started out as I need to have a variety of expertise. How do I get that? And then the video conferencing happened from there. So I think putting the right foot forward first. What is the purpose? What do you want them to do? Then figure out the tech.
Wonderful way of ending our segment, Ian and Steve. To wrap our discussion up, I love that you brought out the dimension of collaboration, community, working with other people. I don't think we talk about that much when we talk about digital pedagogies. It's always, how to design with technology. But thank you for bringing that dimension out. That technology in learning and teaching could actually foster community collaboration. The idea of just being one together, doing some work. So thank you, Steve and Ian, for this wonderful chat. Now back to my lovely partner, Andrea.
God, that was fascinating. What a fantastic, that was incredible. Most of the time I was like, what's going on here? No, it was brilliant. You did it well. Actually, Jim, can you say for the next session as well? Because I think the next session is going to blow our minds. So colleagues, in our final session in our masterclasses, we're going to be looking at how do we use new technologies to enable better learning.
My name is Christian Turton. I teach at Sandringham School in St Albans. Sandringham is a large high-performing academy in St Albans with over 1,600 students on roll. We've been rated as outstanding by Ofsted since 2008 and we're part of the Alban Academies Trust. We're also host to the Alban Teaching School Hub, which is responsible for all teacher development in the region, and I'm also Deputy Director of the Teaching School Hub, as well as being an Apple Distinguished Educator and Google Certified Trainer. Sandringham School has a Bring Your Own Device programme, and this has been running for over 6 years now. And that means that every student has their own tablet device to support their learning. For this Year 8 science lesson, I was reactivating students' prior knowledge about sound waves and progressing student understanding onto how a microphone works. I started with a recap on prior knowledge through some demonstrations and then led on to the key part of the lesson. One of the problems with explaining a concept such as sound and the inner workings of a microphone is that firstly, you can't see sound, and secondly, you can't see a microphone working. Both of these ideas are quite abstract and conceptual, and would usually be taught using diagrams and graphs with some demonstrations. I wanted to look for an opportunity to bring this concept to life with technology, and I knew about the availability of augmented reality apps, so I explored the options and found that there was an animation in the free app Jigspace. Jigspace is an augmented reality app that allows users to explore 3D animations and place them in the room in front of them. In this case, the animation showed the key points of how a microphone works. It was one of the pre-made animations, but if you don't find the topic that you need in the pre-made animations, you can log in and create your own from the many 3D models or even import your own models. After the lesson introduction, recapping on sound, I began by demonstrating how the Jigspace app works and then allowed students to explore the app. To structure the lesson and keep the focus on the learning goals, I created a worksheet for students to complete with the key learning points that I wanted them to gain from exploring this model in Jigspace. My key takeaways from this approach are that augmented reality can help students to understand abstract concepts and reveal processes that they couldn't otherwise see, and the use of AR app can be really engaging, but it's useful to have a worksheet to keep the students focused on the learning goals.
It's a more fun way to do things, because usually in classrooms it's more like you look at a picture of something, but whereas this is like you can turn it round and view it from different angles.
3D model and the electrical side of things helps engage us more.
You get to see inside, and yeah, all the components that make it, makes it do what it does.
Was it helpful that you could interact with it and see it move?
Yeah, I think that was good, how it had like different slides as well, how you could almost taught you along the way.
At the end of the lesson, I asked students if they thought that using augmented reality would help them in their learning in science and other subjects, and over 80% of the class thought that it would.
Hello, fellow teachers. I'm Teacher Elaine, and I'm part of a group of teachers in Francisco P. Felix Memorial National High School that uses technology in our class. It is a junior public high school located in Cainta, Rizal, Philippines. When the pandemic hit in 2020, our school was forced to offer modular distance learning for its students. This modality is based on the Philippines Department of Education Learning Continuity Plan, wherein students were given a self-learning module to continue their education. Students are expected to learn the necessary competencies, but they seek their teacher's guidance, help, and explanation when confronted with complex concepts and topics. Addressing this challenge, Teacher Ramon, Teacher Justine, and I developed an augmented reality module in our school. The augmented reality module application is based on a self-learning module, teacher-made video lessons, and augmented reality technology. To emphasize, we are not programmers or game developers, but by watching augmented reality playbacks on YouTube, we were able to develop our AR module applications. We could categorize our process of making into 3.
Downloading stage. Go to Unity Engine Download and download Unity Hub. Select your Unity Engine, choose under Unity Archives, and install Unity 2018 3.0. Install Unity Buforia asset and open the Unity app. Set stage. Create an AR camera and AR video playback scene under Buforia. Set your build settings to Android to switch your platform. To create your license, sign up to Buforia Engine Developer Portal and add to the app license key. Remove default initialization error handler under AR camera. Under Assets, click Scene to add init error handler and frame rate setting as your component. Export stage. Go to your image fisher and add your target or your chosen image to Unity Editor. Create your video. Go to Asset and drag your chosen video to the Unity panel. Align your video to have better viewing in the navigation panel. To export your project, select File and navigate to Build Setting. Click Build and let it export. Now you may send your AR module application to your students' email or any social media platforms like Facebook Messenger.
Our augmented reality module application is a simple playback augmented reality. Once installed in a smartphone, students can watch the teacher-made video lesson explaining lessons in the self-learning module. The application used the cell phone camera to recognize the image target found in a module for the teacher-made video lesson to play. Results showed that the student motivation to learn Araling Panlipunan has increased. The outputs clearly improved after the use of the module. I hope you learned so much from this video. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome. My name's Edward Pitcher. I'm the leader of technology at Swiss Cottage School. Our pupils range from ages 2 to 19 with complex needs, and they are split across 5 different pathways. Today, we're going to be introducing the way that we use technology with a lens on inclusion and accessibility.
Hi, my name is Olivia and I work at Swiss Cottage School. I'm a teacher in the early years department and I teach in a class with children with complex medical and physical disabilities. And so I get the real privilege of, because at their earliest stage of education, I get the privilege of being able to kind of start them on their communication journeys. And we do this through lots of what we call sort of low-tech AAC, augmentative and alternative communication, and also high-tech AAC, which is where we use things like iPads and switches. So it's really at the heart of what we do in our classroom because, you know, communication is a fundamental skill that these children need to learn.
With inclusion in mind, we're looking at opportunities for pupils to interact with a various amount of tools to promote their development within their classroom. This can range from a pupil interacting with technology using touch, using eye tracking, using a switch, and using methods of environmental control for their learning outcomes.
Here at Swiss, we use what we call an eye gaze computer. This is the technology. It's essentially a sort of iPad computer, and this camera is calibrated to the student's eyes, which is then enables them to be able to control what is going on the computer with their eyes. It's essentially their eyes as the mouse. So the majority of the students at our school are non-verbal or pre-verbal. So a lot of what we do is teaching them alternative ways of communicating. We use it as a tool for their functional communication as well as leisure. Usually when they're first starting to learn how to use it, we use it just for games, just to get them kind of used to the screen and used to kind of knowing that they're activating on the screen. When they've sort of grasped this early cause and effect aspects of the eye gaze, we then aim to use it for a more functional skill in teaching and learning. You know, very early stages, you might do something quite simple, sort of early choice making. So here he's, making a choice of 4 from nursery rhymes. If we can make it far more complex, and we might have sort of grids with lots more words on them, and again that they're able to access all this themselves and create sentences. I want. And this is something that they can do, with a communication partner or with a peer. They could be directing their peer to do something with the car, for example, to go more quickly. And it just gives them that chance to kind of interact with others as well, and not relying on adults for that interaction.
Wheels on the bus.
Wheels on the bus, okay. Wheels on the bus go round and round. So here you see in this clip a pupil of mine, one of our youngest pupils, starting his sort of journey with the eye gaze technology. He's mainly using it at the moment for sort of leisure and kind of learning that cause and effect, that he is controlling something on the screen, but with the aim of then using it for more kind of functional communication as he gets older. Should we do Twinkle Twinkle or McDonald's?
Wheels on the bus.
More wheels on the bus! Eye tracking technology has been in use for numerous years, mostly within medical and aerospace sectors. This technology is now prevalent within virtual reality technology. We are featuring the use of that eye tracking technology within the classroom through a device known as eye gaze. At our school, a range of technology is in use daily across classrooms for alternative and augmentative communication. Eye gaze is used for specific pupils within our special needs school to promote their engagement and independence in communication. The eye tracking technology is at the heart of this technology's function. There are a number of assessments by multi-agency professionals, including speech and language therapists, to confirm the use of AACs. For children like the child we've seen in the videos, it just gives him something to be able to do by himself and not necessarily need an adult with him, kind of supporting him physically to be able to do these things.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Please come back on the screen. It's not a recording unless I forget to mute. Oh, there we are. Hi. Welcome back, Olivia.
Hello.
Welcome back, Christine. Hi, Christian. Lovely to have you. And Olivia, congratulations. I know you're ready to have a lovely child very, very soon. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, you've all blown my mind. You've all completely shown me what technology does on another level in your classrooms and in your schools. And I know that many of our colleagues who are participating in this conference, they would also feel, do you know what, that's not where we are now. That's not where we're going. So I think this session is all about explaining to us what impact it really can have in our communities. So Christian, over to you. My first question is, when I first saw your video, and forgive me, my question was, is it really a gimmick? You know, is this a gimmick tool? Come on. And how does it really impact student learning?
So I think that's a really, really important question. Whenever we're adopting new technologies, thinking about the reason that we're adopting them. And there's lots of really exciting technologies like AR that can cause a lot of excitement, but you need to think about, is it going to lead to better learning? So we at Sandringham, we're quite careful about selecting technology based around the learning goals. So you can have a lot of fun with AR and VR and things like that, and kind of play with it. But the thing that we find really useful about AR is that it can bring things to life that you can't see otherwise. So in my case, we were looking at sound waves, and it's quite an abstract concept that to explain to students. And yeah, there's some well-known kind of activities like using slinkies and to explain longitudinal waves and things like that. But it's quite difficult to see them. So with augmented reality, you can actually bring that thing, in this case sound waves, into the room. You can actually see them in front of you in the place that you are. So yeah, I think there's always a danger with technology that it could spill over into being a gimmick. But if you're focusing on the learning goals, I think it's and kind of guiding and scaffolding the learning, then I think it's beyond a gimmick and can really help learning.
And just to give us a clearer picture, in terms of your school, how many departments would be actively using this type of software?
Yeah, so we're just starting to adopt it some more. We really encourage teachers in school to experiment and try new things out, and this is kind of our next step that we're starting to adopt. So I think there's probably some kind of use in all of our departments. We're a large school. We have 1,600 students, and we're also what's called a research school. So we do try out new things, evaluate how we're using them before we can roll them out more widely. So it's really something that's quite reasonably new for us. That's quite exciting. I think one thing that we're quite interested in is whether we've got an opportunity to maybe get some of the sixth form or pair with university in terms of creating some content as well that's specifically around the curriculum that we have at the school.
And I mean, and there must be some fantastic work and practice which is taking place in universities. So going back to working with the higher educational institutions, how easy is it to create these contacts, to create these relationships with these colleagues?
I think with our school, we're very outward looking. We're very much involved in a lot of the things that are happening, and we do have a range of contacts at university, and so we have several people we could have. And I would really encourage any school really to just make connection with those higher education local places. It's a great opportunity for those undergraduate students who are working on digital subjects to kind of create content and think about, if they're going into EdTech, the EdTech market to be programmers or something like that. It's a great opportunity to work with a school and see what works and create something specifically for a school.
Oh, it sounds fantastic. I'm in the same country as you. I might pop up to see how you guys do it because I'm
You're very
fascinated.
welcome.
And remember, colleagues on the screen, I am the person who does not do tech. Or I do very limited tech in my classroom. So I am completely inspired. But thank you so much for that. Christine, moving over to you. Thank you for introducing me to Unity Platform. Thank you very much for that. And colleagues, just so that you're aware, all of these videos will be available on the T4 website. So if you want to go back and revisit them, because they've all been absolutely incredible, please do. But Kristen, so going back to you, how long did it take you? How long would it take somebody like me, somebody who's pretty useless with technology, to engage, design, and create content, which is just as brilliant as what you showed us today?
Okay, before that, I'd like just to say hello to everyone. I just want to say to you, Andrea, that before I was just like you. I don't have any knowledge about the technology of getting that augmented reality. But in my case, because we have a team in our school that teaches us in this kind of technology, we had to practice it now and then. And actually with this, because I'm not also a tech savvy, so in a week or so when they explained it to me, I just did it. And it's so easy when there's some instructions or guide, actually, you can really do some basic augmented reality application.
And tell me about your students. You know, what was their reactions when you first introduced this into their lessons?
I'd like to bring up why we did this. It's because some of our students have uh, a problem or they're struggling with their lessons because our unlike with Christian and Olivia, they have the face-to-face situation with their students. Here in the Philippines, because of the pandemic, we had to offer the modular distance learning. So we have the struggle or the challenges with our students, how they can learn and to be more understand their lessons. So in their case, when we offered this augmented reality, we knew or they reacted positively. They were motivated with this. They send messages to us that they were eager to learn because of this application.
And what difference do you think that this technology is not just making to your children in your classroom, but also to the teachers in your school?
I think it will be a big help for us if all of us can exercise or practice this new technology. Why? Because in our case, it's a MDL or the modular distance learning. It can be helpful to them that their time and energy or their effort to explain repeatedly the lesson, so they can be more helpful to the teachers, even also to the students.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Olivia, fascinating school, fascinating and fascinating practice. So tell me a bit more about the benefits of this type of software for your students that you teach.
So really for us, it's kind of around helping develop their communication, because the majority of our students at the school are nonverbal. And so it's just a way for them to be able to express themselves, as well as giving them that independence. For example, the little boy that you saw in the video, he has a kind of physical disability and is unable to use, direct access using his hands. And so being able to use his eyes to be able to control something just gives him that independence and allows him to do something for himself, where they're often very reliant on kind of adult support and adult kind of physical support for them to be able to kind of access things. So it's a really powerful tool in that way.
And what other types of technologies do you have in your school that you think have provided such a great benefit to both students, but also the teachers, teachers and parents as well? So let's think about that triangle.
So other technologies we use, obviously we saw the eye gaze. We use lots of iPads that have the same applications on them. We use switches, which can control environmental fun features around them. So, being able to put a switch to any kind of activity or toy and for them being able to control that. And I think it just, for teachers and parents as well, it helps us understand sort of what they know, because them not being able to tell us, it's really hard to then assess kind of where they are or what they can do, what they can't do. So yeah, it's just a way for us to kind of open up into their world and just kind of know what's going on.
And so, Olivia, if I was to come in and say, right, that's it, we're going back to pen and paper, it's forget technology, or the electricity just went down in your school, what impact would that have? What would it create?
Yeah, it's a good question. And obviously technology often fails us, and it very often does. And so we always have what we call, so we call that high-tech AAC, augmentative and alternative communication, but we also do have sort of low-tech paper-based versions. And actually a child always has to kind of show that they can use those low-tech versions before. So obviously the technology is very expensive, and for them to kind of be given a piece of equipment, either through kind of charities or multi kind of agencies, they have to be able to prove that they can use the kind of low tech devices. And actually, because I'm in my classroom now, I've got some examples. So things like, a kind of communication book that has all the same things that the kind of iPad would have, but it's just a paper-based version as well. So just having that as an option, because as we know, technology doesn't always work. And also they can be quite heavy and big pieces. So if they're, going out into the community or going somewhere where, taking a big kind of iPad or piece of device is not kind of practical, it's quite useful just, again, having the backup of the kind of paper-based version as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. And I'm on possibly watching, actually I have no doubt, but watching this conference today, we have got the biggest investors in technology around. So I want you, all three of you, to think big and to think about what is the ask. So if you could ask any of these, huge pockets to provide you with the software or the newest type of software which you think your schools need to take it to the next stage, what would it be? And my first, the person who I'm first directing that question to is going to be Christian. What is it that you would like to have, Christian?
So in our case, and in the example I was giving there, it was about supporting teaching and learning. So it's really about having something accessible and available to use. So I think, and there's also already some of it. So for example, in Jigspace, you could start to quite easily create your own animations that you can use in AR. There's an app called Assembler as well, which is really great, where you can even have AR quizzes with multiple choice questions, and you ask something, for example, about a cell, and you have to tap on a certain section of it. But I think developing further things like that, content that is linked to the curriculum, that even your least tech savvy teacher can pick up and use to pick up and use kind of in the classroom, because it's not about being the most tech savvy person when it comes to kind of teaching. It's about effective pedagogy, effective teaching.
And that's right. It all comes down to that individual, that teacher, and making sure that they feel confident and they've got the time to make sure that they have learnt that particular type of software. Gosh, Jim, we've missed you. Where have you been?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you're doing, and you're doing great, brilliant on asking the question.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Wonderful. So I've got one more question I'd love to ask to Christine. Christine, what's the next step for you? What's the next type of ask? What's the ask that you would like for your school in terms of moving this technology to the next level?
Well, if we could have a sponsor, I'd like to be honest, we're a public high school in the Philippines. So having this difficulty for us teachers that we don't have enough resources, like a simple laptop even has scarcity in the school. So we might have a ask to have a sponsor if there's a company that would also help us for our teachers and also for our students, because we cannot insist on augmented reality for the students if they don't have their phones on their hands. Actually.
Yeah, that's right. Again, it's that leveling up, it's that consistency. And Olivia, last question to you. What is it, if you had a wish list, what would be the wish that you would like to have in your classroom? So what's the next level of technology that you would like to have?
I think probably just for it to be accessible for every single child in our school, because I think it's such a huge benefit for all of them, and it can often be quite a lengthy and expensive process in getting kind of one for one child, and just having, and for them being able to kind of take it between home and school, and having the resources and probably funding for families to be trained and kind of for them to be able to access it too, because it does just open up a whole new world for our students.
Well, on that note, opening up a whole new world, I've been introduced to an absolute brand new world from you three. So thank you so much for being part of this panel, and enjoy the rest of your days. And what I thought we can now do, Jim, is just have a quick summary of what we've learned and what came up for you in our chat today. And what a chat, right? What an amazing professional development session.
Yeah, it's almost midnight here in the Philippines, and I'm still wide awake because of the amazing ideas. Yeah, I think one thing that I really love about technology, between the two of us, I think I'm the one who has that expertise. I'm still blown away because of those amazing ideas. Like, different context brings out different innovation in our teachers, and I so love our discussion and how we push further accessibility of the use of technology and finding that meaning, that the essential thing behind the use of technology. I so love all of those things, bringing out different examples on how we can use them in our classroom. How about you, Andrea, being the one that is new to this world?
Right, are you ready? I was right scribbling on my notebook. So here we go. Bear with me. So the first thing I learned with that, it was fun. Every teacher was talking about fun, accessible. I love the idea of the co-creating. So when teachers were co-creating with their students, so they're on a learning journey together. I thought that was fun. There was lots of debate taking place in terms of how much is too much. So how much technology, how much gaming, and having that balance. And I think it was in your session, the assessment session, which was all about, I think the eTwin said this, if it's not useful, if it's not meeting your objectives, then don't use it. And I think that's something to kind of always come back to as well. Online safety, absolutely huge. So it's not just about what you're teaching the students, it's about making sure the parents are involved and also protecting yourselves as an educator. The power of gamification. Okay, I think I'm now converted to a Kahoot person. I will be going on Kahoot, and I'll probably be joining the club. So yeah, it's about Kahoot. And I think the biggest takeaway that I've had is the fact that yes, let's just, it's safe, it's okay. It's you're gonna fail creating something, but it's okay. Just give it a go. Give it a go. Get out of your comfort zone and see what happens.
Yeah, and the fact that we are here in a Teacher Tech Summit by T4, Vikas and the whole community, we know that there's a community behind us. We have a community who would help us in digging deep into this idea of education and technology working together. So it's a very intersectional thing, and yeah, T4 is here. The community is here. Yeah.
Great. Well, I think that's the end of our session. So thank you very much, Jim. You've been a superstar. Thank you. And I thoroughly enjoyed these 3 hours. Hi, Vikas. Welcome back.
It's been a lovely reunion. So thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you, Vikas.
Not at all, Jim and Andrea. You've done a phenomenal job, and really thank you for steering the Teacher Masterclass. Like I said, it's the fundamental part of the Teacher Tech Summit, where teachers from around the world this year on Flipgrid, pitched an idea saying, look, this is what we want to share with the world and actually share with our peers around the world. And it's been quite fascinating to see their experience come through. And I'm really grateful to all of them. The one thing, Jim and Andrea, I both want to ask you really by way of summary, given your own experiences, and you're so different yourselves, what is the one tech tool that you use that you think that other teachers should? I mean, Andrea is an art teacher, so I'm going to let her think a little bit about this one. But Jim, you're an EdTech coach, so tell everyone, what is the one that you think that all teachers should look at?
I'm not endorsing one product. So just the big idea of the video conferencing tool, I think that has really magnified or opened up the world, my world and my students' world. It's been a great way to connect with, like what we're doing right now, Vikas. I know we cannot travel much, and it's kind of expensive to travel, but when you have video conferencing like this, you can bring in a lot of people, outsiders, experts, and it's a big world out there to connect with a lot of people.
But you're getting away from the question. You got to answer the question, Jim.
What EdTech tool?
There's one tool. What's your favorite tool?
Zoom.
That's big tech.
Yeah, but that's it for now. Back to Andrea. How about Andrea?
Mine is so simple, actually, because before you start saying, I have got a tool that I use, and I love this tool, and I've got, I think, one in my house and one in my office at work and one in the classroom. But I use the visualizer quite a lot, and the reason why I use a visualizer is because it helps me to model the good practice and techniques, and it's really useful when you're an art teacher to demonstrate. And so that's what I use, and I use it well.
Well, Andrea, Jim, you've been phenomenal for this Teacher Masterclass. Thank you so much. I want to bring on Camilla, who is our my co-pilot today, just like you two have been co-pilot in the Teacher Masterclass. Andrew and Jim, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And we'll
Thank
see you at
you.
the next Teacher Tech
Thank you.
Summit.
Bye-bye.
Camilla, so far, we've had a phenomenal 1.5 days. We're nearly at the end of the second day. What is it that you have heard that's really blown you away?
This teacher master classes, because were so impressive, because my feeling here and a big takeaway for me from this summit, this conference, is teachers are among the most innovators in our society, most innovative people in our society. They really want to use technology if it's in service of student learning, of course. So my thinking here is, if EdTech companies really build for that, really design for that, for student learning in the context of public schools that we have around the world, and if public officials, if public managers are able to provide the conditions. So many people here talked about the infrastructure that is needed to use this kind of technology for learning, right? So high-speed broadband, for example, this is a key prerequisite for this use that we're seeing. So if we're able to provide schools and to provide teachers the right tools and the right infrastructure, I feel, hearing from them, that they are ready to use it.
And so what do you think the role of government is here? I mean, you're a big believer in government, right?
Yeah.
You work a lot with systems in Brazil. I mean, what do they make of this?
So I think a very important role is, first, providing the infrastructure. So we are working heavily in Brazil on that, because this deepens the gap if you don't solve this problem, right? Because and this is something that is always in our mind. So how do you make sure you are providing equal opportunities for kids in schools? So if some schools have high-speed broadband, and all private schools in Brazil, they do, but many others don't have high-speed broadband, the difference that you're creating in the possibilities of using this technology that is out there is immense. So I'm sure that governments can play a big role in terms of infrastructure, and also think that they need to have a very important role in terms of coordination, because if EdTechs start to address each school individually with their products, this is messy. So if you have a pedagogical coordination from the secretaries of education, from the ministries of education, this brings coherence to the use of this technology in service of learning.
Yeah, but again, Camilla, there were a lot of comments here, and I'm not saying the Philippines or some of the Brazilian examples, or actually the vast majority of teachers were in public schools around the world and not private schools. But tell me, in terms of, there were a lot of comments about teacher professional development not taking place. Like, I know that we have Jaime joining us later on from the World Bank, but what is your take on that? In terms of how do you think systems of education will be able to accelerate the adoption of these kinds of training programs to make sure that all teachers learn?
I think governments around the world need to learn a little bit from this summit, because Andrea just referred to the Teacher Masterclasses session as a professional development session. I'm not sure if you noticed that.
Yeah.
And that is so amazing to me, because I do feel like this was a professional development session. So I think that the kind of professional development that governments should put in place for teachers is this peer-to-peer experience and sharing best practices, how they are already using it. And many times teachers who are here certainly know that the professional development involving tech is very bureaucratic, anachronic, and it doesn't make really a lot of sense for teachers.
And so you'd have heard me earlier on talk about, whilst we have 37,000 teachers registered for this summit, that I somehow feel that we've missed an opportunity to actually reach even more teachers, right? And there were lots of really great guesstimates, or not guesstimates, but targets that people put in terms of how many teachers do you think we should reach next time? What is your take on this in terms of, do you agree with me that the potential to have professional learning like this really cascade toward in public systems in particular, because the vast majority of teachers are in public schools. Do you think it's a realistic goal to think that systems of education will get behind this?
Yes, I think
Why
so.
Why do you smile like that?
I smile because I love your personality and how you do Inception. So you start planting the seeds for the 1 million teacher goal, and I love that because I think we should.
Sorry, what is this 1 million teacher goal?
Well, we should. You said in the beginning of this summit this morning that this afternoon for you that we should have not thousands of teachers but millions of teachers coming to this conference. So yeah. I think that's realistic. I think it's a moonshot, and I love that because it's ambitious and bold. But I do think that it's realistic because only in Brazil we have 2 million teachers. So we can definitely make sure that in this global community that T4 has put together, we reach millions of teachers.
And in terms of when you think about tech companies, because the Lemon Foundation actually does work with a lot of tech companies.
Yep.
And so when you work with, say, big tech companies, because you do, what is your experience of big tech versus startup EdTech?
Well, I think in both cases, because both startups and big tech companies, the main role that we saw for the foundation in this work is connecting them to teachers and to schools, right? So making sure that they have the access, the channels to communicate regularly with teachers, with principals, with students and families that are enrolled in public schools. And that may sound obvious when you think about developing an EdTech product, right? You listen to the users, you have the user experience process, but I found that it's not necessarily true for big techs and for startups that they will have these channels and that they will have this way of communicating to schools and teachers around the country. So this is an important role that we have played here, connecting to make sure that the products that they design, both big techs and startups, are really connected to the needs of the schools.
Thank you, Camilla. One of the things that you said to me by WhatsApp yesterday evening when we finished our day one was, what an enriching global conversation we've been able to have, right? And so we've seen teachers from literally span east to west, north to south, from all around the world, from all different contexts, come and present their expertise and share with their peers around the world. In a similar way, I know in Latin America, some places you also struggle with foundational literacy and numeracy. And today, the next session that we are having is actually taking a focus on foundational literacy and numeracy in Africa. And I'm really delighted that actually our next panel includes 3 great friends of mine. But I want to start off with presenting or introducing our moderator, who I have a huge admiration for. So if you give me 2 seconds actually to talk about her, I think that will be most justified in this situation. So friends, I'm really pleased that we're able to again have such a global conversation. And the thing about conferences in particular is that they do hinge on incredible moderation. And so one of the best that I've ever met is our next moderator. Her name is Julie Gichuru. Julie is a trailblazing and celebrated communications executive and storyteller who's passionate about young people and Africa. She currently serves as the Chief Public Affairs and Communications Officer at the MasterCard Foundation, overseeing corporate, programmatic, policy, and thought leadership communications, and has a team spanning Africa and Canada. Prior to joining the foundation, Julie enjoyed a 2-decade career in broadcast journalism. At the start of her career, Julie pioneered investigative news television and programming. She conceptualized and launched numerous top news and current affairs shows and developed the Pan-African television show Africa Leadership Dialogues. Following the 2007 elections in Kenya, Julie's peace specials, Call for Nonviolent Action, resonated with viewers. As a result, she was awarded the Martin Luther King Salute to Greatness in 2008. Following this pivotal period, determined to contribute towards a more informed and responsible generation, Julie established the Great Debaters Contest, a high school debate platform focused on teaching students that differences need not result in conflict and violence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend, Julie Gichuru. Julie.
Thank you so much, Vikas. No pressure. I'm feeling all kinds of pressure right now with that introduction. But such an honor to be here.
Julie, you played a pivotal role in my life. I know that we've been friends for some time, and I know that you're immensely passionate, not just about young people, but education, and more so actually nowadays. I look at your social media programming, and I look at EdTech featuring quite heavily. So when we started thinking about all of this stuff in terms of a core subject like foundational literacy and numeracy, I thought to myself, well, Julie would have a great voice and perspective to add. So Julie, over to you with regards to this panel and introducing our guests.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that intro, Vikas. And just to everybody, so excited and humbled to be here, to have an opportunity to lead this discussion. And just to set a little bit more context about the work we do at the MasterCard Foundation as we go into the discussion as well. Yes, Vikas has just mentioned EdTech Monday. We run a TV programs on CNBC Africa, but also at local level in several countries, 7 across the continent, where we drive conversations around the nexus between technology and education in Africa. This is really driven by our Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, which is based in Kigali, Rwanda, doing work across the continent on trying to find out, how best to develop and scale ideas that truly have impact on learning. So, we are all walking this journey together. I want to introduce our 2 incredible panelists who will help set more context for us. We are joined today by Rapelang Rabana, who is the founder of Rekindle Learning. Rapelang, so great to have you with us. Let me just tell people a little bit more about who you are. Now, Rekindle Learning enables people to adapt to the changing world of work. And Rapelang serves as chairperson also on the board of Imagine Worldwide, which empowers children to build literacy skills and numeracy skills as well. Absolutely the right person for this conversation. She's won numerous recognitions and awards. She's a young global leader under the World Economic Forum and also has been named Entrepreneur of the World under the World Entrepreneurship Forum. Rapelang, great to have you here.
Absolute pleasure, Julie, and thank you for that intro.
Thank you. Good to see you. Also with us, we are so happy to have Mayank Dhingra, who is the Senior Education Business Leader for the Middle East, Africa, and Eastern Europe at HP. And Mayank works with national education ministries to support country-level education policy and to share HP's education proposition. He spearheaded regional development of HP's learning programs, quite a number of them, including remote learning programs, smart classroom ecosystem, innovation labs, and numerous others. Mayank, really good to have you with us as well.
Thank you so much, Julie. Such a pleasure to be here, and thank you for that introduction.
Thank you. As we dive in, we know a lot has been done over the past few years, and especially on the African continent. We have seen some shifts, but we are still facing numerous challenges. And the World Bank tells us that nearly 9 out of 10 children aged 10 in sub-Saharan Africa are not able to read with, the comprehension that we need them to have. So that's just one part of the problem. Numeracy is a huge issue as well. I want to ask you to identify for us, what are the challenges? And what do you see as the critical actions that we need to take to start to address these issues? Rapelang, can I start with you?
Absolute pleasure. I hope my audio is a bit better now. Julie, this is an area of great passion and interest for me personally. And I think there's lots of cases around the world where we have seen in certain, projects or communities or schools where they are able to consistently develop literacy or numeracy. But I think the biggest challenge in my mind is that it's kind of been up to the teacher or kind of accidental. It hasn't been truly systematically understood in a way that can be applied in any new context, how one builds literacy and numeracy to the levels of proficiency that we need in the working world today. And when we are doing a lot of our work at Imagine Worldwide, we've served over 10,000 children in Malawi, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and going into a number of other countries, Bangladesh, for example. And we have done some of the largest scale research studies looking at sort of the latest learning applications around the world, specifically around 1 billion and the number of the others that were involved in the, I forget the big Zero project or X project. Yes, that's what it was called. And the results that came of that. And we've been able to demonstrate that using those applications entirely self-directed in communities without power in the schools, without dedicated connectivity, and without a teacher facilitating the session, that they were able to achieve significant learning benefits. In some cases, an average of 4 more months on average in a school year than they would ordinarily have, and 50% higher performance in their normal school exams. And this applied to both boys and girls, which really excited us. But Julie, the big thing that I still see is that despite the significant progress in it being better than anything the children have access to at the moment, there's still a long journey to get to proficiency in a language. We do move them up, a level or two, but getting it to the levels of proficiency actually isn't all that clear to everyone. And this is where I see the big gap, because we're working with a number of tools and applications, but there's actually very few for us to test with that are able to work in communities that don't have dedicated power and internet connectivity and can work predominantly offline, that can be self-directed, so you can put the device in front of the learner, and without someone sitting and instructing them, they can figure out and navigate their way. They can be applications that can be customized for different languages, not just in Malawi, we work with Chichewa, or in other countries, French, and being able to focus on native language or mother tongue at those early years is critical. When you look at that entire constellation, we found less than 5 applications at the moment that we can use to test the efficacy in those communities. And for me, that's the big challenge. It says to me, oh my goodness, we're spending millions and billions sending people to Mars, but we cannot define very clearly in black and white what needs to go into an application that will get someone to levels of proficiency within the specified school years. And I think that's an enormous gap that we still need to address, because that particular space of poorer communities has very few solutions that they can actually use. There are some amazing solutions at the top end of the educational spectrum, but at that bottom end, there are still lots of challenges.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm taking away what needs to go into an app that will get learners to levels of proficiency that we require. And it's a great question. Let me come, Mayank, to you on this. What's the greatest challenge, and what are some of the ways we can deal with it for them?
Thank you, Julie. And I think great insights from Rappeling, of course, and I probably will add to some of them. So I think there is the macroeconomic sort of issues. There's poverty. There's whether the country is resource rich or resource poor. That makes a difference. The gender gap in that country makes a difference. So, but these are almost a chicken and egg situation, right? Which actually precedes which, because they just form a vicious cycle. So if you're a poorer nation, you will have lower levels of literacy usually, right? If you're a poor but a resource-rich nation, you probably have a slight upper hand on it. But if you're both resource poor and GDP poor, then you have a double impact. And then you add to that the gender gap complexity. Then you start seeing a real chasm between literacy and where it should be. And then once you start looking at the local infrastructure point of view, I think that makes the second level of difference, which is the level of schools that are available, right? The brick and mortar schools that are actually available. But within the brick and mortar schools, what's the level of data and connectivity and network that's available to them? What's the level of teacher skills? Because that's a very, very important area, because to Rappeling's point, that how do you make this systematic unless teachers are really skilled in literacy interventions or have had the right sort of background in it? So these become sort of, a macro and sort of a local context issues. And I'm just highlighting the top three, right? There are numerous others. And then there are outliers, right? So you have these black swan events like COVID, which have accentuated the learning gap, because the recent study by McKinsey has shown that we have an average of 4-month literacy poverty because of this, and that has affected has increased the number of poor readers by 50%, right? Who are 2 years behind their age group. So there are these kind of black swan events which have accentuated it, and then there's the outliers like mother tongue literacy, right? And I think that's a missing trick, because the ability to read or be literate in your mother tongue actually determines how well you'll adopt a second language as well. So that construct within your mind, the synapses it forms within your minds to be able to understand a language and then leverage that understanding into a second language, I think we haven't really explored that or exploited that. So that to me is that sort of ecosystem of issues that need to be addressed. And again, from a sort of helicopter view, we did a good job in terms of creating the era of access. From 2000 to 2010, with the Millennium Development Goals, access was improved, right? We have 99% of the students in Africa actually entering primary schools, but the reading ability is where we have failed, right? So from 2010 to 2015 was supposed to be the era of learning, and that learning we have failed to sort of truly grasp or exploit, and we've already moved to the era of outcomes with the SDG goals. So we have that again sort of disconnect or dichotomy, because learning has not reached the level it should, but we are already talking outcomes. So we need to bridge that learning and outcome gap as well. So to me, these are some of the issues, and I can talk a little bit more, but I think I'm going to pause here because I'm sure that there are other questions you want to ask, and you keep adding to this.
Thank you for that, Mayank. Can you talk about the ecosystem of issues? So I am going to come back to a question on partnerships in a short while, which I think is really critical. But first, let me ask this. What have you guys seen that is really working well, that others could learn from, that we could scale, across the board? Mayank, I'll start with you on this one. Have you seen anything that's been really inspiring that we could kind of learn from?
So I'm going to answer this by coming closer to home. So as HP, we have made some real progress on this, right? We have launched something called HP Literacy Attainment Coach, and that's a program that intervenes at rapid diagnostics. So one of the biggest issues right now in terms of indexing literacy or assessing literacy is the amount of time it takes, and a qualified school inspector needs to come spend almost 3 weeks with one child to be able to gauge the right literacy index. We have used technology. We have tied up with a company called Explore, and we've partnered with Mirai, which is an education company which focuses on early literacy. And together we have formed this program called Literacy Attainment Coach. And what we do is that we use the camera that Explore uses, which has artificial intelligence sitting at the back of it. It tracks the eyeballs of a child as they read a written script. So in 2 minutes, we're able to tell with 99% accuracy the literacy index of that child against a global parameter, which is fabulous, right? Because this would normally take far long, like I said, and be more subjective. So what you can now do is at scale. You can look at a school, and within a school, you can take almost a few hundred kids and put a dashboard on each child's literacy index, which is phenomenal in its own, because you've now got rapid diagnostics. But it's the second part which is important. So we've got interventions, we've got our own developed material, and then we use material from other sources like Language for Learning or Reading, Mastering Transformation, or Corrective Reading. So these are some of the external programs we use. But using these programs, we have a whole set of interventions, and then we have professional development for teachers, right? So after rapid diagnostics, we take these two parts, intervention and professional development of teachers, and we run that for a while. We've run that now as a pilot for 7 countries in Africa with the Ministries of Education. And then we come back to do an impact analysis on where we stand. And having done the impact analysis, we have seen that, for example, in Ghana, we've improved literacy by 40 percentile points in the pilot schools. That's going from 4.5 to 45.5. So that's a huge improvement over, just a period of 6 months. In the Gambia, non-readers and low-level readers were 83% of the population set in the pilot schools. We have brought that down to 59%. So it's a 25% improvement. So there are some of these phenomenal things that are happening, and we need more partners on board. We obviously need to scale this, so we need funding. We need to form a tripartite agreement with funding organizations and so on, with telco operators to bring data access in. But that is one of the key things that I've seen. We've also tied up with a company called Nabu. Nabu on their own are phenomenal because they have been running literacy programs in the local language. So bringing local publications, publishing local books, giving local writers the platform to bring their talent to the fore. And we've tied up with them to bring local literacy to solving the overall literacy problem. Because in Africa, you've got 2,000 languages, right? With 2,000 languages, you have to leverage the power of those languages. And over 75 of them are spoken by 1 million users. So that's, a population base that you need to really use to transform what's happening at the literacy level. So yeah, these are some of the things that, we've been doing and I think have been running successfully.
Thank you so much. Really remarkable. Really, and I'm going to come back, Mayank, to ask you to share the website. Where can we get more information on this? So just be ready. I'll come back with that question. Rabilan, for you, what have you seen that has worked really well, has been really inspirational and impactful?
Julie, it's surprising that as in this world of ours, it still comes back to the simple things, consistency and discipline in getting results. We started our longest study at this point 2 years ago in Malawi and managed to continue it through COVID. And even though we did lose a lot of time with learners, the results we got showed that discipline and consistency, when possible, really still helped deliver those results. And what we noted that was really crucial as part of this is that we wanted to make sure that we were building a research base that was irrefutable and would truly demonstrate where the impact has been achieved or not. And I say that because, I'm a huge innovation and technology advocate, but the research is thin a lot of the time on the efficacy of different solutions. So we've worked very closely with the Malawian government to run these randomized trials so that they have a very clear evidence base as to what's working and what the real improvement is. While in other studies, it was much more of driving engagement and consumption. But these randomized trials, I think, have been crucial to really get to a point where funders can see what the impact is. And I don't think we value that enough, that we talk a lot of the nice things, but my colleague here is also doing a lot on the studies and the statistics and really producing the results. And what helped us get to really positive results, where even though we didn't get 100% completion in the maths program and the language program in Chichewa, we still hit our learning outcome goals, where we were still able to deliver an added value. And we look at that in terms of additional learning months of over 4 months for both literacy and numeracy. And it was the control group performed, or the group that was using the application performed 1.5 times better than the control group. And these are material or significant outcomes statistically. And over 40% of the learners achieved sort of emergent or fluent levels in language. So it's still a way to go from there, from proficiency, but they achieved emergent and fluent levels. And the key indicator that we think was driving a lot of that was making sure that we had enough time on task. So are the learners getting into the learning center? Are they getting the full hour on the tablets? Are we minimizing the interruptions between at the beginning and at the end, so that it's not just 40 minutes, it's the full 60 minutes every day, and hitting that learning time on task is actually a crucial determinant of whether they will make that progress or not. And it's so easy for those kinds of simple things to get disrupted. And that's why I'm saying it comes back to consistency and discipline. And we've been incredibly lucky to work with educators that are, so committed to the cause and have seen these benefits. So yeah, I would say that's been crucial. And I would also add that our approach, has also been to look at learning in different scenarios. We've been testing learning on the tablets and applications where they are learning in a dedicated learning center with an hour slot in the day, when the applications are used as part of the core course class content and curriculum, and for out-of-school learners. And I think it's quite important in our research in general for EdTech solutions to look at the different learning scenarios that learners might need or have to experience when they're interacting with learning applications. And that'll help us figure out what works.
Yeah, thank you for that. Fascinating. I want to now go back to the issue of partnerships that I mentioned earlier. And I want this conversation to be as practical and as helpful for everybody. So I really want to call on you. Who are the people that you really feel need to step up? I know, Mayank, you work a lot with government and already are engaging, there. Who are the others that you might want to say, we need you seated at the table, or is it still government? And what would you want from them? Rapelang, same question to you. Who is it you would really like seated at the table, and what would you like them to do? I think this is a practical way to call on these players. So Rapelang, let me begin with you on this one.
Thank you, Julie. Most people will say that yes, government needs to sit at the table right from the beginning. And I think their involvement along any process is important. But I also think it is often unfair to expect government to be an early adopter and an early innovator in anything, because the risks they take when they deploy solutions at scale are significant. So I do think that we need to caution that it's important that they wait for an evidence-based result before they do major rollouts, but they're participating. Where I think there's a critical opportunity and room here is there's a lot of investment, whether it's impact funding going into education and literacy development. The big tech companies of the US have various digital literacy programs or digital skills programs and other such, but they're really tending to focus on solutions that will work where there's definitely power, dedicated and smooth internet connectivity. And everyone is forgetting that other context where there isn't dedicated power and internet connectivity. And the challenge is, and we've worked or engaged with a number of software providers that have developed amazing solutions that work with dedicated and permanent internet connectivity. And for them to try and change the architecture and how their solutions work once they've gotten to that level is incredibly difficult, if not impossible. It changes too much of their strategy and requires too many resources. And we haven't had enough companies outside of the X Prize project a few years ago that specifically set out to design a solution that will work without permanent connectivity and will allow the curation of content for different mother tongue languages. So I would challenge the organizations that are investing significant amount of money, not just, perhaps, it's the Googles and Facebooks too, but there's a lot of impact investors in the space as well that are not cognizant of just how huge that gap is. And I say in the 8 years we've been running Imagine Worldwide, we've only found less than 5 applications in the whole world that can work in those circumstances. To me, that's unbelievable in the resource-rich context that we are living in today, and with the experience of COVID, that there's still such major gaps. So yeah, that's what I would encourage.
Thank you. Very, very clear. And just a reminder, never forget the most vulnerable, the most marginalized. Where are the solutions for them? That's absolutely critical. And thank you for that. Mayank, let me come to you. Let me come to you next on this one.
So I think, one of the biggest parties that need to be on the table are the NGOs, right? The local NGOs, because they make so much of a difference. And I'll give you real examples, right? In Ghana, we started working with a local NGO called Link. And because of the impact we were able to show, to Rapelang's point, that we were able to show in a small pilot, the 40 percentile improvement, which I spoke about, the Ghana Ministry of Education got really interested in taking that now data and scaling up the program and then applying for a grant. So I think, we need the NGOs. We've got that same thing happening in Liberia, where we are running the literacy attainment coach again. And there as well, the local NGO is just fabulous. I mean, the level of support they can give, the level of context and customization that they can do for us is something that we would never be able to do on our own. So, they are, I think, one of the most forgotten but most important pieces of this ecosystem. But equally, I think, we need, after the NGOs, we need the Ministry of Education, of course, to be on the table, but we also need the funding organizations to be a part of this conversation. And that funding organization could be private multinational foundations such as yourself, Julie from MasterCard Foundation, or it can be a World Bank, or it can be African Development Bank. But I think they need to be part of this process early on so that they can see the impact and then decide on what they want to take as actions from that impact and what's the level of funding they can provide. We need professional grant writers, right? And while we use our own grant writers, I think there is a space for having somebody as an entity which does professional grant writing to become part of that ecosystem. And then finally, I think we need telco providers, because data is obviously crucial right now in Africa as a accessibility point of view. And you can move from 20% accessibility on Wi-Fi to suddenly in north of 80% accessibility once you get cellular data involved. So if we can get a telco operator to come in, zero rate the right solutions, and then become part of that ecosystem, I think we sort of complete that circle. And we've seen this happening in real life in South Africa as well, right? We run a program called HP IDEA, which stands for HP Innovation Digital Education Academy. We run that in 15 countries, or most of them in Africa now. And we're trying to skill teachers, but not just upskill and reskill teachers to become digitally fluent, but we are also trying to make sure that they have an innovative mindset, because the reality is that you will not have utopian resources with you. But what is your level of resilience? What is your level of creativity to use the resources that you have to make the right outcomes for your students? And there we have had great response from Umlambo Foundation by bringing them into the equation. So Umlambo Foundation is run by Dr. Pumzile, as you know, and they have just been priceless for us as a partner on the ground, who have been able to make such a difference with the DBE schools in South Africa. So I think that ecosystem needs to be nurtured from the start. You can't suddenly add these pieces later on into the puzzle. You can, of course, but the impact is limited because of that. So I think, this whole ecosystem needs to move together as a cohesive party from the start. And I'm going to answer your earlier question as well, which was, where do you find information on this? You can just go to www.hpschoolcoach.com, and then under that we have 3 programs, including the literacy program. And speaking about the ecosystem, we're about to launch the Africa Education Medal right now, which is to recognize somebody who's made a deep impact in the education space in Africa. And there we are tying up with Intel as a partner to bring these stories to life and really showcase them as inspiration for others to take the baton from there and form their own stories of success for literacy and technology in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Just to say it again, www.hpschool.com. Was that it?
Schoolcoach.com.
hpschoolcoach.com. www.hpschoolcoach.com. Put it in the chat as well. Rapelang, I know you put something in the chat. Would you just say it out as well so everybody can hear it?
So you can have a look at the extensive research we've been doing at Imagine at www.imagineworldwide.org. Just as I said it, no hyphens or spaces, imagineworldwide.org.
Excellent. Thank you both so much. Our time is literally up, so I want you just to give us a parting shot. I wonder who you want to speak to. I'm tempted to ask you to inspire teachers, but maybe you have someone else you want to speak to. So maybe to each of you, a parting shot. Mayank, let me begin with you.
Yeah, I think I would like to, invoke the school leaders, because I think they're the ones who can set the direction for that school, decide on the sort of path that they want to take on literacy. And if once they make up their mind that they want to improve the literacy index of their school, then there are people like me, like Rapelang, like yourself, like others who would absolutely join hands with them and support them. But I think the school leader is in that sort of pivotal position where he can or she can bring the school teachers along and also invoke the support of the government or parties like us. So to me, there's a shout out and a call out to the school leaders to take that decisive action today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A lady has the final word. Rapelang, over to you.
Thank you so much. The last parting shot for me is that I just want to emphasize that there's different aspects of the learning process, and technology is a huge complement, to what teachers do. And given the enormity of the task at hand and the gap that we're still seeing in learners who don't have access or learners that don't reach levels of proficiency. It's so important for us to keep an open mind and understand where we can use technology and where we should focus our teacher capacity, where technology cannot, cater. And if we look at it in that perspective, I think we can, leverage the best of the resources available in terms of people, teachers, and technology.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Such an important conversation. And we must continue. I think we are all champions for teachers and for learning. And it's an honor to be here. And just to say we continue to walk and possibly work together. I will take this information back into the foundation. And thank you for having me. Right back to the team.
Before you leave.
Yes.
Thank you, Julie. But before you leave, let's take the selfie that Vikas taught us and that he loves so much. So let's get your cameras as well. I'll do first, and then you follow me. Okay. So first, here, smile. Okay. Now you.
Ooh. I've not done this before. Thank you. This is interesting. Okay.
Well, no, I don't think I can get it this way. Let me try this way.
I think I got it.
You do?
And I'll try
Wonderful.
and take one of the screen as well. Thank you.
So post in social media with our hashtag for the summit today, Teacher Tech Summit. So thank you so much, Julie, and thank you, Rapelang and Mayank. It was so interesting for me to hear about foundational literacy and numeracy in Africa. We are dealing here with very similar challenges in Brazil. Half of our Brazilian kids still finish second grade, not being able to read and write. And that was before the pandemic, right? So the Lehman Foundation is also engaged in an alliance here in Brazil, together with other institutions and organizations, to ensure that every kid masters literacy and numeracy skills by the end of second grade. So it was very inspiring to me to be able to hear and learn from what's being done in Africa and hear more about the experiences. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
And now, my friends, let's move to the next panel here at Teacher Tech Summit. We'll be hearing now about the skills of tomorrow in the perspective of the employers, right? So a very important conversation. And to conduct this panel, that's going to be in an interview format, I want to introduce you to Naomi Ackerman. So Naomi is a freelance business journalist, and she's a former business reporter for London's Evening Standard. She specializes in covering tech and the hospitality leisure sectors, and is also experienced in interviewing leaders from top companies, CEOs, and startup founders. Naomi has reported from locations around the world and worked on award-winning social affairs campaigns for The Standard and The Independent, including an education-focused campaign, twinning young people in the UK with displaced Syrian refugees in Jordan. She has frequently appeared as a specialist on the Evening Standard's Tech and Science Daily and the Leader podcasts. So let's welcome Naomi and hear from her and from Hans.
Hi, I'm Naomi Ackerman. I'm a business journalist. I've covered both business and education for the Evening Standard and have written for The Independent and other outlets. I'm so pleased to be hosting today's chat and thrilled to say that Hans Vestberg, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Verizon, the world's second largest telecommunications company, is joining us today. Hans knows exactly the kind of skills that employers will be looking for when today's students enter tomorrow's ever-changing workplace. He's going to give us some really useful tips for teachers and for us as well. And for employers, I think it'll be useful too, about what, for teachers, it'll be about what do they need to know to set their students up for success in this current rapidly changing job market. And for employers, it's a huge insight just to see what someone like Hans is looking for. A bit of background on him. Hans is hugely exciting to have with us because he was actually, did you know, he introduced the world's first 5G iPhone alongside Apple CEO Tim Cook. He has served as Verizon's CEO since August 2018, and he's been chairman of Verizon's board of directors since March 2019. Before joining Verizon, Hans served for 6 years as president and CEO of Ericsson, another big company you will have heard of. And yeah, so he has a huge background in tech, which is also very useful considering the theme of the conference. He was born in Hudiksvall, Sweden. I hope I've said that correctly. And he earned a Bachelor of Business Administration degree from the University of Uppsala. One of the things we'll discuss is about hiring people from different places and diverse teams. And Hans himself actually speaks 4 languages. He speaks Swedish, English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Yeah, so Hans is also a great voice to have with us because he hasn't just covered the corporate side of things. He has actually done a lot in terms of opening up access to education and opportunity through telecommunications and through broadband. He's a founding member of the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU Broadband Commission for Digital Development, and he's led there on climate change and digital health initiatives. He's a board member of BlackRock, the UN Foundation, the Whitaker Peace and Development Initiative, and chairs the World Economic Forum's Edison Alliance for Digital Inclusion, which aims to impact 1 billion lives with affordable and accessible digital solutions by 2025. Yeah, so without further ado, I'm very thrilled to introduce Hans. Yeah, I hope you enjoy this fireside chat.
Great to be here.
Fantastic. So maybe you could just start by telling us why you wanted to join us at all. You're a very busy person with a huge amount of demand on your time.
Oh, thank you for having me. I think that for many years I've been working with the technology, digital inclusion, and of course I've also seen that mobility, broadband, and cloud are the if you have access to that, it doesn't matter where you're born, where you come from, your background, you have an equal opportunity. And I've been working with that for many years, and seeing the power of being connected and seeing that you can actually have the same chance as anybody else. And of course, education is one of those areas where if you get connected, you can get information, you can start studying. And, I was born in a northern part of Sweden, small town, but I probably had 5 minutes to the school and 5 minutes to the hospital. And of course, with the growth we have on Earth today, that will not happen, that we can have brick and mortar for everyone. But what we can do is, of course, have digital education or digital information or digital healthcare in order to see that everyone has the same chance. That's what I've been working on for many years, and still working with my company, but also in other capacities, seeing that that's happening. And just to give you a flavor of it, I mean, today, half of the Earth population has connections to internet. Half has not. But of the half that is not connected, roughly 85% of them have broadband connection coverage. So then you need to understand there are other things that need to be thought through here. So number one is, okay, accessibility of the technology is very important, but the majority of the Earth population actually have potential for that. It's the affordability. And sometimes we talk, of course, that, okay, do you have a plan that is costing you monthly? But not only that, you need to have a device that is also costly. And that is one of the biggest hurdles, even though this is scale business we're into. And finally, it has to be applications that is relevant. I mean, we all like to stream on Netflix, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about governmental education system, governmental healthcare system, financial inclusion that can be done digitally and not only going into a bank and having hard currency. So all that is actually making our planet more equal, and everybody has the same chance. So that's why I spend a lot of time on that, but I spend a lot of time on all the verticals, because ultimately I need to understand how you set this up in order to make a greater possibility for each and everyone on this planet.
Completely. I realized how important it is and the extent of what you're talking about recently, because I've been in Mexico, which is why the connection's a bit strange. But there were whole villages where there was no Telcel, which is their local one. There was no access to the internet at all for these children. And how were they ever going to grow out of just doing what their parents did. And it really struck me, because I think we get very used in the West to thinking, okay, everyone has internet connection, it's equal opportunity, and it's just not. And so building on all this work you're doing, obviously you're an expert in what the private sector can do, but just in terms of when you're hiring yourself, so when you're saying I want to hire someone coming into this, what are the skills you look for, and particularly what are the technological skills you look for in a new hire?
So first of all, yeah, the good question. I mean, first of all, we're sort of multi-skilled, multi-diverse, multi-country operations. So I always say, when somebody asks me that, I usually say we need all the type of skills. We need all type of backgrounds, and we need because this is extremely diverse. I mean, on my consumer business, we roughly have 140 million US citizens using our services every day. They are representing all different backgrounds. Of course, the ones selling to them, doing products, they need to be diverse as well. So that's the first thing I think about all the time, that I need different type of people actually looking, all the way from the people in the store, all the way up to the ones running management. So that's sort of a fundamental in every recruitment we have, to see that we actually are bringing in diversity, to understand the people we're serving. That could be our customers, but it could be serving internally, or it could be serving our society, which is very important to us. So I think that's what it is. Then special skills today, I think that what we are realizing is, of course, that we're going to go into some sort of a hybrid. I mean, people are going to work. Sometimes they're going to be in office. They're going to work together. Sometimes they're going to work from home. So the digital skill is going to be enormously important for anyone. And one of the commitments we have is for the next couple of years, or actually up to 2030, we're going to retrain 500,000 people in the US to reskill them for the digital revolution that's happening, because that's a basic skill that everybody needs, regardless what you're working with, and how you because our customers also are changing dramatically, going from what we call omnichannel. Usually you came into the store, you bought it. Nowadays they can even come into the store and actually do a digital journey in the store without even talking to the associate in the store. So changing mentally there. So I think that's one skill we're looking for. But basics is that we need all the skills, we know all the backgrounds in a company like ours, and I think that any company need that in order to be really successful.
That's brilliant. How do you yourself do that if it's so much constant change? How do you keep, what are some of your tips for keeping that mentally agile, and that on top of what's going on in the world and the skills and what's changing and what you need to do to keep going?
Yeah, no, I think that what I have, I usually say that one of my few strengths is of course leadership, leading people, diverse backgrounds, diverse everything, and of course that comes from that I'm assessing myself as a leader constantly, what I'm good at, what I'm bad at. Usually, or not all, I would say always, I double down on my strength, and I see that I surround myself on my weaknesses, and that's why I have done all my career. And of course leadership, bringing together teams, has been my strength. There are other people in my team that are super dedicated on operations. There are others that are very entrepreneurial. So you need to have that type of skills and backgrounds around you to really bring it forward. I usually say if you have a very diverse team, it's much harder to manage, but the outcome is far bigger. So that has been my sort of guiding star since I became a leader some 25, 30 years ago, that I always surround myself by people who are smarter than me. And I double down on my strength, and then seeing that I get the maximum out of them and the team.
Young people are entering the workplace, and they have a completely different outlook to even how, when I entered the workplace, there's so much more expectation for young people's voices to be heard, for them to have input, for diverse voices, neurodiverse voices to be heard. What are you looking to harness from them today? If you hire someone today who's 24 and has just come out of a really top university, what are you looking to take from them? What do you want them to give you?
No, I think you're right. The dynamic has changed dramatically of the workforce and the demand on the young workforce coming into the company. I would say, first of all, I would turn it around. I would actually say it like this: if you're entering sort of the job market and you're coming out from school, I think there are two things you always should look for. Number one is also, this company or this organization, do I align with what they're doing? Do I think that this is what that I can stand for? Because today's world, you create so much relation to the company you work for, because you spend more time working for the company than being with your families many times and with your colleagues. So that becomes very important in your lifestyle. And secondly, is who you're going to work with. Who are the people you're going to work with? Was ultimately that's going to change you as a person, the new manager, your colleagues. And I usually say, as they are interviewing you, you need to interview them equally much. And I have children in college, they are coming out. I give them the same advice. I tell them, hey, you need to interview the ones that are going, check up the companies, what they stand for, how they act. If you think that is something you want to work with, you should do it. So I think that's what we want. We want new employees really thinking about us as what purpose do we have, what core values do we stand for, what leadership principles do we have in the company. That's very important, because ultimately I have a super good strategy, I'm executing, but everything around that is basically the purpose, internal values and external values, and leadership principles. That is what's putting the strategy together. The better I am to get those values aligned with everybody joining the company or being in the company, the better I'm going to execute on the strategy. So the strategy can be super good. I've totally misaligned on my values, both external, internal, and leadership principles. I can tell you, that great strategy going to be lost. So that's why I think it's equally important for the ones joining thinking about it as me asking them.
No, completely. And I think recently it started to show companies like what you're doing, where you actually have got a long-term involvement with actually enacting change, as well as just sort of paying lip service to stuff, because young people are not looking, they are looking for things actually making a difference. So on that point, could you just explain a bit more about what it is you're actually doing in terms of connectivity and how you're helping bridge that gap with education? Can you just explain a little bit more about what the plans are going forward?
So we do a couple of things first of all, on the level of Verizon. We started, I think, some 10 years ago with something we called Verizon Innovative Learning. We started to go to schools that don't have the means, and they are in areas that are very poor. And we decided that we don't only give them the broadband connectivity, we give them also the devices and a STEM a digital tool, because it's not enough for only giving them broadband, because it's not going to help. So we give them the full tool. We have done that for 10 years. We have some plus 500 schools that we're running right now. We have passed more than 1 million students that has been part of the program. And of course, they are getting the same opportunity as someone and being in a good area that have all this. That's what I give them. But remember, it's part of my strategy. It's not charity, because my strategy is build broadband, sell broadband. It's also to see that the users understand it. And lastly, I want more people coming into STEM, which means that if they have an exposure to Verizon broadband, I got it in school, they were going to remember me when they're going to be STEM educated and going to apply for a job, especially females. So I have always found that I like charity. I think it's great and all of that. But in a corporation, it has to be part of the strategy, what you do. So this is part of our strategy, that we are doing Verizon Innovative Learning. And between 2020 to 2025, we're going to invest $3 billion in digital inclusion, which is a lot around education that we're doing. And for us, it's business, but it's also making the right things with the platform we have. So that's what we're doing in Verizon. On the wider work, I'm also the chairman of the Edison Alliance. And the Edison Alliance is a collaboration with the World Economic Forum, where I'm the chairman. We have basically the 40 largest companies in the world coming together. During the COVID, we all realized if you're not connected, you're not part of the society, you don't have a chance. And we decided we're going to see that 1 billion people over 5 years get included in our digital society, either through education or healthcare or financial inclusion. Those are the three areas we're working with. So we have people from the financial sector, healthcare sector, education sector, and people like me that working with the connectivity. And we have people from government because they are a part of it as well. So that's what I'm doing on the global basis and see what we can address, and which is of course connected to what I do at Verizon as well. So that's what we're doing when it comes to our investment and how we advocate it from a larger base.
No, that's brilliant. And you mentioned women in STEM. That's obviously a huge issue. It's a huge issue even in the most connected economies that have the best internet in the world. So what are you currently seeing in terms of applicants? How many of them are women? What's the split? How many are from minorities? You know, what are you seeing when you recruit STEM talent at the moment?
On a high level, as I said from the beginning, we are actually reflecting our society when it comes to diversity, male, female, different backgrounds, black, white, whatever. We basically reflect that in our company. There are levels where we are basically doing a report every year, basically per division and per unit or per level. And we have 10 levels, you can say. So you can see where we are not exactly right in the diversity, but I would say in general we are pretty good. So that's fine. When it comes to STEM, we still have an over sort of more male than females in STEM, but clearly we are getting more females coming in as they are studying more and more. That's going pretty quick. And one thing is that many of our highest ranked officers of the company, they are female technologists. And of course, that sends a message that, hey, you can go all the way as anybody else in the company. I can do my work by seeing that we have that from the top, and then we can see that the leaders understand the same. But still a work to be done, but clearly we have seen good progress the last couple of years. But it's something you need to focus on. It's something you really need to think about. But again, if you reflect your customer base, your society, your company, you have a greater chance to succeed with your strategy.
Completely. No, thank you. And just in terms of teachers, what can they do? What do you advise? What would you advise from your position now, teachers, to just some key key skills or just key ways of behaving for the workplace? What would you encourage teachers to instill? Maybe something that you learned yourself from a favorite teacher.
I'm not sure my school time was something we should talk about here, but anyhow, I think that the Verizon Innovative Learning is focused on the teachers. So the teachers understand the technology and they can reach to the students. And of course, with today's help you can get digitally, you would know your weak areas as a student, your strong areas as a student. You can pair different students together in groups. You know, when we went to school, at least they had no idea what was my weaknesses. I have a hard time for algebra, or I was super good at subtraction. They wouldn't have a chance. In today's world, when everything is digitally, our teachers, how we train them is to know that. And then, of course, when you're deciding who you're working with in a group work, you always took your best friends. Of course, we might be bad at algebra, both of us, and not good at subtraction. But in the future world, where we train our teachers and how it should be is, of course, we pair one that is super great at algebra but bad in subtraction, and a vice versa, and they are making a group so they can teach each other. All those tools are so important to give the same chance for every individual, because sometimes you focus too much on the really good in the class, or you focus too much on the one that are weakest in the class. That's not how it should be. You should work with everyone on the individual skills, and that you can do with the digital curriculum we have today and how it's rolling out. We still have a long way to go, but if you just have the vision of it and working with it and seeing that teacher is part of it, I think that's a very, very important piece to get a much better educated youth, which is going to be much more better in our society.
Thank you so much for joining us, Hans. That was incredibly interesting, and to get your insight into just what employers are looking for today, especially the diversity of teams that a giant company like Verizon is looking for. I think it was really interesting to me that you were saying that as a leader, the whole point is to bring people around you who give these different perspectives and are able to input in different ways. And I think that's actually a really positive sign for this next generation of students coming out of university, because if students are looking to work and will be needed to work in diverse workplaces, then that actually should come together. And it's quite a positive view, I think, for the potential future of employment. And, you know, it's a really positive message to impart to students that it's not just them that are looking for a more diverse and inclusive and tech-focused workplace, but it's workplaces that are looking for you as well. And yeah, I think it was also really impactful the way that Hans chatted about the importance of access still. I think, you know, as 5G is rolling out, as we look at different, the way that technology is changing so rapidly, you know, the situation is that we need these tech skills, but it's also not just about the skills, because the actual technology will change all the time. It's about the people and the open-mindedness and the flexibility that we need to ensure that both employers and students and teachers have as we continue to go forward, and the opportunities that will bring. We can't tell the future, we can just try to make it more open and more accessible. I think that was my takeaway. And yeah, I really, really hope you enjoyed the chat. And thank you again, Hans, for joining us and for taking the time out of your busy schedule.
Thank you, Naomi. Wow. Yeah, so interesting to hear from such a great business leader as Hans, right? And T4 always finds great interviewers as well. So thank you, Naomi. Did a great job. And I think that this debate is so important to teachers, to schools. What are the skills our kids and young people need to be able to really contribute and to be relevant in this fast-changing world that we're living in? Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. And well, now I think that after 2 days, we are almost in the final hour and a half of our event. Yeah, time flies when we're learning so much. And I know you've already heard from incredible and thoughtful speakers during this summit. But in order to keep you all motivated and online, we save some more fantastic names for our final sessions now. And right now, for example, you will have the chance to hear from Andreas Schleicher, who is the Director of Education and Skills at OECD. And he has extensive knowledge about our field to share with us. The topic here is such an interesting one for this community. We are going to be talking about growth mindset. So stay tuned. And to interview Andreas, I'm happy to introduce you to a good friend from Brazil, Fernando Schleicher. Schleicher is a founding partner, chairman, and CEO at Camino Education. He was also chairman and CEO of Somos Educação, which is one of the largest K-12 education companies in Latin America. He was a teacher himself, and he is now also a student. He's a Doctor of Education candidate at Johns Hopkins University, and he has a master's degree in computing in education from Columbia University. So a very interesting conversation that is about to start. Schleicher, over to you, my friend.
So welcome to this session of the Teacher Tech Summit 2022. I am Fernando Schleicher. I am a co-founder and CEO of Camino Education. At Camino, we have, our mission is to support schools and teachers all over Brazil to engage in more student-centered activities, in active learning, where students are actually called to develop their skills and content by actually applying what they are learning in real world projects. We have around 150,000 students today in our platform, Chloe, and we also have a school in São Paulo called Camino School. We are also developing this technology. We are big supporters of the event, and we know that the most important aspect of our community here today is to learn, to help you think about, reflect on the digital revolution. What is happening today that changes what we used to do in the past? What should be the same? And how can we deal with the very complex issues that we are facing at schools all over the world today in a way that's meaningful to us teachers, to educators, to the families, and especially to the students. To help us in this reflection, we are honored today to invite Mr. Andreas Schleicher to share his enormous experience with us. What makes a difference in education? This is what we are trying to solve for together with his help. Mr. Schleicher is a director for education and skills and a special advisor in education policy to the Secretary General of the OECD, where he initiated and he oversees probably the most important instrument in global education today, PISA. So without further ado, I invite Mr. Schleicher to join us. How are you, sir?
Thanks so much, Fernando. It's a great pleasure to share this time with you. And you know, you speak about active learning, and in the past it was a luxury for students. Today is the foundation for success. You know, we have seen that in the pandemic. If you used to be spoon-fed by your teachers, you didn't have a great supportive system around you, you were left really bad behind when schools were closed. But if you could learn on your own, if you could set your own learning goals, if you could actually master your learning processes, if you had access to great digital resources, you know, supportive parents, maybe this experience was liberating and exciting for young people. So active learning today really is no longer, you know, a nice to have. It is the foundation to be successful. In the future, in our lives, you know, we used to learn to do the work that was school, and today learning has become the work. Our capacity to constantly grow, to constantly learn, constantly unlearn and relearn is really now at the heart of our success. So if I can just see my presentation, I'm going to show you some data on this. We have asked, you know, ourselves that question: to what extent are young people ready and willing to learn on their own as active learners? And the picture on average across the countries in PISA, it looks quite good. You know, you can see that the vast majority of students say, yeah, when I'm in a difficult situation, I can usually find a way out. Or my belief in myself gets me through difficult times. When we looked at their capacity to establish learning goals, you can see again, my goal is to learn as much as possible. And my goal is completely master the material presented in my classes. We're talking about, you know, 3/4, 80% of the students who are really confident in those things. And when it comes to motivation, you know, a little bit less, but still you have the vast majority of students who say that I find satisfaction in working as hard as I can. And once I start a task, I persist until I finished it. And you know, those kinds of attitudes, self-related beliefs are really important. When we looked at the extent to which, you know, they relate to the quality of learning outcomes that we measure in PISA, you could see sort of that sense of self-efficacy in all countries, in most countries, is a very strong predictor for your success on the assessment. You have those self-related beliefs and you're likely to succeed. The motivation to master difficult tasks, your capacity to establish ambitious learning goals, all those are very strong predictors for learning. You look at these data and you think, well, you know, then students should be really well prepared for the pandemic. They have to learn on their own, but they have that motivation, they establish those goals, they have that sense of self-efficacy. But then, you know, let's have a look at what happened in the pandemic. Here you can see the, you know, students' use of a digital platform up to the day of the pandemic. And this is data from the United States. And you can see, interestingly, that students from wealthy families, students from poor families, students from middle-income families, they actually showed quite similar behavior when it comes to the access and use of those platforms. But then the pandemic struck, and you can see all those lines going down. Now, students still have access to the technology. The computer still existed, the software still existed. But, you know, young people were thrown off track. They didn't know actually how to do that at home. Nobody's used this. But then, you know, what happened afterwards? You can see students from the wealthy families very quickly were up to speed again. They were at home, they were in a different environment, but their parents pushed them. They had that learning goals with mastery, and they caught up very quickly. But students from disadvantaged backgrounds, they also had access to the computers, but they didn't have that. They've never had to learn to learn on their own. They maybe didn't have the support. You can see, therefore, that access to technology is easy to achieve, but to build those kind of digital skills and the willingness of people to learn on their own, there you can see huge social disparities. And now you ask yourself, where did this come from? And one interesting answer is actually there are just huge social differences in students' readiness to learn, to be ready for the 21st century. You can see there's a huge gap between wealthy and poor families in their student self-efficacy, in their motivation to master difficult tasks, in their capacity to establish ambitious learning goals. We have done a lot in education to close the social gap, when it comes to access to education, to putting people into school. But we have still a long way to go to close that gap when it comes to the kind of attitudes and expectations that we have. Making young people active learners, making all young people active learners, irrespective of their social background, still a long way to go. Second thing that we saw in the pandemic is suddenly, in the past, maybe 10, 20 years, we've seen a trend towards commodifying education. Students became consumers, parents became clients, teachers became some form of service provider. Actually, during the pandemic, education became a whole of society enterprise. It was really interesting. Parents were no longer clients, they were active participants. Schools started to provide resources to parents. Actually, the boundaries between families and schools became very, very fluid. But again, that worked for some and it didn't work for others. What we see, for example, where students received greater emotional support from their parents. By the way, the same holds for teachers. You can see actually they had a greater sense of self-efficacy. They were more motivated to master difficult tests. They were more ready to establish more ambitious learning goals for them. So you can see, how society actually matters. We need to think about that ecosystem of learning so much more closely than just looking at educational institutions. That works at the individual level. Mindset really, really matters. Capacities, learning strategies is what matters. But we see the same at the system level. Here's some really interesting way of looking at this. At the vertical axis, you can see how well countries come out on PISA. It's basically the average performance on the PISA test. On the horizontal axis, you see how well countries develop a growth mindset among their learners. You can see a country like Estonia, where, doing really well on the PISA assessment. But it's also a country where students believe, if I try hard, my teacher is going to help me. I'm going to be successful. They have those growth-related self-beliefs. You contrast this with a country like Indonesia, where, students struggle in mathematics and science and reading. But many of them also believe that success is about the intelligence that they were born with. And then, why would you study hard if that's all what you believe in? And, growth mindset is not just about success on the PISA test. You can see, and that comes back to the previous points, students with a growth mindset were more likely to be motivated to master difficult tasks. They had a greater sense of self-efficacy. They were less afraid of failure. If you want young people to be, innovative, creative, entrepreneurial, you have to give them space to experiment. If you give them space to experiment, they need to take risks. If they take risks, they make mistakes. If our education systems do not help young people to learn from and with mistakes, maybe they don't become so creative. You can see how growth mindset matter. And, students with a growth mindset actually also saw greater value in school. And in today's world, you sit in school, but when you go out of school, whether you continue to learn really depends on whether you see that intrinsic value of learning. This idea that, knowledge is going to transform your lives. I was talking so much about academic performance, but, students with a growth mindset, they are more likely to feel positively about their lives. They've felt a stronger sense of belonging. Those things are also important outcomes. And also we could see across all countries really that students with a growth mindset want to go further in their lives, in the occupations they look towards, in the education they're willing to pursue, and that is irrespective of their social background and student characteristics. So this is not just a mirror image of social background and parental expectations. Even net of that, we can see that really important effect. Of course, now the question is, how do we create those mindsets? What can education do? I already showed you the importance of parents in this, but teachers as well. Actually, where students believe that, my teacher helps me with their learning. The teacher gives extra help when students need it. The teacher continues teaching until students understand. The teacher shows an interest in every student's learning. You can see suddenly students have a stronger growth mindset. So there are clearly things that we can do. It also shows us, I think as much as technology really matters, technology can make learning so much more interesting, so much more engaging, so much more interactive. Education is not a transactional business. It's always a social and relational enterprise. So actually teacher support really matters. What teachers do also matter. You can see where teachers in the eyes of students, that is not about, an objective way of observing classrooms. This is where students feel, actually, my teacher adapts the lesson to my class's needs and knowledge. So this idea, my teacher doesn't know their subject and how different students learn that subject, but they also know their students now. The teacher provides individual help when a student has difficulty understanding a topic. You can see suddenly those were the students coming up more with the growth mindset. Very last point I want to make really is about growth mindset and inclusion. One of the most interesting findings is that actually growth mindset matters more for girls. It matters more for the disadvantaged. It matters more for students with an immigrant background. So in a way, I think developing those expectations, those learning strategies, those mindset is a very powerful way to foster social inclusion, to ensure that we give all students an opportunity. And once again, you can see that at the macro level, now where their education systems were better in developing a growth mindset, you could see also a relationship to education systems that had higher academic inclusion. So once again, if we want to raise quality, relevance, and equity in education, we need to try harder to develop those mindsets and attitudes and learning strategies to make every learner a learner for the future. Thank you very much.
Well, that's a great presentation. Thank you for these points, and it's very interesting, Mr. Schleifer, because we are talking about academic performance at the end of the day with PISA, and we are your presentation focuses a lot on student engagement, right? And measures of student engagement, self-efficacy, and growth mindset, both behavioral and cognitive. And I think part of our experience with engagement has to do with how much what they are learning, the students are learning, is connected to real life and what they are seeing outside of the classroom. And today, I think we are going through, if they're focusing on TikTok, it doesn't have to be the newspaper. They are seeing a war going on. And there's this, it seems, unfortunately, that the learnings from 80 years ago not necessarily have been absorbed by society on the one hand, but on the other, it gives us an opportunity to talk about these things with our students. I would like you to please comment a little bit on that and how we can use these narratives and what's happening today to promote more growth mindset and self-efficacy in our students in classrooms all over the world.
Yeah, learning is always about experience. You do not just learn by accumulating what someone tells you. You learn by doing something, by experiencing something. And therefore, it's really important that we connect the real world and the world of learning. Schools are often great to keep students inside and the rest of the world outside. But in the learning of the future, we need to connect those lives. We need to make learning real. We need to make it authentic. We need to make it project-based, program-based. And actually, that's how good learning happens these days. If you want really to engage learners, and again, we could see this during the pandemic, when that kind of captive audience effect is no longer there, your success is very much about whether students have those right learning strategies, whether they can work on real problems.
Correct.
Sometimes we should say, you know, we often treat vocational education as the last resort, not the first choice. But actually, if you want to look to the future, you know, vocational education, working on real problems with real people, doing things that have real consequences, maybe actually the key to unlocking, you know, the learning of the future, to develop not just the cognitive, but also the right social and emotional capabilities.
Correct. Thank you, sir. You mentioned quickly about technology, and I wanted to talk to you about that. Technology may foster growth mindset, and it may also foster engagement and self-efficacy. How do you see that happening?
Well, they're great examples that we see, particularly, you know, during the pandemic. Those have emerged on all fronts. Learning, you know, artificial intelligence. While you study mathematics on a computer, the computer can figure out how you study and then make your learning so much more adaptive. It can sort of help you develop at your own pace. This is simply amazing. Teachers can see how different students learn differently, and sometimes differently at different stages. As a teacher, you know, if you have 50 students in the class, you can still, you know, follow them on their individual learning trajectory. So learning analytics has become incredibly powerful. The last point, you know, very close to my heart, you know, one of the biggest mistakes we made in education is to divorce learning from assessment. You know, we ask students to pile up lots and lots and lots of knowledge. And then, you know, one day we call them back and tell them, well, you know, come back and tell me everything you have learned, in a very constrained, contrived kind of situation. Now, through technology, we can, you know, reintegrate learning and assessment. While you study, you get that feedback. You can get a sense of, you know, where you're good at, where you need to grow. I think there's huge potential for technology to super empower learning and educators. No, and it also shifts, of course, the role of educators. You know, it's no longer enough to be a great instructor. You need to become a great coach, a great mentor, a great facilitator, great evaluator. So I do think there is a huge future for education through technology to become more, you know, relevant for young people. You know, why would you want to listen to the results of an experiment when you can do that experiment in a virtual laboratory? And also to become more inclusive, because education technology can respond to different learner needs so much more effectively.
Correct. I appreciate that. One of the aspects of active learning, especially using technology, has a lot to do with community. Obviously, with the computers, we can build bigger communities, more integrated communities, where students can learn and teachers can learn from one another. Obviously, I think one of the missions of T4 is to actually create this very big community of teachers, the world's largest community of teachers, so that everyone can be engaged. I'm going to ask you first, what do you think of T4's mission? And second, how can we build more communities to help teachers as they move forward?
You know, I think communities become the driver in every part of our society. Education is perhaps the last laggard, where we are still having a very kind of industrial work organization. Often we treat teachers, you know, as individuals who work exchangeably and we are in four walls of a classroom. I very much believe in this idea of, you know, professional autonomy in a collaborative culture. If you're connected every day with your fellow teachers, if you see yourself not just, you know, teaching in your classroom, but contributing to the profession, learning from and with other professionals. Education systems like Japan, China, Singapore, they're already very, very good at that. They have very active learning communities where teachers are co-designers, co-creators of innovative learning environments, where they're actually also the engineers of technology-based solutions. So I do think if we want to change education, we will only do that if we can draw on the wisdom of teachers. You know, we are putting too much effort into pushing ideas into schools and too little about, you know, finding the good ideas in the classroom and scaling them and spreading them through effective communities. And I think that's where the mission of T4 is so relevant.
I agree, and I think we've been investing all over the world to try to create better practices in the communities. One question that I have for you has to do with the disparity of results that you mentioned. At the end of the day, obviously, there's more access all over the world on the one hand, but the results are not necessarily equal. There's a minimum level of proficiency, level 2, that's been agreed as a minimum standard, a minimum goal for under the United Nations 2030 sustainable goals. And we see in many countries that there is a very big number of students that are below this level. I'll take, for instance, the case of Brazil, where you have, 2/3 of the math students, for instance, are in this level, just as by way of example. What can we do, in your opinion, and what have you seen in countries all over the world, using obviously self-efficacy as well as growth mindset, but not only engagement, other practices that may help the systems move from one level of performance to the other?
Well, actually, I would look at Brazil as a quite positive example in this, to this extent. If you look, in year 2000 and now in year 2020, Brazil has been actually quite remarkable to bring a lot more young people into the education system. I think Brazil needs to work harder. It's exactly on the point that you mentioned, and ensuring that all of those students are actually learning well at high levels. And I do believe we need to give up this notion of a one-size-fits-all education system. Just teach a curriculum all in the same way. We need to find ways to reach different learners more effectively. And it's really about, understanding where the students come from, where do they want to go, and helping them on that journey. And I think that is really something that we need to take to heart, that if we just, broadcast knowledge in the same way to all students, we will just create a very wide distribution, will not reach all learners. I can also tell you an example of Brazil that often students learn how to reproduce subject matter content. They learn and rehearse what the teacher told them. They're not very good in using and applying and extrapolating from what they know, use their knowledge and creatively in new settings. And in the future, that's going to be so much more relevant for all students. Now, the world no longer rewards you just for what you know. Now, Google knows everything. It rewards you for what you can do with what you know. And I do believe that's where the students at the low end of the spectrum really, really struggle.
Yes, no, I agree with you. And you're raising a very good point of how we are also able to generate value by introducing technology to build these communities and to share these knowledges and to do all these activities. What is your experience regarding the investments that the various countries are doing to promote, to take the digital infrastructure to the schools? I mean, obviously, during the pandemic, we saw that there was a huge disparity, as you mentioned, and you showed in one of your slides that, and it obviously this led to a big dispersion in terms of outcomes. And probably this is going to be in the agenda of many of the presidents and the governors and so forth to take these actions. What have you seen so far, Mr. Schleicher, that has worked, and how do you see that trend going forward?
We are at the very beginning. Schools are just waking up to the digital world that is going to totally transform learning. And we are just at the very beginning. And even in the pandemic, we have, purchased some computers, but it hasn't really, it's largely been to conserve existing practice, not to really transform and change practice. Now, if you want to, add computers to the current education systems, you'll always struggle because investment will be tiny. We really need to think harder about how do we want to configure, space, time, people, technology in ways to really change and transform learning. And, buying the computers is the starting point. That's easy, the software. But then, you need to invest in people's capabilities to use it, students. You need to create different learning environments. Technology is not powerful when you just put it in the classroom. It becomes powerful when it really enables that kind of personalized learning. So I do think the investment, in financial terms, but certainly in structural terms, is just tiny. And we're seeing some great examples, but if we want to really, make education ready for the 21st century, it has to be at a very different scale.
I agree. And I think that one of the greatest things about PISA in this regard, it seems to be that it has been used as a standard, as an instrument that people can actually take measures, initiatives based out of. One of the things that it seems to be most important going forward has to do with creativity and collaboration. And obviously, there may be a limit to how much a test could actually help assessing whether or not students are being creative or collaborative. And probably this could be one of the challenges going forward of the exam. How do you think that it would be great to see how you're thinking about it and how the PISA exam could evolve in this regard?
You know, sometimes we make the mistake that we associate assessment with the kind of test that we've always used in the past. Actually, in 2015, PISA developed a really interesting assessment of collaborative problem-solving skills. Now, we ask students to in a technological network to, you know, do things like flying a rocket to the moon. You know, you would manage navigation, I manage the fuel supply, and actually, you know, you need to share your knowledge with me if we want to be successful together. It's possible. We can build those assessments. In this year's round of PISA, we are assessing creative thinking. Yeah, actually, it's possible to do this. But then, you know, if you want to assess new skills, you develop new forms of assessment. You have to, you know, free yourself from the idea that you can put that in a multiple choice test. And I think we can. We have the technology, we have the methodology. We can do a lot of really interesting things today. And in the PISA assessment, I think we're really at the forefront of doing this. You know, sort of collaborative skills, creative skills are possible. The one caveat I want to make, you know, and that is a quite disturbing result from our latest assessment of, you know, creativity among 10 and 15-year-olds, that in most education systems for which we have data, 10-year-olds are less creative than 15-year-olds.
Oh, wow.
That's a quite disturbing message. You know, we are all born with an abundance of curiosity. You know, young people are always willing to learn, unlearn, relearn. Now, for them, learning is, you know, the tool to move in their lives. And then as they become older, we make them more and more compliant with our ways of thinking, our ways of working, and we lose some of those assets. And we have to become more conscious of this. We will only, you know, change those practices if we become more aware of those kinds of knowledge and skills. You will not change what you cannot see, and therefore making the invisible visible through forms of assessment, I think, is really important.
I agree. No, and it's interesting because we have always thought, and this is intuitive, that as we progress, engagement reduces just because perhaps students are being asked to be less curious, but it's the other way around. We're getting to the end of our discussion, and I would like to ask you to please share some final thoughts, final remarks to the educators who are now navigating in this new world, more complex, with the challenges that they are facing, that we're all facing, to educate this young generation, and what they could take as a final message from it.
You know, I believe what is so important that we understand that education is not about transfer of knowledge or any form of transaction, that this is all about the quality of social relationships. We looked actually at the quality of teacher-student relationships. It was the strongest predictor, you know, for students' creativity, for students' empathy, for students' tolerance, for students' activity. You know, we need to invest more in this. Teachers, you know, have always been great instructors. In tomorrow's world, they need to become, you know, also great social workers, great mentors, great facilitators. They need to, of course, remain very good in what they teach, the subject matter. That's the first thing that students understand, whether my teacher really has a passion for what they do. But they need to become very good in understanding how students learn differently, and technology can help them, you know, find those differences. And last but not least, they really need to have a very good understanding for their students, each and every one of them. And our education systems should give teachers more space outside the classroom to engage with their students, to work with them as friends, as colleagues, as co-creators of tomorrow's learning environments.
Yeah, that's great. These are final remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Schleicher. It has been an honor, a pleasure to talk to you, and hope to talk soon.
Thanks, Fernando.
Well, thank you so much to someone who is arguably one of the most influential people in global education policy, Andreas Schleicher from the OECD, for joining us, and to Fernando Scheier, who is the CEO of Camino Education, who moderated that session. Fernando is also a sponsor of the Teacher Tech Summit, and I'm really pleased that we could make this happen. He's also very engaged on education, so that's a double as a double benefit to us of having him and Camino and Chloe involved. Now, friends, without further ado, I want to go to something that was probably the most dynamic part of yesterday, which is to talk about the UCJC Global School Prize. But before I do that, I want to make sure that we remind ourselves about who the Camilo Jose Cela University is. And so I share this short promo with you so that you're aware.
Camilo Jose Cela University aims to prepare professionals for an increasingly technological and, above all, more human and sustainable future. Our model is based, in addition to the transmission of knowledge, on the development of student skills and competencies which enhance their personal learning and their active role in society, science, and culture. To achieve this objective, we work on 4 strategic pillars: entrepreneurship, digitalization, social commitment, and well-being. This model charts the course of our university. At Camilo Jose Cela University, we are committed to educating the best students for the world. That is why we have started a pioneering movement towards a higher education that impacts in what you know, in what you do, and who you are.
And so, without further ado, I want to invite the judges of the UCJC Global School Prize to our Teacher Tech Summit, so we can talk and understand as to what the deliberations have resulted in. But before we actually make the announcement, we want to hear from them what they heard that was so positive about all 5 schools and all 5 solutions that were presented. So please welcome Nieves Segovia, President of the SEK Education Group. We have Joaquin Rodriguez from the SEK Education Group, and David Martin also with us here today. Nieves, you after yesterday's pitches, which were fantastic, by the way, I think we will all agree that what the solutions that these children actually have put forward were pretty innovative and very powerful. And I know that the audience that was watching was very motivated and energized by it all. I mean, tell us what the deliberations were between yourself, David, and Joaquin in terms of what did you all decide in terms of the benefits and the pluses and minuses of each project?
Well, thank you very much, Vikas. I have to say I was not a member of the jury, so I think both David, as member of the jury, and Joaquin, as secretary of it, will tell you a little more about this. What I can tell you is my impressions from what I heard yesterday. And as we said, the future of the world is in very good hands, fortunately. It's this young generation of innovators who are going to disrupt the world as we know it. For the better. I think are amazing. I think they filled us with excitement and surprise. We realized how much they could do with very scarce resources sometimes, but with loads of ingenuity and lots of creativity and such a fresh approach and not a biased one to tackle the big challenges of the world. They were not afraid. They were not afraid to look at them face to face. So we are, I say, in very good hands. We have this extraordinary jury, which I'm very, very proud, of course. As we said yesterday too, the quality of this whole prize is on the whole design process of the prize, on the amazing children from over 50 schools that join in this call, and of course of every member of the jury. And again, I want to thank them for the time. I know they had very long deliberations yesterday. They worked hard, but in a very deliberate way. I think it was their role to be played. So I don't know yet who the winner is going to be, but I have an envelope here that I've been handed. So we'll see now in a few minutes.
Wonderful. And David, you're a judge. What advice, not what advice, but what was the feedback that you had in the judging process about what you heard, what you saw? Tell us some of your highlights, please.
Well, I want to say that the quality of your projects, I am trying to directly talk to the teams, to the teachers, and to the pupils right now, is amazing. But what I enjoyed most is the interest in technology that the teams have shown. Oh, well, let's call it energy. The energy you have transmitted yesterday was wonderful, and I am aware it was quite late at certain locations. Okay? So I want to say that about 20 years ago, which is not so much time, when I was at school, dealing with this kind of projects at your age was completely out of our scope. Okay? Only 20 years ago. In fact, it was hard to find schools making proper use of computers. Using ICT as learning tools was something extremely unusual, at least in Spain. At that time, assignments were usually made with typewriters or by hand. That was the usual thing. Now, you are not only using ICT as a learning tool, but you are developing your own ICT tools, which is the scenario every ICT professional was dreaming about 20 years ago. And that was my case. So I want to say you to keep hungry for innovation, because road to innovation is one of the most successful and rewarding ones. So congratulations to all pupils and teachers. And here at the Computing and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, we are anxious to start sharing our knowledge with you. Congratulations. And well, I don't know if Joaquin, you want to say anything more about deliberations, please?
Of course, Joaquin, please. You're on mute.
Thank you, Vikas. Sorry. I was telling that I don't envy the jury because the decision was very difficult. But I can say, because I was following all the projects 1 month along, that all the projects met the requirements of linking their ideas to the Sustainable Development Goals by using technology to enhance them. So and they have all weighed in on their communities and the need to empower people to bring about change. And many have used simple, easy to find materials to support affordable and scalable innovation processes. And almost all have thought about creating communities that go beyond the national territories to create large communities of inquiry that transcends borders. So we will be delighted to welcome any of the schools that have won this challenge to our university. Congratulations. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, you have it from the president of the SEK Education Group, one of the judges, and the person who's actually been driving this challenge. Joaquin, thank you so much for that. So I believe the time has come. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the schools up, and I'm going to remove the judges because we only have so much space, and actually they deserve the prominence. And so we will see you back in a second, David and Joaquin. And so please welcome Bhavan's Rajaji School in India, SEC Albaran in Spain, the Tarlac National High School in the Philippines, and the DAV Public School in India. Now, my young friends, you've done a fantastic job. I know that in India and the Philippines, it's quite late. So we appreciate you staying up. But Nieves, as the person behind this prize, the honor falls upon you to open the envelope and declare the winner. I hope you're all sitting up, and whatever happens, remember, education is the winner. So Nieves.
Absolutely. And before I go on, again, congratulations to you all. You've done extraordinary work. You've been an inspiration for us. So, all members of the jury, that's Verna Lalgieri, Caroline Jenner, Stephen Heppel, Xavi Pascual, and David Martin, with Joaquin Rodriguez acting as secretary of the jury, would like to acknowledge the work of all schools who've taken part in this contest, and particularly the work of the 5 finalists. Following the presentation of the project, the jury unanimously concluded that the winner of the UCJC Global School Prize is DepEd Tarlac National High School in the Philippines. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to serve you and be chosen as the winner for this competition. Whew.
You want to say a few words?
You won't be able to sleep tonight, my young man, right?
That is true. Yes.
Well, why don't you introduce yourself and introduce your team in terms of tell us who it is and tell us what your solution was. Tell the world.
All right. First of all, I am Jario Sermion Mendoza. I am the creative of the team. My teammates are Arnon Isabel Ginto, Miss Samantha Gonzalez, the project head, and Fatima Usan, who's unfortunately sick today, so she was not able to stand by. I would like to introduce our project by stating its name, of course, Project SABAC, the Sensory Robotic Augmentation in Bulk Agricultural Keynotes, where we focused on monitoring matters like soil moisture, carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide levels, which were of paramount necessity in maintaining agricultural safety. And of course, these matters were also those driving factors that enabled us to secure the crop yields that we do today internationally. So there you go. With the integration of already existing technology like the Arduino sensors that we have seen, we have coded them into a device called Lego EV3, and also for mobility we used the drone, which enabled us to reach areas where it was inaccessible to by human hands alone. Also, this drones also will potentially no, sorry, it recorded data that was more accurate if we're as compared to if it were just done by human hands, as higher up in the sky CO2 levels are more concentrated, whilst lower on land it's quite dispersed too. There you go.
So young man, congratulations. And I'm going to do something quite mischievous that our next speaker doesn't know about, but I think it'll be quite an honor to have his words of encouragement. And I know that he's backstage and he's looking at me and I can see him. I want to bring up Jaime Saavedra of the World Bank. Jaime, welcome. And I know that this isn't scripted or we haven't worked on this before. Jaime is a very important, much older man than you, young man, and a former minister of education in this country. Jaime, this young man and his peers have created a tech solution using the latest technologies that you will have heard of. Any words of encouragement for young people?
Well, first of all, I'm young in spirit, still. So, and my warmest congratulations. I think what this signals, most importantly, is that young kids like you from Philippines, but from many other places in the world as well, that's the future. I mean, the hope that we have in order to have a better society, in order to have countries that are going to be richer, countries that are going to provide more welfare to their citizens, that are going to be able to solve the challenges that we have today globally and in each one of our countries. The hope that we have is you, right? It's people like you, people who can not only find technological solutions, right, to complex problems that we face today, but are also showing those skills that are building a team, working together, finding solutions, persevere. That's fun, really fantastic. And really, thank you very much for encouraging us all. And thank you very much for showing us that we have a lot of hope in order to have a better world and a better society.
And so this concludes this section of the UCJC Global Prize. Nieves, you are the originator of this. Do you have a final word?
Well, thank you. We've been delighted to join this phenomenal community of teachers. And we look forward to welcoming the whole team from the school, from the winning school on campus in the next few months, so that you can continue to develop your whole project and make this a better world. So again, thank you, Vikas, for this opportunity you've given us, and thank you again. to all participants. I mean, there's been such interest. Kids really want to change the world. They use technology to do so. So we're going to encourage them, and we hope to be back next year with many more
Wonderful.
schools, many more prizes, and thousands of students as courageous and determined as we've had during this edition of the prize. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. There's a great quote which I want to use at this point, which is young people may be 27% of our human population on Earth today, but they're 100% of our future. On that
Absolutely.
note, congratulations to the Tarlac National High School, and thank you so much, Nieves. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Thank you. Bye.
And so, Jaime, I also bring on our other collaborator, Amit, and my friend Camilla, who has been driving this conversation with us today. You will have, I'm sure, seen and dipped in, dipped out over the last 2 days what's been happening over here. We're at that fag end, the end of this humongous Teacher Tech Summit. We've had over 37,000 teachers register for this event from 153 countries. And now what comes after this is a series of roundtables with the World Bank and with the African Development Bank that will seek to solve, discuss issues on a systems basis. But over the last 2 days, what is it that you have heard that you take inspiration from? I'll start with Amit, actually.
Well, thank you, Vikas. And I'd start off by saying it's just been an absolutely kind of truly remarkable 2 days. There's so much that I've learned and I'll continue to think about for quite some time. I think the discussion and the dialogue throughout the summit have demonstrated the power and value in bringing together such a global and diverse audience from the education sector. And for me, kind of some of the salient takeaways included from the student engagement and MENA session, that this work is about great teaching with technology as an enabler, but more importantly, creativity is at its heart. And another point that stuck with me was from the remarks made by the Minister of Education, Jose Thomas from Mendoza, Argentina, when you asked him and he reflected, why was he the first state in the world to partner with the Teacher Tech Summit? And why was it important for Mendoza to be a part of this event? And he said, this summit is an opportunity to bring the world together because technology has traveled across borders in other sectors, and it's absolutely necessary in education that we follow that tendency to share our experiences and learnings across borders. And thirdly, I'd say in the fireside chat with the CEO of the Manpower Group, he made the point that teachers are the linchpin for the future success of all our young people. And they introduce students to this wonderful satisfaction of learning new things about a topic that a student is passionate about, and that passion translates into other parts of the student's life. And that's how teachers are making the world a much better place. And so, listen, I could go on and on about the numerous takeaways and learnings from several more sessions, especially the teacher master classes from today. But I'd say I'd want to bring it back to what Jane Mann, MD of the Cambridge Partnership for Education, said yesterday with the translation of a Japanese proverb where, better than 1,000 days of great study is 1 day with a great teacher. I know that's been true for me personally, and I couldn't agree more. So, I think a note of gratitude to all the educators, as well as to yourself, Vikas, the T4 education team, for giving Al the opportunity to co-host this summit alongside Jaime and the World Bank. And, I just want to thank each and every one of our participants. This literally could not have been a global conversation without their involvement. And, as you said, I hope these past 2 days are just the beginning of many more conversations and collaborations and, how we're going to advance the collective mission to improve the quality of education for learners everywhere.
Camilla.
Yes, thank you. First, let me say hi to my friends, Amit and Jaime. It's very good to see you again. The Lemon Foundation has been interacting with both organizations for a while now, so lovely to join you here. I wanted to ask Jaime about your perceptions also about the conference, but maybe switching a little bit the frame here. You mentioned it in the opening section, I guess, in the opening session, that this was your favorite conference every year. Can you tell us more about this? Why is this your favorite conference, and was it confirmed with these 2 days?
Thank you. So first of all, Camila, congratulations for all the work that the Lemon Foundation is doing in Brazil. It's a fantastic example, right, on how the private sector can really take seriously the importance of learning, importance of making sure that all children have the right experience, and of working at scale with the public sector in order to find effective solutions for everyone. Not something small that will just look the firm look good. No, this is not about looking good. This is really about making a change in the lives of children in Brazil. So really congratulations for that work. And I think it's a great example for many other business sector, for the business sector in general. Not that it's not related to education, right? It's business sector in general, right? Supporting the education process. And I reiterate that the reason why this is a fantastic conference is because it really showcases the importance of education as a social endeavor, of education as something that is intensive in human interaction. And then being intensive in human interaction, I think it really highlights the importance of teachers, right? And want to follow up on this, on what Amit was saying, right? Of this Japanese proverb. I mean, what the most important thing is one day with a good teacher. Well, I would say that it's not enough one day. The key thing is that you need to have a great teacher. And I always say, look, all of us adults today, if you're 30, 40, 50, 60, you will always remember by name, right, that teacher that said something critical when you were 12, when you were 15, that says something that guided you, that oriented, that changed your life. And you will remember that for decades. You will remember that great teacher. And you will remember also the bad teacher, right? I mean, it goes both ways. But actually, that really shows how important the teachers in order to shape people's lives, in order to shape people's characters, right? And I think that's something that has come very strong in this conference. But it's so important that I think we need to insist on that, right? And yes, we have been talking a lot about the importance of technology and how critical might be technology in order to improve the what happens in the classroom. But actually, it's always technology in order to leverage the human factor, right? So that's what I critically see, and that's I think a great lesson of this pandemic, that the future, and that the future of tomorrow, is not the future of the next 10 years, it's the future tomorrow, on Monday, literally on Monday, right? Is to find that right balance, using technology well, right? But understanding that it's about technology and the human factor, right? That is technology to support teachers in a job that today is much, much more difficult than it was 2 years ago. And we heard a lot from Andrea Schleicher. It's a fantastic presentation in which he showed, I mean, all the characteristics that we need from a great teacher. We needed that in 2019, right? That was true 2 years ago. But now is even more important because we have gone through 2 years in which children have gone, young people have gone through a gigantic and horrible shock of being denied of an education. In many parts of the world, you're talking about 2 years denied of an education, which is an extremely, extremely gigantic shock. But then again, the pillars of that recovery and that acceleration of the learning process are teachers.
Yeah, that's very important. The impact of the pandemic in education has brought so many more challenges that we'll have to face together. One of the things that was in my mind as I was listening to the conference was how we are going to combine basic numeracy and literacy skills, the foundational skills that we're talking about that are so important. World Bank has been doing a great advocacy work for this, with the new skills that are needed and that Hans talked so much about and that Andreas talked. So the creativity, the new skills that we need now in this fast changing world. So it's hard, and it's even more challenging for teachers to combine both at the same time. But Vikas, I also wanted to ask, actually, I don't know if it's against the protocol here, but I wanted to ask you about your takeaways. So while you were managing this whole thing in the backstage, but also listening to the conference, what stood out to you?
Well, Camilla, I'm incredibly fortunate that because I'm sitting behind the machine and helping all the moderators and all the speakers with my colleagues, I also have the opportunity to sit there and listen to everything and actually interact with all the speakers. And I think there are some things that are coming through which pretty strongly in terms of the demands of teachers. And we will be issuing after this, when we articulate a communique that I know that Jaime and Amit will also sign up to, as will I think most teachers and most organizations, because they're just good common sense. And the 6 things that actually I made a list of as I was going along are the following. So the first, what we need to do is we need to provide good internet access and equipment for every student. There are obviously challenges to that, and which we have seen, but it doesn't stop us holding this out as a goal. We need to have better internet access and equipment for every student. And Hans Vestberg, the chairman and CEO of Verizon, joined us, as well as did HP, who are a supporter of this event, who are both in that space, the connectivity and the devices. And they will not disagree with this point either. The second point is, as Jaime has more than enough actually elaborated, we need to target EdTech at closing the learning gaps. And I think that's a theme that's really come through for me during these last 2 days. The third point was, this whole issue about professional development and the training of teachers to use these new technologies throughout their careers. There was a phrase that, it's not technology will replace teachers, but teachers without technology will be replaced. And it's just one of those things that this displacement happens, and it becomes so critical and imperative to train teachers to use technology. I think that's quite important. And then Amit and I have had this conversation for some time, and also other friends, and actually the 4 panels that Owl Ventures actually did yesterday really really spoke to this as well quite a bit. And I'm really pleased that tech companies are also getting on board with this message, which is we need to consult teachers at every stage of EdTech development. And so that's such a critical thing that I think it's quite important for us to put that out there as a message. The fifth point that comes out for me is that actually we have to have evidence-informed approaches, so roll out EdTech strategies and tools and products backed by research into what works, because the whole theme of this conference is what works, and that's what we should do. And the last point, and as the father of 2 girls, we need to break down the barriers for girls in EdTech. I think that's also come through for me. So Camilla, those are the key messages that I know that everyone can sign up to that come out of this communique that will be issued as a communique after this conference. And I hope all teachers will also attach their names to this, because I think it's quite important. But with Owl Ventures involved, we hope that tech companies will attach their names to this. And with Jaime's involvement, we hope that policymakers will also sign up to this. So those are the overriding key messages for me.
Amazing. Ready to sign.
Wonderful.
And I love the what works approach to this summit as well, because I think that for too long we have been talking about what's not working in education, right? And with almost a shaming and blaming discourse that is not helpful at all. So bringing teachers to the table, to the stage, and talking about what works is fantastic.
No, Jaime was, when I first spoke to Jaime about this, he said something quite critical. He said, being able to bring teachers to the table is really important. And I really am grateful to you for that spur. And so, when we think about the stakeholders in education, especially when it comes to the use of tech, that's why the approach has been with the World Bank, who brings together policymakers, researchers, academics, OWL, who bring innovators, investors, and then T4 bringing schools and teachers. I think it just makes a lot of sense. And we need to bridge this dialogue. I'm not saying we'll solve it overnight, but we have to start somewhere. And so what this conference and what this summit does is exactly that. It starts there. And Jaime, do you want to say anything to that point? Because it was you that started it off.
Yeah, so look, I mean, we're all humans, and as humans, we all have our tribes, right? And then, so you have the tribes of the innovators, the tribe of the researchers, the tribes of the policymakers, the tribes of the teachers, right? And everyone wants to do its best. Everyone wants to help, but actually, you really need to bring them all together, right? Because I mean, the policymaker will have to take a decision of what's the right software, right? That has to be developed by someone, and to know if that works, there has to be a researcher, right, that will see if that education solution might work or not, right? So, but all those have to interact in a much richer way than what we see today. So that's a huge homework, right? Have that entrepreneur, I mean, the people who are investing in new technological solutions, the researchers, the policymakers, the international organizations like the bank, yes, they do. They work together. But actually, the connections have to be much, much more deeper, much stronger than what we have today. And one thing that I wanted to add to what you were saying, Camila, that the issue of the what works is critical. However, I want to add always one additional characteristic is what works at scale.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the challenge that we have is a gigantic challenge. There might be a fantastic technological solution or EdTech solution or method that we say, oh, look, it works great in this school, right? But if that costs me, right, $2,000 per student, then it's not scalable and I cannot use it, right? Even if it's great. So our solutions always has to be thought that we need to impact hundreds of thousands of students or millions of students, actually, millions of students, right? And we need to impact hundreds of thousands of teachers, right? That's the homework. Unfortunately, the homework is never 50 schools, never, right? And I always say, look, it's great to have pilots. It's great to have a pilot that might work in 50 schools. I prefer to call phase one, right? And have a large phase one in which you know you're going to make mistakes, in which you know you're going to learn, and then continue with phase two, phase three, and phase four. But always with the objective that I need to reach everyone. Because as you were saying, Camila, the gaps that we have in the foundational skills, even in the foundational skills of kids not being able to read, right, is gigantic, right? This indicator of learning poverty that we have been pushing at the World Bank that you were mentioning is like more than half of kids in low and middle income countries cannot read a text by the end of primary. So we have a deep crisis, and we need to work. We always need to talk about the solutions, about what works, but at what works at scale. That's absolutely critical.
That's a great addition to the topic, because I love this idea of designing for scale and starting at scale so that we can reach. Only in Brazil, we had 50% of students who couldn't read and write by the end of second grade. And after the pandemic, this number has grown to 74%. So we are super concerned and working to revert that. But also, I wanted, because you to tell us a little bit about what didn't work. Is there anything that you regret when thinking about this summit?
Yeah, look, we've had so much incredible interaction for this Teacher Tech Summit this year. You know, like I said to you, 37,500 registrations from 153 countries. You know, and Amit and I were laughing about this just last week. In saying, he asked me a question. He asked me this exact question actually. Say, well, what would you do differently? I said, well, look at this high quality professional development, professional learning opportunity where we've had the most incredible speakers, the most incredible content, the most incredible programming. And if you look at the comments coming through from all the social media streams, teachers are saying how fantastic it is. In fact, even now there are teachers in the Philippines in the middle of the night still tuned in, which is quite amazing to see. Now, my biggest regret is we've had the World Bank, we've got OWL, we've got T4, you've got 9 governments, ministries of education who are partners, 18 innovation organizations. You know, if you'd ask me, well, how many teachers could we have had? I mean, it's not as if technology is the limiter here. And so I just regret that not enough teachers have had the opportunity to look at and access this incredible content and participate in this movement. And so that's how I think about it. And And the challenge, that's noodling in my brain, and Amit would laugh when I say this, is that well, it could have been 1 million teachers. Now, when Jaime talks about what works at scale, well, we need teachers on board on scale. And so these kinds of opportunities are quite important. And so I think the gauntlet that I throw out there, and all those watching, all my friends over here, can we get to that 1 million next year? That's the question, right? And if you're committed to that, then I know that Camilla is going to lead from the front, and we're all going to be supporting her.
Let's do
but,
it.
Yeah, but we do have some opportunities, because I mean we look forward to hosting these follow-up roundtables.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So then let's not wait for the next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Let's start building it. So if I name this the 1 million teacher pledge, are we all going to take it?
Look, I think there are 60 million teachers in the or 70 million teachers in the world. So I think the 1 million is not impossible, right?
Great.
Yeah.
So you're in.
I think
it's ambitious, but you need to have ambitious but achievable targets, right? So I think this is ambitious but achievable.
Right. So you're in is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
No, I listen. I agree. I echo what Jaime said. Like, I think that's a great beginning, and hopefully we can even just build from that. Because kind of bringing together this community of educators, this community of innovators and policymakers, and other folks from around the education sector, going to be more and more important, especially in the global economy that we live in, especially with digitization the way that it's happening. And I think having this type of dialogue is critical.
And just one quick more point is that, I mean, having 1 million teachers, I don't think that's the critical point. Is not that it is an objective for this conference. I think the key point of reaching literally millions of teachers is because we're living the deepest crisis in education ever, right? Or the last 100 years, right? We were talking about a learning crisis before the pandemic. Now it's really worse, and we are running the risk of losing a generation if we don't implement the right education stimulation, the right education service that our kids need today, literally today, after this pandemic. So actually, there's a sense of urgency that we need to have collectively, everyone who is listening here, people who in the different parts of the different sides of the table, right? The sense of urgency is absolutely essential, right? Because if we don't do the right things now, we might be risking losing a generation because of this shock.
Yeah, and I would add to that, Jaime. What you're saying is what works at scale for the most vulnerable, right? I think that Julie brought that comment when she was talking about foundational numeracy and literacy in Africa. And I think that's absolutely necessary, that when EdTechs, governments, NGOs, foundations, everyone is thinking about this crisis in education, that we are thinking about the most vulnerable and how do we reach them, and how do we make this extra effort and extra investment in making sure that we have a more equitable education system.
So Camilla, Amit, Jaime, thank you so much. But I want you to stay there because we have a treat. We have a tradition at T4 of ending a conference on a high and not just in despair, like what we have just talked about. So we have to end it on a positive. Before I do that, though, I want to say thank you to a few people because it's quite important, and a lot of work has gone into this. And so, if you permit me, I want to say thank you firstly to the sponsors of the Teacher Tech Summit this year. The Surasa, obviously the Lemon Foundation, Chloe, D2L, Spiffio, SEK Education Group, HP, Amira Learning, the EdTech Hub, Cambridge University, or Cambridge Partnership for Education, and Scholastic. I also want to thank the 18 innovation partners that we have from around the world who have joined hands with us and making sure that we build this broad coalition in the service of education. And obviously there are our government partners which stand right now at Mendoza province in Argentina, the Teachers Registration Council in Nigeria, the country of Chile, Western Cape Department for Education, DepEd in the Philippines, the Sao Paulo state, and we also have the National Ministry of Education in Palestine and the National Ministry of Education in Jordan, who also joined hands with us. And so I want to thank them as well. And so when we think about all of this, I would be remiss not to thank Camilla and Falawe for co-piloting the 2 days with me. Falawe is the chief executive of Teach for Nigeria. I would be remiss not to also thank our broad coalition of country ambassadors, alliance partners that also have really pitched in. And last but not least, our team, the T4 team, and it grows at a pace because our work is such. But please know that I'm very grateful to every single one of you, and actually in all of these organizations, also the World Bank's team and OWL's team as well, for being so supportive and rolling their sleeves up and getting stuff done. I really am grateful to all of you for doing so. Now, last but not least, I want to bring on my friend, Borko Petrovic from Serbia. Borko, turn your camera on, my friend. All right, hold on. Borko, now this is the Global Director of Education at the World Bank. This is the managing partner of OWL, the largest EdTech venture capital fund in the world. This is the Director of Education of one of the most prominent foundations in the world. Take it away, my friend.
First of all, I gotta hand it to you, Vikas, because these couple of days have been nothing short of perfect in terms of T4 bringing tens of thousands of educators from all over the world, and we are hoping for the million you mentioned. And thank you for giving us this glimpse into the future of education. And now today we certainly see things more clearly. And that's not only we say, I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them blue for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies crying. I watch them grow. They learn much more than I'll never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yeah, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And it's not unusual for a teacher to sing his way through a lesson or a hard day at school, or close a summit, if you will. And it's not unusual because we need the love and appreciation we get. And today, especially, we need all the love we can get. So it's not unusual to want to love and to be loved. As a matter of fact, not unusual at all.
We all want that.
Not unusual to be loved by anyone. It's not unusual to have fun with anyone. But when I see you hanging about with anyone, it's not unusual to see me cry. Oh, I wanna die. It's not unusual to go out at any time. But when I see you out and about, it's such a crime. If you should ever wanna be loved by anyone, it's not unusual, it happens every day. No matter what you say, you'll find it happens all the time. Love will never do what you want it to. Why can't this crazy love be mine? Take it, Vikas.
Well done, everyone. Thank you all so much for tuning into the Teacher Tech Summit for the last 2 days. Thank you all, and we call it a day. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thanks to everyone.